Today is the day of the job transfer ceremony at Long Kwok High School. This is incredibly important for the students, but it's even more crucial for Luke Pham. It's been 3 years since he crossed from Lam Tin to this world. Luke Pham is determined to awaken a combat job. But in the end, he ended up with a hidden job, Dragon Tamer. Though it's one of the rarest and strongest jobs that's just in theory. In reality, throughout the 800-year history of Long Kwok dragons have appeared before, but no dragon tamer has ever tamed one. No matter how strong humans are, they're just like insects compared to it. Taming a real dragon is harder than reaching the sky. Besides, a dragon tamer without a dragon just can't develop anymore. As soon as they found out about Lu Fan's profession, the students were totally shocked. Then most of them showed sympathy. It's all right, it's still a hidden profession with unlimited potential. Keep it up, you can tame some sub-dragons to become a powerhouse. The principal patted Lu Fan on the shoulder to comfort him. Powerhouse stuff is boring as hell that night. Lu Fan tossed and turned over the awakening issue. Then suddenly the system board appeared again. Congratulations, you've received the first day treasure map. A first day treasure map? Oh yeah, when it activated, I remember it was called the Super Treasure Map System. Actually, before the job transfer ceremony, Luke Pham had unexpectedly activated the Super Treasure Map System and gained the Appraisal Eye skill. This skill lets you see basic info like job level and skills just by looking at the target. Today I only tried out the appraisal function and haven't explored its core features yet. Thinking to himself, Luke Pham tapped on the icon showing on the screen. The treasure maps have levels basic, intermediate, advanced, and divine. Using the system, you can combine 3 lower-level maps into a higher one. You'll get a random level treasure map every day. Once you go to the location, you can collect treasures related to your job. Related to the job Dragon Tamer, yeah. It's really the weakest, because taming the Dragon Clan is almost impossible. But if I make good use of this system, could I go from the weakest to the strongest? In other words, this divine treasure map is my last chance to turn things around. I have to go. Making up his mind, Luke Pham quickly tapped to open the map. The treasure coordinates appeared clearly in front of him. Star Plateau. This place isn't far from Zhanghai City. Luke Pham set off right away. But unfortunately, trouble found him quickly. As soon as he got off the bus, he was ambushed by a group of 2 guys and 1 girl. "Hey kid, wanna team up?" The one-eyed guy slapped Luke Pham on the shoulder and grinned. "I'm a summoner, so I don't need teammates. If there's danger, I can just summon elemental creatures to handle it." Hearing Luke Pham was a summoner, the bandits were a bit surprised at first. Then they stopped following him and left on their own. What a bunch of lowlifes. This wilderness is safer than sticking with you backstabbers. Turns out, without real power, you're just a target. I need to get moving. The system announced, "You've arrived at the marked location on the treasure map." Finally, he found the spot marked on the treasure map. Luke Pham excitedly yelled and headed straight for the strange light not far away. Black dragon egg level unknown. Just as the dragon egg was about to crack and the baby dragon was about to hatch, Luke Pham heard rustling from the bushes behind him. Although the whole trip went pretty smoothly, wild beasts still sniffed him out. Luke Pham quietly drew his beginner's dagger. It's common quality, basically like junk items from a gacha game. Sure enough, less than a second later, the beast leaped out from the bushes and attacked Luke Pham. Since he was prepared, Luke Pham blocked the beast's bite with his dagger, but it took a lot of effort to shove the hungry creature aside. The appraisal eye activated automatically. Bloodthirsty Gray Tiger level 10 skills. Triple slash for rapid triple attacks. Blood suck for life drain. Experience points 120. Drops tiger pelt 80. Dragon coins 3. Triple slash and blood suck. That means it can hit 3 times in a row to make the opponent bleed, then use blood suck to heal itself. I can't handle this on my own. Or I could stall until the baby dragon hatches, then use dragon taming. Not giving Luke Pham time to think, the bloodthirsty gray tiger charged at him. Luke Pham dodged the first strike by luck, but the beast's speed was too fast and he got wounded on his arm during the second hit. I can't let it use blood suck. I have to take it down during the 3rd strike. Making up his mind, Luke Pham started defending until the beast launched its 3rd slash. He seized the moment and stabbed a fatal blow into its head, killing the beast. Defeated the bloodthirsty gray tiger, gained 120 experience points. Just as Luke Pham thought it was over, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, finally took it down, kid. You're pretty tough." The rat-faced guy said that as he and his buddies stepped out from behind the rock behind Luke Pham. "You guys were tailing me. Didn't I say I wouldn't join you? The pink-haired girl laughed and replied, Hey, handsome, don't be like that. Weren't you the one who tricked us? You said you were a summoner, but you didn't use any skills when things got dangerous. Luke Pham knew his fake identity had been exposed. To avoid more trouble, he handed over the bloodthirsty gray tiger drops to them. If you want the loot, take it and leave me alone. This kid knows how to play nice. The rat-faced guy stepped forward and grabbed the bloodthirsty gray tiger. This thing's only worth 80 dragon coins. How many more do we need you to take down for us? It's not this we want. Saying that, the rat-faced guy looked greedily at the spot where the dragon egg was hidden. Did they see me find the dragon egg? Luke Pham was still guessing when the bandits started attacking. Jerome stepped up and punched Luke Pham, knocking him down. The pink-haired girl took the chance to hold him at knife point. Hey, kid, you really underestimated our treasure hunter senses, the rat-faced guy said smugly. Jared circled behind the rock, grabbed the dragon egg, and showed it off to his buddies. We got the treasure, finish him. The rat-faced guy ordered, then eagerly went over to examine the dragon egg. As the pink-haired girl was about to strike Luke Pham, the dragon egg cracked. The baby dragon burst out and spread its wings, soaring into the sky. What the heck is that? The bandits were still in shock when the baby dragon dove like an arrow toward them. The rat-faced guy immediately threw poison at the baby dragon, but it dodged easily. Zoro tried to punch it, but one bite from the baby dragon finished him. Then the baby dragon turned to the rat-faced guy. The bandits, including the rat-faced guy, were terrified and bolted. Who knew a newborn baby dragon could be this strong? No wonder no one's ever tamed the Dragon Clan. Luke Pham couldn't help but exclaim. The pink-haired girl overheard and broke into a sweat. Is that a dragon? Are you serious? Is that really a dragon egg? Right then, the rat-faced guy's screams echoed. The pink-haired girl glanced over and saw the baby dragon casually picking its teeth with her buddy vanished. Seeing that the pink-haired girl had no time for Luke Pham anymore, her hand shook as she pointed the knife at the baby dragon. Your treasure hunter senses are way off. Trying to steal what's mine. That's your fate. Luke Pham shoved the pink-haired girl aside and successfully used dragon taming on the baby dragon. The pact with the black dragon is complete. Unlocked dragon roar skill, unlocked dragon fang strike skill, unlocked dragon chi buff skill. Who are you, ha-ha, now you want to know who I am? I'm not a summoner. I'm a dragon tamer. Seeing the baby dragon baring its teeth at her, the pink-haired girl panicked and begged Luke Pham, Please spare me, I had no idea that was a dragon egg. You treasure hunter scum have ruined so many lives. No, I haven't. The pink-haired girl tried to deny it. Join your buddies in the afterlife. As Luke Pham finished, the pink-haired girl became the baby dragon's meal. Who finally handled that? Luke Pham sighed in relief. After bandaging his wound, he picked up the curious baby dragon and put it in his backpack. I can't believe I actually crossed that weak-to-strong line. It's already this powerful as a newborn. Who knows how unstoppable it'll get when it levels up. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Luke Pham hugged the baby dragon tightly. Ha ha, perfect. With you, the dragon tamer is rising from the bottom. But what should I call you, little charcoal? No black diamond won't do. Maybe... As Luke Pham pondered seriously, he noticed the baby dragon licking the blood from his wound. Right after, the baby dragon emitted a powerful aura, and then the baby dragon transformed into a girl. Seeing the dragon turn into a girl, Luke Pham exclaimed in surprise, So you can take human form? The dragon nodded innocently. Luke Pham smiled and let the dragon play on its own. He opened his personal status screen. Job Dragon Tamer level 10. Strength 55, Agility 53, Intelligence 60, Endurance 60. Dragon taming can tame dragon-like creatures. Dragon Claw transforms the arm into a dragon's claw. Power depends on the current dragon pet. Dragon Fang Strike channels dragon energy for a powerful strike. Dragon Chi Buff boosts all stats and attacks by 30% for self and dragon pet. Black Dragon Pact level 1 storage value 239. Luke Pham thought happily. Sure enough, once you tame a dragon, all skills unlock. Dragon Chi Buff enhances all stats and attacks by 30% for self and dragon pet. This effect is even better than a priest's buff. Dragon Fang Strike is a high damage attack. Dragon Claw can transform the arm for similar power. My dragon pet, not to mention the baby black dragon. Just looking at stats 5 or 6 times higher than average, I could crush any same-level combat job alone. Next, Luke Pham checked the Black Dragon's info. Black Dragon Pact, level 1, Strength 342, Agility 267, Spirit 359, Endurance 373. Giant jaw attack charges and bites the opponent, causing damage and bleeding. Lava Flame continuously breathes fire forward, dealing damage and healing self. Black Dragon Bloodline reduces incoming damage by 50%, immune to all debuffs. Self-healing increased by 500%. Bloodline Link provides the Dragon Tamer with 10% of all stats. After reading the Black Dragon's info, Luke Pham was amazed. A level 1 baby dragon with skills and nearly 400 stats, something humans could never reach. Even human experts 20 levels higher couldn't beat it. It's the Bloodline Link that doubled all my stats. No wonder I felt so powerful after taming it. The 3 great hidden jobs are nothing. Any hidden job pales next to the Dragon Clan. No doubt Dragon Tamer is now at the top. Glancing at the black dragon gnawing on the eggshell, Luke Pham stroked his chin thoughtfully. Even though it can turn human, its habits haven't changed. What should I call you, a little black dragon born before dawn? Quickly, a name popped into Luke Pham's head. He excitedly asked the black dragon, Little Knight, how about I call you Little Knight? The black dragon chirped happily. Seeing that Luke Pham laughed, looks like you like the name. He felt the treasure hunt was worth the danger. Luke Pham went over to the black dragon, pet its head, and asked, Are you hungry? The black dragon stopped gnawing the shell, its eyes lit up, and it chirped in agreement. Luke Pham stood up, looked into the distance, and said, Time to hunt some wild beasts to fill you up, Little Knight. He thought, right, I can't just head back yet. The college entrance exam that decides my future is coming up. Lots of other candidates are out grinding levels right now, dreaming of the top scholar rewards and direct admission to Longquok's top university. Now I'm qualified to go for it. Still, I can't get cocky. Leveling up and getting used to new skills is the priority. So Luke Pham grabbed his backpack excitedly and told Little Knight, Let's go deeper in. There are tastier monsters than eggshells there. Little Knight happily followed Luke Pham. But before they could go far, they heard roars from monsters in the distance. They stopped and looked toward the sound, seeing a pack of monsters charging their way. Plain hyenas. They're tougher than the bloodthirsty gray tiger. Luke Pham quickly used Appraisal Eye Plain Hyena level 12 skill. Rending Bite causes damage, bleeding, and spreading decay debuff. Rabies experience points 380 drops, dog teeth, value 95 dragon coins. For me, even though I beat the level 10 bloodthirsty gray tiger, it left me with wounds. As Luke Pham pondered, he noticed Little Knight had already flown toward the pack of plain hyenas. If you want to go ahead, he laughed and followed Little Knight. He thought now on this treacherous plateau, the strongest beings are the Dragon Tamer and his dragon pet. Nothing can threaten us anymore. Soon Little Knight flew above the monsters. It took a deep breath and opened its mouth wide, spewing flames downward. Lava Flame continuously breathes fire forward, dealing damage and healing self. When Luke Pham arrived, the monsters were engulfed in flames. Notifications popped up. Luke Pham gained 380 experience points. Black Dragon gained 380 experience points. Luke Pham gained 380 experience points. Black Dragon gained 380 experience points. Luke Pham thought, that's good, but for fast leveling, I need to hunt elite monsters. Suddenly, Luke Pham noticed something. He glanced in a direction and said, Little Knight, stop messing with the small fry. There's a big one that's been waiting for us. There, a massive three-headed monster was slowly approaching. Luke Pham immediately used Appraisal Eye Three-Headed Blood Lion level 25 boosts own attack and defense. Rending causes damage in a radius. Triple Flame creates 3 flames to attack. Experience points 23, 790 drops teeth, value 1, 300 dragon coins. Hide value 2, 570 dragon coins. Normally a level 25 elite needs a full hunting team, but as a dragon tamer with a dragon pet, Luke Pham wasn't worried and ordered Little Knight, let's go. Little Knight roared and charged at the three-headed blood lion. The three-headed blood lion saw it coming and raised all 3 heads roaring. Roar boosts its own defense and damage. Without stopping, the 3 heads opened wide, elemental fire gathering into a growing fireball. Casting Triple Flame breathes fire to form a fireball, causing 3 bursts of damage, with a cooldown. Seeing that Luke Pham decisively ordered Little Knight Coordinate to interrupt its skill, Little Knight roared, enveloped in flames. In an instant, it transformed into its dragon form and dove at the 3-headed blood lion using giant jaw attack. Triple Flame interrupted. Luke Pham cheered, nice! He didn't give the 3-headed blood lion a break, following up with Dragon Fang Strike. Luke Pham gained 23,190 experience points. Luke Pham reached level 14. Black Dragon gained 23,790 experience points. Black Dragon reached level 9. Seeing the notifications, Luke Pham laughed. Is that it? Elite monsters give so much experience. Right then, another system message appeared. The system has activated. Received daily treasure map. Another map. Wonder what it's for the Dragon Tamer. Full of anticipation, Luke Pham said excitedly, Little Knight, let's go find the treasure. Little Knight cheerfully followed. Deep in the rocky plains, a group was chatting. Chinshu asked, Uncle Gay, are we really passing up this rare opportunity? Sun Gay forced a smile. Miss, there's nothing we can do? This secret realm needs at least 5 people to open. Without enough, we can't enter. I suggested Tiny go back to Shanghai for more people. But Tiny cut in, no way even with my speed it'd take at least a day round trip. Chinshu sighed. Chinshu sighed and said, These opportunity realms appear randomly. The rewards are better than normal realms, but they only last a day. Seeing Chinshu upset, Sungi comforted, Miss, you're not the type to worry. With your skills, top 10 in the university district guarantees a realm. Chinshu still sighed, Uncle Gay, I know, but it's such a waste. Just then, Sun Gay tensed up and looked in a direction. That's huge. Looking at his dirty appearance, kid, this isn't a place for treasure hunters. Sun Ge was speaking when Chinshu signaled him and stepped forward, extending her hand to Luke Pham with a smile. Hi, we're from the Chin family in Shanghai. I'm Chinshu. This is sudden, but could you temporarily join our party? You won't have to do anything, just help us enter the opportunity realm. I'll pay you 100,000 dragon coins afterward. What do you think? Luke Pham smiled and asked, 100,000 dragon coins. He thought a secret realm that even the richest family in Shanghai wants must have amazing rewards. Chinshu confirmed, yes. We just need you to make up the numbers to enter the realm. You'll get paid without lifting a finger. Sun Ge added, This is a sweet deal, don't miss it. Luke Pham smiled. I'm not that into money, but we can cooperate under some rules. Yatini frowned. So you want to divide the rewards based on performance in the realm, Luke Pham admitted. Exactly. Chinshu pondered, chin in hand. Our average level is around 20 and he looks weaker. Is he overconfident or just arrogant? Since the realm is time-sensitive, Chinshu didn't think more and extended her hand to Luke Pham. Fine, let's do it your way and form the party. To show good faith, the 100,000 dragon coins still stands. Lu Fan shook hands with Tanthu, sealing the deal. With the team matter settled, Tanthu smiled and urged, All right, everyone, get ready to head out. Let's go. At the back of the group, Lu Fan thought to himself, Exposing Xiao Ye's identity to strangers in this wilderness would just bring trouble. Bear with me, okay? I'll summon you once I get the reward. As the group entered the dungeon, a panel appeared in front of them. Fate, Village, Secret Realm, level 20. The Secret Realm's difficulty limits the number of people to over 5. Everyone was just observing the surroundings. Everyone was observing the surroundings while carefully moving forward. Everyone observed their surroundings and cautiously moved forward. Chinshu spoke first. This village is way too quiet. You can even hear echoes. Tiny added, The air's heavy, no signs of life from the fog. Sunga noticed Luke Pham saw his empty hands and asked, Kid got no gear. Thinking, Luke Pham smiled and waved his hand, summoning flames around it. When the flames vanished, a dagger appeared in his hand. Dark Dragon Scale Dagger. Epic level requirement 10. Job requirement Dragon Tamer, Dragon Blood Warrior. Dragon Blood armor allows partial dragon transformation, boosting attack power. After defeating the 3-headed blood lion, the system activated, and this weapon was from the map's marked spot. This replaces my beginner dagger. Checking the weapon, Luke Pham Sun Gay said, Kid, that weapon of yours looks serious. I thought you were a treasure hunter, but you seem like a fresh job awakener. Tiny said, Why bother with him? Even if we're teaming up, if he pulls anything shady, I'll take him down. Suddenly, the ground under Sun Gay broke, and a pale hand emerged. Undead Zombie level 15. Experience points, 620 drops, decayed poison value. 256 dragon coins. Entangle and bite. Wraps and bites the target. Zombie poison. Any attack causes 7 HP loss and turns the target undead. Being poisoned turns you undead. More and more undead zombies crawled out. Sungi, watch out. Tiny shouted. He rushed in with a charge skill, using his shield to knock back nearby zombies. Sunjay praised, Tiny, good job. Sunga and Tiny joined the fight, slashing several monsters. Luke Pham hadn't joined yet, observing the group warrior, rogue, and knight. Team setup is solid, and that Uncle Sunji is level 28, almost at second awakening. Then Chinshu finished casting, raised her staff, and shouted, "Holy light stars!" Gathers energy and releases it. Stars fall, damaging enemies in an area and healing allies. A barrage of stars rained on Sunjae's group, healing them and wiping out many monsters. Chinshu explained to Luke Pham, "That's my job's specialty, the hidden holy light mage. It combines attack and healing, but it's weaker than a pure mage's damage or a priest's healing." Luke Pham said, "I see." He thought another hidden job, and her damage against undead is very effective. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, throwing everyone off balance. Then another wave of monsters emerged. Luke Pham thought, "Seems like we've stirred up the elite monsters." Blood Immortal Undead level 20. As the Blood Immortal Undead approached, Sungae ordered elite monsters Tiny protect the Miss and the Kid. "Tiny, we need to hold the front line. Don't let these minions break through." Tiny replied, "Got it!" Sungi gripped his weapon and used Full Moon Slash on a Blood Immortal Undead's shoulder. Tiny used a breakthrough, stabbing through a Blood Immortal Undead. But the wound on the Blood Immortal Undead healed quickly, trapping Tiny's sword inside. He panicked. How is this possible? Not stopping the Blood Immortal Undead opened their mouths using zombie poison. Luke Pham thought, zombie poison clearly needs a priest to cure. Chinshu is a holy light mage, so she can't help. Now part of Tiny's arm was stuck, and he yelled, "Sunbro, help me out!" Sungi was in the same boat, his weapon stuck in a Blood Immortal Undead. He dropped it. "Drop your weapons." Tiny, take the front and block the undead. Tiny, take the front and block the undead. He ran to Tiny and helped him escape. "No need to bother her, I got this," Luke Pham said with a smile, weapon in hand, stepping to the front. Seeing the monsters charge Luke Pham Sun, Gay yelled, "Kid, are you crazy? Get back!" Luke Pham ignored them, coldly eyeing the monster and slashing. To everyone's shock, the monster they struggled with was cut in half by Luke Pham's strike. After finishing, Luke Pham turned and smiled. "Don't worry, we still have to keep moving forward." The group stared at Luke Pham in disbelief. Until Tiny cried out in pain, Chinshu snapped back, rushing to support him. "Hang in there, I'll heal you." Sunga looked at Luke Pham in astonishment. "Kid, what's your level?" "A fresh awakener can't hit that hard." Luke Pham calmly replied, "I'm just a level 14 student." "No reason to lie to you, I'm here prepping for the upcoming exam." Chinshu, healing Tiny, heard that and frowned. "An exam, so his goal here is like mine. But level 14 with more power than Uncle Sunjae at level 28? Suddenly, a monster burst from the ground, lunging at the nearest one, Chinshu. "Miss, watch out!" Tiny shouted quickly, shielding Chinshu. As she raised her bow to attack, she saw Luke Pham like a wind stabbing the monster. So she smiled and replied, "In that case, I'll have to count on you, classmate. You and Uncle Jing will lead the front line. I'll take care of Xiaojia's wounds, and Tai Ni will handle the rear guard. The secret realm must be deep in the village. Just call me Lu Fan, let's head deeper in quickly." With that, Lu Fan led the way deeper inside. Tanthu stared intently at Lu Fan ahead, silently suspecting Lu Fan, the one who's been rumored lately with the hidden profession Dragon Tamer. No way, if it's really him, then Dragon Tamer isn't the weakest, right? If it's really him. Time passed as Luke Pham's group delved deeper into the village. Chinshu tended to Tai Ni while the others cleared monsters ahead. After clearing a group, Luke Pham glanced at Tai Ni, worried. "Chinshu's job can't cure zombie poison. To escape, we need to defeat the Realm Guardian. We have to hurry or the poison will spread, even kill, and turn him undead." Tai Ni said, "No sign of the Guardian in the village, something's off." Suddenly, the pile of debris behind them shook. Only Tai Ni noticed, using his last strength to warn, "Behind us." Then he collapsed. Chinshu worried, "Tiny, hang on." Sunga yelled, "Tiny." Before they could check, they felt something and looked at the debris Tai Ni warned about. In seconds, a huge monster appeared. Tiny exclaimed, "The Realm Guardian." Luke Pham used Appraisal Eye Iron-Skinned Zombie level 20. Experience points, 3,720 drops. Scrap metal value, 40. Dragon coins. Zombie poison. All attacks spread poison, causing continuous bleeding and self-healing. Fusion absorbs targets to increase its own HP limit. Iron Skin active adds 40% defense. The poison on Tai Ni is severe enough to awaken the iron-skinned zombie. If I'm right from the zombie's skills, Luke Pham guessed. He urged, "We have to beat it fast, it might be trying to absorb Tai Ni." Sungae charged without hesitation using Full Moon Slash, but he was shocked to find his attack did no damage, seeing that Luke Pham worried, as he thought if zombie poison lures the zombie, no time for slow attacks. So Luke Pham dashed at the zombie and stabbed its head hard. The result wasn't great, with Iron Skin defenses up 40%. Needs 2 more strikes and fast. Thinking that Luke Pham used the Dark Dragon Scale Dagger's Dragon Blood armor. This skill lets the user partially dragon transform for more attack power. Meanwhile, the iron-skinned zombie, attracted by the poison on Tai Ni, lunged at him, and Chin Shu casting. Fusion absorbs and fuses the target, boosting its own HP. Chin Shu said, use holy magic with me. Uncle Sunga, you and Tai Ni protect him. Finished Luke Pham with one arm turned Dragon Claw attacked the iron-skinned zombie. Okay, Chin Shu replied, letting go of Tai Ni and standing, raising her staff for holy light stars on the iron-skinned zombie. Their combined strike worked. The iron skin on the zombie started shattering. Tai Ni said in surprise, its body is collapsing. Sunga guessed this zombie got big by absorbing and fusing. Luke Pham concluded, so its core must be inside. Sunga stared at Luke Pham, thinking, after years with the Chin family, I've seen all kinds of experts. This kid must have a hidden job. Soon the iron skin vanished, revealing the zombie's true form. Luke Pham jumped in and punched. Down you go. Without the skin, one hit tore the monster apart. Tai Ni exclaimed, the Realm Guardian is down. Chin Shu frowned, thinking, an unknown skill strong enough to one-shot a level 20 boss. Who are you, Luke Pham? Just then a chest appeared. Treasure chest from level 20 iron-skinned zombie. Chin Shu looked at Luke Pham. Classmate, we'll follow our agreement and divide based on performance. It was our fault for underestimating you. Forgive us. Sungae patted Luke Pham's shoulder, laughing. Kid, with that power, you could clear this realm alone. We're just here to make up numbers, ha ha ha. Luke Pham humbly said, Uncle Sungae, you're too kind. Can you handle the distribution? Chin Shu didn't refuse going to open the chest. Everyone saw 3 items inside 4 strength potions. Consumables adds 2 strength after use. Antidote consumable cures zombie poison. Tang blood armor level requirement 20, no job requirement. Tai Ni pouted, is this all for an opportunity realm reward? Sungae was puzzled, yeah, a bit sparse. Luke Pham rubbed his chin. A level 20 opportunity realm can't have rewards this lame. Chin Shu took an antidote and gave it to Sungae. Uncle Sungae, give this to Tai Ni quick. Then Chin Shu gave most of the remaining items to Luke Pham. Classmate, you earned these. Take the antidotes and strength potions. Luke Pham happily took them. He thought the Chin family really keeps their word. System equipped item attack, plus 16 endurance, plus 17. Received 3 strength potions. Received 1 antidote. Chin Shu looked around suspiciously. Weird we beat the boss, but no teleport gate. Tai Ni suggested, let's search around. Let's search around. Sungae agreed, so he and Tai Ni split to look. But as they moved, Luke Pham stopped them. Wait, don't wander. That wasn't the final boss. Luke Pham stared at his system board. It showed the progress in 4 parts. They only cleared 3 with a skull-marked final part left. Tonkatch turned to look at Lu Fan and asked, why do you think that? Found something new? Before Lu Fan could answer, Tanthu spoke seriously. Uncle Koch is a holy light mage. I can really sense there's another dark presence. Not long after, at Tang Village by the lake, the group arrived there under Tanthu's guidance. Tanthu pointed toward the lake and said, it's right over there, not far. Tai Ni said, if the young lady says so, the boss must be nearby. Tonkatch added, this secret realm isn't that big. We probably overlooked this spot when we first entered the village. At the same time, at the bottom of the lake, a monster with long tentacles was sound asleep. As Luke Pham and his group got closer to the lake, the eyes on the monster's tentacles suddenly all opened up. On the shore, Luke Pham shouted, it's here! A second later, tentacles covered in eyes burst through the water's surface. Tentacles covered in eyes burst through the water's surface. Luke Pham used his appraisal eye skill but didn't get any results. Luke Pham said, no mistake, this must be the final boss. Everyone be careful and quickly find cover behind something. As he finished, Tonkatch stepped forward on his own to block some tentacles attacking the group. But the tentacles' force was too strong. He couldn't hold them off and got flung backward. Chin Shu cried out in worry, Uncle Catch! Suddenly, Chin Shu felt something staring right at her. She turned around and saw several tentacles aimed straight at her, making her shut her eyes in fear. Miss Tonkatch and the others shouted helplessly, watching but unable to do anything. Luckily, Luke Pham rushed over in time, scooped up Chin Shu and leaped to the side to save her. Chin Shu opened her eyes and realized Luke Pham was the one who saved her. She was surprised, and her face turned a little red. Tiny and the others ran over to check. "Miss, are you okay?" Suddenly, the group felt something terrifying rising up from the water. They quickly turned back and saw a monster much bigger than the iron-skinned zombie with those tentacles just being part of its body. Luke Pham used Appraisal Eye again. I Tai Acti level 25 boss difficulty hard strength. 271 agility, 183 spirit, 150 endurance, 266. Corpse gas entanglement fills the area with resentment, reducing all attributes of creatures in the realm by 20%. Light chains yank chains to wrap around the target, causing heavy damage to the opponent. Resentment burst unleashes resentment to push back anyone nearby along with corpse poison. Chains wrap around the target, causing heavy damage to the opponent. Corpse resentment immunity reduces fire and holy damage taken by 30%, including effects. Tiny whispered, "This is the real boss." Ton Catch stepped forward with a serious look and ordered, "Xiaojia, quickly hide behind me. I'll hold it off." Xiaojia stubbornly replied, "I can still fight. I'll help hold it back, too." Ton Catch got angry and scolded, "You're just barely back on your feet. Don't get cocky." Then Ton Catch raised his sword to block the attacking tentacle and shouted, "You handle the attacks. It's up to you, Luke Pham." Luke Pham decisively charged at the boss monster. He locked his eyes on the humanoid part of its body, thinking, "Both Uncle Catch and Xiaojia are just barely holding on. I have to take it down myself. But as long as this boss is still a zombie, there's a way to deal with its core." Right then, the boss suddenly opened its mouth and roared using the corpse gas entanglement skill. A debuff immediately appeared over everyone's heads, reducing all attributes by 20%, making their situation even more desperate. One tentacle smashed straight down at Luke Pham. Luke Pham jumped onto a chain to dodge, then kept running toward the boss's core. The boss was very alert. It noticed Luke Pham trying to approach, so it reacted immediately. "Classmate, watch out for the iron chains." Chin Shu's warning came just as the boss used the chain fling skill. Luke Pham, moving along the chain, got thrown off. He thought to himself, "This is bad." The boss roared again, controlling the iron chains to attack Ton Catch's group. Ton Catch stood in front of Chin Shu, blocking with his sword and shouting, "Miss, be careful!" Xiaojia, even though injured, raised his shield to help everyone block the attack. Xiaojia was injured. Tiny noticed Luke Pham in mid-air about to be hit by a tentacle, so she aimed her crossbow and shot an arrow straight at one of its eyes. The arrow hit its mark, making the tentacle pause and saving Luke Pham. Luke Pham glanced down and saw Ton Catch's group in a tough spot. If they keep fighting like this, they're in real danger. Thinking that Luke Pham dropped his plan to attack the boss's core, he kicked off a chain and dove toward Ton Catch's group, yelling, "Everyone get out of the way!" As soon as he landed, Luke Pham used Dragon Fang Strike to blast the iron chains away. Dragon Fang Strike channels dragon energy into the current weapon for a powerful blow. Above, the boss angrily used Chain Fling again. Luke Pham saw it coming and quickly used two skills, Dragon Blood Armor and Dragon Claw. Dragon Blood Armor is the special effect of the Black Dragon Scale Blade, allowing partial dragon transformation to increase power. Dragon Claw transforms the arm into a Dragon Claw with power depending on the Black Dragon. This time, Luke Pham faced the iron chains head-on. He leaped up, swinging his Dragon Claw to chop the chains into pieces, but that only blocked the boss's attack without dealing real damage. Knowing that Ton Catch said discouraged, "Kid, this boss is way beyond what we can handle right now. We should pull back for now." Chin Shu added, "Our classmate isn't a match for it either. Staying here will just put everyone in more danger." Luke Pham calmly said, "Everyone fall back deep into the village where the zombies have been cleared." Chin Shu worriedly asked, "What about you?" Luke Pham replied, "I'll cover the rear." "Go on, pull back," Tiny urged. "Miss, let's go. In the end, we have to rely on him." "We're not helping at all." Thinking that Chin Shu looked at Luke Pham carefully, then turned back to the village with Tiny and the others no longer worried. Luke Pham stepped forward slowly. He extended one arm to create a large vortex, muttering, "Even without that 20% reduction, they couldn't help anyway. If they know that, let my partner handle you." "It's time to let loose outside, Xiaoya." As soon as Luke Pham finished, Xiaoya flew out of the vortex and bit into the boss's tentacle. In the distance, Ton Catch's group heard the noise and curiously turned back, asking, "What's happening?" When they saw Xiaoya, they were shocked and yelled, "That's a dragon! This kid just summoned a dragon." At that moment, Xiaoya used her massive jaw attack, targeting the boss's tentacles repeatedly. The massive jaw attack charged in at high speed, biting the target and causing heavy damage along with a bleeding effect. The boss had several tentacles bitten off, making it writhe in pain and roar upward. Xiaoya saw that and raised her claws, aiming straight for the boss's core. The boss let out a pained scream. Finally, its huge body seemed to lose all strength and plunged into the lake. In the distance, Ton Cash's group watched with their mouths wide open. Tiny uncertainly asked, "Did we win?" Ton Cash marveled. The boss was taken down in just a few hits. "What incredible power!" Xiaojia added, "I can't believe we got to see a real dragon up close." Only Qin Shu stayed silent. She watched Luke Pham happily petting Xiaoya's head, thinking, "So you're the one they've been talking about in Jianghai, the Dragon Master Luke Pham." From another perspective, behind every villain is a sad story, and Ai Tai Ac is no exception. 300 years ago, she was born and grew up here, protected by the church, safe from danger until a plague destroyed everything. Bodies piled up by the lake, not even buried before more people died. She desperately wanted to save everyone, but ironically, her class was a dark witch. She couldn't heal the dying. She could only summon spirits so they could say goodbye to the living. But the church that had protected her accused her of bringing the plague. They had soldiers chain her up and throw her into the lake, letting the cold water drown her. I only wanted to save everyone. Even if it was just to help them say goodbye, I didn't do anything wrong. Back in the present, while the others celebrated thinking they could leave the secret realm, Luke Pham thought differently. He looked at the bubbling lake and said cautiously, "The teleport gate hasn't appeared, so the boss isn't dead yet. Wanting to leave might be premature." As soon as Luke Pham finished, Ai Tai Ac resurfaced, entering a new phase. All its strength, agility, spirit, and endurance stats doubled, even tripled. The difficulty shifted from hard to nightmare. Additionally, Ai Tai Ac gained new skills. Love Vine Attack, releasing a curse of resentment with a low chance to instantly kill the target. If it doesn't kill, it causes heavy damage plus zombie poison, bleeding, and stun effects. Water Prison Trap, using lake water to form a cage around the target. Corpse Resentment, immune to all physical damage. Resentful Will, spreading resentment to awaken all corpses in the realm. "No one gets out of here!" Ai Tai Ac roared, then used Water Prison Trap to attack Luke Pham's group with lake water cages. Luke Pham, protected by Xiaoya, easily dodged the boss's move. But Thai Nhi wasn't as lucky. After getting hit by the attack, even though she and Ton Kuk tried everything, they still couldn't help her escape from the cage. At this point, Tai Nhi had to apologetically say to Tan Thu, "It's over, miss." "Sorry." Tan Thu quickly replied, "You shouldn't say sorry. It's me who should. I was stubborn and wanted to enter this secret realm. I got everyone trapped here." Luke Pham heard Tan Thu's self-blaming words and suddenly asked, "Now that it's come to this, are you all giving up?" "It's me who should. I was stubborn about entering this secret realm. I got everyone trapped here." Luke Pham heard Tan Thu's self-reproach and suddenly asked, "Now that it's come to this, are you all giving up? From what I see, we're even struggling to protect ourselves." Luke Pham: "Do you know attack magic? Giving them time to think." Ai Tai Ac kept using Love Vine Attack, releasing the curse of resentment with a low chance to instantly kill the target. If it doesn't kill, it causes heavy damage, plus zombie poison, bleeding, and stun effects. A massive illusory hand appeared, reaching for Luke Pham. "I don't know, but my dragon does." Luke Pham answered Tonkash, then stood still as Xiaoya activated the Black Dragon Bloodline skill, reducing all damage by 50%, immune to all hits, and increasing self-healing by 500%. She sliced through Ai Tai Ac's illusory hand. "The one who deserves to die isn't me." Ai Tai Ac roared, then used the skill again to create another illusory hand, attacking Luke Pham. Thai Nhi worriedly said, "Dragon Master, but the level difference is huge." "Don't worry, a dragon's stats aren't comparable to a human's." Luke Pham said, then used Dragon Excitement to boost himself and his dragon, increasing all attributes and attack by 30%. He then commanded Xiaoya to use Lava Flame Breath, repeatedly burning the enemy and healing herself, engulfing Ai Tai Ac in flames. Black Dragon leveled up to 16. Luke Pham leveled up to 15. Notifications kept popping up, proving the boss was defeated, making Luke Pham happily praise, "Great job, Xiaoya. It's over. I'll check the teleport gate." Tonkash volunteered, "Xiaoya, stand aside," while coughing and saying, "All wrapped up like smoke." Just then, strange noises came from behind them. Everyone turned and saw the zombies had resurrected, slowly advancing toward them. It turned out that before turning to dust, I-Tai-Ac-T used its last bit of strength to activate resentful will, spreading resentment to awaken all corpses in the realm. While Chinshu's group was confused, a red-haired girl flew in and breathed fire, incinerating all the zombies. Seeing the move, Tonkatch recognized her. She's the dragon. The zombies we struggled to take down, she handled so easily. Chinshu admired. That's the black dragon Xiaoya. Xiaoya seemed to enjoy playing with these minions. Luke Pham proudly introduced. See, Chinshu didn't respond. She was just staring at Xiaoya, who was happily using fire to interact with the zombie friends. The boss is taken care of. No need to be so tense. Once we divide the rewards, let's get ready to leave. Luke Pham then went to the boss's loot. By the rules, I pick first. Any objections? No, it's fine. Do we even have a say? Chinshu quickly answered. Holy Light Staff requires level 10 adds, 32 Spirit, 19 Resistance Seals, Holy Light to let the user bind targets with light effectiveness based on Spirit stat. Silver Tomb requires level 10 adds, 35 Spirit, 15 Resistance Flows, Light to let the user create a protective barrier, damage absorption based on Spirit stat. Ring of Lament. Rare requires level 15 adds, 57 Spirit, 21 Resistance, 12 Attack, gathers mournful energy to harvest resentment from any target. When resentment reaches a certain level, attacks on the target, add bleeding stun and corpse poison effects. Job Transfer Scroll, a rare consumable that helps the user switch to a higher hidden class with a low success rate. After looking at the items, Luke Pham decided to take the Job Transfer Scroll. The rest goes to Chinshu's group. Classmate Luke, you don't have to try to share with us. By the earlier rules, all of this belongs to you. Luke Pham smiled and explained, I'm not pretending to be noble. Anyway, these suit you better, but I really need the Job Transfer Scroll. If not for you, I and everyone might have died here. At least please take this. With that, Chinshu picked up the Ring of Lament from the loot and gave it to Luke Pham. Okay, then I won't be polite. Luke Pham happily took it and quickly left. Chinshu watched him go, feeling a bit excited. Luke Pham, do you have more you're not showing? You're really hard to figure out. That night, after a 4-hour drive, Luke Pham finally got home. After hearing about his adventures, Han Ka hugged him tightly, crying, This was too dangerous. Just hearing it makes me scared. How many dangers have you faced these past few days? You left without saying a word to me. I haven't slept a wink these nights. I was afraid this was just a dream. If I woke up and you still weren't back... Luke Pham smiled and comforted her. It's my fault. I left without telling you. Don't worry. From now on, I won't make you worry anymore. All right. Hanka stopped crying, then petted Xiaoya's head, making the little one wag her tail happily, and there's Xiaoya. The first time I saw her, I was startled. Such a cute girl, yet she's a powerful dragon. Saying that, Han Ka looked at Xiaoya affectionately and asked, After being out for days, you two must not have eaten well, right? Xiaoya nodded vigorously. At that moment, Luke Pham pulled out the Job Transfer Scroll and gave it to Han Ka. Auntie, I cleared a secret realm and got this for you. If you switch to a hidden class, you won't have to just run the dumpling shop anymore. Han Ka quickly refused. No, Xiao Pham, this is too valuable. I can't use it. Maybe it's better to sell it. After all, you said you left the gear and weapons for the Qin family, miss. Sell this so you can buy more gear. Your exam scores might improve. Luke Pham laughed, then showed his bank account on his phone. Auntie, I don't need money or gear anymore. The number on the screen shocked Han Ka. Xiao Pham, that's a lot of money. You sold the items from the trip and got over 100,000 from teaming with Chinshu. Auntie, trust me, we won't have to worry about money anymore. So take it and use it. This time, Han Ka didn't hesitate. She took the scroll and successfully opened it, upgrading her chef class to the hidden class Enchanting Chef. What's special about this new class? Luke Pham asked excitedly. It has a sub-skill for enchanted cooking, making all kinds of food. Your cooking was already great. Now with this skill, it's even better. But anyway, where's Xiaoya? Wasn't she just here? Actually, Xiaoya had eaten almost all the dumplings in the kitchen and was now sprawled out on the floor, sleeping soundly. Elsewhere, Chinshu returned home and told her father, Qin Shanhai, about everything in the secret realm, including Luke Pham. So that Dragon Master Luke Pham summoned a great black dragon and saved everyone, Qin Shanhai asked calmly. Yes, it was all because of my stubbornness that he's too strong. Even though we're both hidden classes compared to him, I'm like a firefly to the moon. Qinshan Hai swirled his glass of wine and asked meaningfully, "You haven't told anyone else about this, right?" "No, we agreed before coming back that the Qin family wouldn't leak this." Qin Shu answered quickly. "Good job. If it got out, those who crave dragon power wouldn't sit still." Qin Shu said uneasily, "Dad, he saved all of us." "Do you have any intentions toward his dragon? Do you have any intentions toward his dragon?" Qin Shu's outburst made Qinshan Hai laugh. "Do you think I'm that kind of person? Instead, what are you planning to do to repay him? When I invited him to the team, I promised him 100,000 reward." Qin Shu hesitated. "How about tomorrow you personally deliver a thank you gift and express your gratitude?" "Okay, Dad." "Are you curious about him too, but not coming with me?" Qinshan Hai sighed. "If I could, I'd really want to meet this dragon master." Tanthu looked helpless and replied, "Only I know attack magic, but with my little damage." Tonkak seemed to guess what Luke Pham meant, so he boldly speculated, "The boss is immune to all physical attacks. But anyway, I already have plans for tomorrow morning." The next morning, early on, a special guest came to the shop to visit Luke Pham. It was the little princess from Thai Te Kingdom, who was studying abroad in Jianghai in Long Kingdom. As soon as she heard the bell, Han Ka set aside the freshly steamed buns and went to open the door a bit, smiling and saying, "Are you two here to buy buns? You're not deliberately leading me to this dump, are you?" "My subordinate wouldn't dare. According to the investigation, it's definitely this place." "You two..." Before Han Ka could finish, the one in black armor shoved the door open hard, making her lose her balance and fall back, spilling the tray of fresh buns. The little princess saw that and didn't care at all. Instead, she spoke up loudly, "Yes, I, the princess, am here to find someone." Before Han Ka could finish, the armored guy shoved the door open hard, making her lose her balance and spill the fresh dumplings. The princess didn't care. She demanded, I'm here to find someone. "Do you know any dragon master named Luke Pham?" Luke Pham heard someone looking for him and curiously came downstairs. As he reached the stairs, he saw dumplings scattered on the floor and Han Ka wincing while rubbing her arm. Worse, he saw a strange girl pinching her nose with a disgusted look. "This place reeks." Han Ka just smiled and said, "Are you okay? What happened?" "You're Luke Pham. I'm here personally today." Luke Pham turned to the girl and coldly asked, "Princess, what do you want?" "Who are you people?" The armored guy stepped forward and introduced, "This is the princess of Tai Chi Kingdom, Jinzhou, and I'm Kui Heng Tai, her attendant." Jinzhou, still acting arrogantly, said, "I'm here to give you a chance to stand out." "To stand out, yes. As a dragon master, you must feel frustrated, right? If you agree to my demands, this will be yours." He immediately opened the case which contained an egg. This is a dragon egg, Luke Pham thought. Seeing Luke Pham surprised, Jinzhou smugly said, well shocked, "You want it without conditions. Simple, become my slave. Do whatever I say without question. A slave." Han Ka looked at this princess in surprise. "This is something I found in a special nest. It's one of a kind in the world." Seeing Luke Pham silent, Jinzhou turned to him, speechless. Anyone ordinary gets intimidated by a dragon's power. Actually, Luke Pham was silent because he was reading the info from his appraisal eye, armored dragon egg, low quality, armored hide. The hatched armored dragon has thick armor reducing damage from all attributes. Tail whip uses its tail to spin and deal damage in a certain area. So it's an inferior dragon egg and a lower earth dragon at that. This armored dragon is basically just a walking rock. Are they calling this a dragon? Luke Pham mocked in his mind, then sighed. The stats aren't bad. Jinzhou was confused by Luke Pham's lack of interest. Doesn't he know how important a dragon egg is to a dragon master? That brat, how can she say that? Luke Pham quickly reassured. Don't worry. I'll handle this. Jinzhou put her hands on her hips and said, a dragon master without a dragon is just trash, right? If you become my servant, you could be the first to upgrade the strongest class in history. With a chance like this, aren't you excited? Luke Pham scoffed. Yeah, excited, but I refuse. Hearing that Jinzhou was first shocked, then furious. Do you know what you're saying? Refusing to be my servant. Refusing to rewrite Dragon Master history, Luke Pham said firmly. You all better not come looking for me again. Get out, I'm not interested in the dragon egg. And as for being a servant, that's ridiculous. Kui Heng Tai heard this and veins bulged on his face. The princess gave you a chance to rise and you're being arrogant. A chance to rise. Don't make me laugh. I won't sell my dignity for an egg. Jinzhou, the spoiled princess, had never been humiliated like this. She ordered Kui Heng Tai to teach Luke Pham a lesson. Han Ka tried to step in, but Kui Heng Tai slapped her. The princess ordered it. Step aside. Just a commoner daring to disrespect the princess. If you won't listen, Kui Heng Tai said as he prepared to attack Luke Pham, but before he could, a flash struck, cutting his cheek. Luke Pham pointed his weapon at him and coldly said, "You dare touch my family. I'll destroy you." Xiao Pham, don't get worked up. Han Ka feared and tried to stop him. Kui Heng Tai was scared, stepping back, thinking, something's off about this guy. Jinzhou saw and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I told you to teach him a lesson." "And you?" Luke Pham stepped toward Jinzhou and slapped her. "I don't care if you're a princess. Shut up. Take that trash and get out of here. You lowlife, how dare you lay hands on the princess?" Kui Heng Tai yelled, then charged at Luke Pham, but Luke Pham casually swung his sword, knocking his weapon away. Kui Heng Tai was embarrassed and turned to check on Jinzhou. "Princess, are you okay?" But the princess wasn't grateful. She was shaking with anger and slapped Kui Heng Tai useless. "Do I look okay to you? Deal with him for me. Even if I can't find another Dragon Master, I want him gone." The tension below was high, but upstairs was strangely quiet. Until Luke Pham's phone rang non-stop, waking Xiaoya. On the other end, Qin Shu couldn't get through and wondered, weird he's not answering. I remember exchanging contacts before leaving. Did I get it wrong? At Luke Pham's house, Qin Shu was deep in thought when a loud explosion came from a nearby house, startling her. Neighbors heard the noise and curiously gathered around Luke Pham's house, whispering, "Is there a fight? Is it foreigners?" Junju, furious, raised her staff and threatened, "What are you looking at, you low-lives? Get lost." Kui Heng Tai admitted, "Princess, his stats aren't low. I'm useless. I can't even beat a lowlife from Long Kingdom." "Then I'll help you." Jinzhou smirked, then started casting magic with her staff. Luke Pham watched warily. "This magic looks like Qin Shu's, but darker. Looks like another hidden class." Qin Shu saw Luke Pham and immediately asked Han what was going on. "Classmate Qin, why are you here?" "Classmate Qin, why are you here?" At that moment, dark energy from Jinzhou's staff possessed Kui Heng Tai, making his body abnormally large. His eyes gradually lost their humanity. He's turned into a monster. Thinking that Luke Pham quickly activated appraisal Kui Heng Tai class Guardian Fighter level 30. Junju hidden class level 15 Spirit Master. "Luke Pham, let me help you." Qin Shu boldly stepped in front of Luke Pham but was pushed aside. "Don't come closer. Help me look after my aunt. She's inside the shop." At the same time, the buffed Kui Heng Tai charged at Luke Pham. Luke Pham quickly jumped back to dodge, and silently assessed his attack has increased a lot. "Looks like I need to use Dragon Pool Boost." Jinzhou saw Kui Heng Tai gaining the upper hand and cheered, "Yes, that's it. Destroy him to make me feel better. With the princess's blessing, you..." Kui Heng Tai hadn't finished when Xiaoya burst through the wall from inside. Then her body began to transform. While Jinzhou was shocked by the growing aura from Xiaoya, she heard Luke Pham casually say, "If that's the case, then fine. Now it's my turn." A little rage. As Luke Pham finished, Xiaoya revealed her true form, a massive dragon. Jinzhou and Kui Heng Tai were still in shock when Xiaoya roared and charged at Kui Heng Tai. She slammed her claw down, pinning him into the ground. Junju was blown back by the shockwave. In her mind, she thought in disbelief, how is this possible? It can't be. He took down Heng Tai in one hit. A pained cry came from Kui Heng Tai's mouth. Then he spat blood and reached toward Jinzhou behind him, weakly calling, Princess, save me. Hang in there, you useless thing." After scolding Kui Heng Tai, Jinzhou pointed her staff at Xiaoya and began casting. "Roar!" Xiaoya roared at Jinzhou, interrupting her casting. Kui Heng Tai, under Xiaoya's claw, desperately yelled, "Release me!" Hearing that, Xiaoya tossed Kui Heng Tai like trash toward Jinzhou. Kui Heng Tai, trembling, reached for Jinzhou and whispered, Princess." Jinzhou stood frozen, looking at Kui Heng Tai's state, thinking, this power is truly from a dragon. Does the Jin family have other dragon eggs? Luke Pham slowly approached Jinzhou and questioned, "Princess Jinzhou, what did you say earlier? Deal with me to feel better." Seeing Luke Pham approach Jinzhou was terrified and cried, her legs shaking as she fell. "Don't come closer. Stay away from me. You attacked my attendant and seriously injured him. You're trying to humiliate and threaten me. Do you know what that means? You'll be an enemy of Tai Chi Kingdom." Luke Pham drew his weapon and laughed. "Ha ha, are you still threatening me? Having your attendant attack my family." Sensing Luke Pham's killing intent, Jinzhou stammered, What are you doing? What are you doing? Xiaoya responded to Jinzhou by opening her mouth and forming a fireball. Meanwhile, Luke Pham raised his weapon and said, "Don't bark about being some princess anymore. Even if it were a god, I'd pay back double." Right then, Qin Shan Hai flew in on his mount from afar, urgently shouting, "Luke Pham, stop!" Xinshu jumped and yelled, "Dad, be careful! Xiaoya will—" Before she could warn, Xiaoya turned and prepared to fire the fireball at Qin Shan Hai. "Xiaoya, stop!" Luke Pham said as he swung his weapon, splitting Jinzhou's staff in two, then put his weapon away. Qin Shan Hai saw Xiaoya hold back and steered his mount past her landing. Qin Shan Hai reminded Luke Pham, "There are a lot of residents around. Put this dragon away, Luke Pham." Then he looked at Xiaoya, thinking, a real dragon truly different from the rest. Just getting close feels overwhelmingly oppressive. Qinshu also urged Luke Pham, "Listen to my dad. Please trust me." Luke Pham glanced at Qinshu, thought for a moment, then called Xiaoya. Xiaoya understood and roared before transforming back into a girl. Qinshu sighed in relief, then went to Luke Pham, pulling his arm. "Come here." As for Qin Shan Hai, he went to Jinzhou, who was shaking on the ground, and smiled. "Princess Jinzhou, are you all right?" "I just got to the airport to pick you up. Didn't expect you'd come here. The Qin family driver is on the way. Let's get you to the hospital first." On the other side, Qinshu pulled Luke Pham inside, and Han Ka came over holding his arm worriedly. Qinshu said her dad might know this princess. Maybe he can sort this out, so she called him. Luke Pham frowned, "But I feel that brat won't let it go easily." A moment later, Qin Shan Hai smiled as he approached. "I've handled it. First time meeting in such a mess, but thanks to you, Luke Pham." "But I had no choice." Han Ka stayed quiet beside them. "Mr. Qin about today?" "Luke Pham won't." Qin Shan Hai lit a cigarette and said, "I took Princess Jinzhou and her attendant to the hospital, but we still need to give the Jin family an explanation. The Jin family isn't just business. They have influence in Tai Chi Kingdom's upper levels." Han Ka worried, with their background and Luke Pham beating them. "I'm afraid they'll retaliate against Luke Pham." Luke Pham angrily said, "So what if they have a big family? I won't trade my self-respect for an egg." Qin Shan Hai smiled and patted Luke Pham's shoulder. "You've got spirit. Good. I admire that." Then Qin Shan Hai dropped his smile and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I have a way to keep Luke Pham safe, but I need conditions." Luke Pham asked, "What conditions?" Qin Shan Hai pointed his cigarette at Luke Pham and said seriously, "In the upcoming provincial exam, you have to get the top scholar title in the South Province. I'll do my best to hold off Princess Jinzhou until you finish the exam." Qinshu reminded Luke Pham, "That's not easy. The whole South Province has tons of talents." Qin Shan Hai continued, "Only if you surpass everyone and become the top scholar. Then I can help you." Han Ka saw Luke Pham silent with his eyes closed and worriedly called Xiao Pham. A moment later, Luke Pham opened his eyes, determined. "Got it. I'll take that condition." A few hours later at the hospital, Jinzhou had calmed down from her fear. Knowing Luke Pham was still fine, she got angry and called Qin Shan Hai. When the line connected, Jinzhou immediately yelled, "Why hasn't that Luke Pham been arrested? You're clearly favoring him." Qin Shan Hai explained, "Princess, calm down. We've already reported to the higher-ups. We need them to handle this." Jinzhou gritted her teeth. "It better be. Put pressure on him, no matter what that Luke Pham has to disappear." The next day at the high school site. Since today was the provincial exam, a crowd of students had gathered. "You're level 11, impressive, you master 7 mage skills. Want to team up?" The students were chatting excitedly when Luke Pham appeared, drawing attention. "Hey, is that Luke Pham? I thought he went back to selling dumplings." "Hey, is that Luke Pham? Once a top student but got a useless class. Bored and came to freestyle or something." Hearing the classmates' comments, Luke Pham got annoyed, thinking, "Damn, already getting looked down on." Just then, the principal stepped up and announced, "Everyone quiet down. The South Province exam is about to start. Since reaching level 15, I still have daily maps unused. They're all intermediate, but combining 3 makes a advanced one. That could be useful for the provincial exam." Luke Pham was thinking when someone called from behind, "Luke Pham, are you taking the provincial exam?" Luke Pham turned and saw it was his homeroom teacher, so he smiled, "Yes, teacher." "Of course I am. I've improved a lot these days." The teacher smiled and handed Luke Pham an item. "Good, give it your all. Here's your teleport stone." System notification, received a teleport stone. Teleport stone. When used in the exam realm, it teleports to a specific layer of the secret realm. Can be used to return. The teacher didn't linger long. Before leaving, he advised Luke Pham, "Luke Pham, I believe with your will you might not be inferior to other classes. But you can't deny the importance of class. Even in an exam, mistakes can cause injuries or even death. Try to team up with your classmates. If something goes wrong, use it to escape immediately." But in his heart, he was thinking, "But if we form a team, the points will be shared equally among the members. My goal isn't just to pass the exam, it's to take first place." Just then, Chin Shu pulled a girl along and ran over happily, calling out, "Lu Fan!" Lu Fan looked at the two of them and smiled, asking, "What a coincidence. Is she your teammate?" Chin Shu enthusiastically introduced, "Yeah. Let me introduce you. She's my best friend. You can call her Xiao Tao. She's got some solid skills." The little princess didn't even care about that. She just spoke up, "Yeah, this princess is here to find someone." Dao Xiaoman greeted flatly. Tanthu blushed a bit and suggested to Lu Fan, "Do you want to team up with us?" "It's gone now. I know you want to help me, but this is the condition I agreed to before. I'll head to the gathering spot in a bit. You two do your best." Tanthu replied, "Yeah, you too." She felt a little down inside, thinking, anyway, with Lu Fan's strength, anyone teaming up with him here would just be a burden. Once Lu Fan was gone, Dao Xiaoman looked at Tanthu suspiciously and asked, "Xiao Thu, why did you invite the weakest one to the team?" Qinshu laughed and said, "No, he's really strong. Whether you believe it or not, he's definitely going to be the top scholar of the southern province this year." Tao Xiaoman didn't buy it at all. She scrutinized Qin Shu with a probing look and teased, "Zhao Shu, what are you talking about? You haven't fallen for that dragon master, have you?" Qin Shu's face turned bright red as she denied it. "Don't go jumping to conclusions." Tao Xiaoman laughed and said, "Oh, look at you blushing." A moment later, Lu Fan went through the teleportation gate to the secret trial realm. He saw that a lot of exam candidates were already there. Once all the candidates had arrived, the principal's image appeared on the large screen on stage. He explained the rules of the secret realm. "Attention all candidates. The teleportation gates in the sky are divided into 4 levels: normal, hard, very hard, and nightmare. Each level is chosen based on the candidate's selection. At the normal level, it's mostly just illusions. You won't suffer fatal injuries. Normal level multiplies points by 0.9. From hard level onward, they're real monsters. When you use a teleport stone to escape, you can keep your points. Hard level multiplies points by 1. Some candidates discussed, looks like everyone's defaulting to hard level. Higher difficulty means higher risk to your life. Probably only hidden classes can handle that." The principal continued, "Monsters in the very hard level will be stronger and more ferocious. So team up. Your life is more important than points. Very hard level multiplies points by 3. At that moment, a candidate named Hong Yu, a level 14 fighter class, Qigong master, pointed at the big screen and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, principal, you're watching right. This time I'll be the one with the highest score." Hong Yu's behavior drew a lot of attention from the other candidates. Tao Xiaoman quietly said to Qin Shu, "Hong Yu is one of the top experts among the young generation in the southern province." Qin Shu replied, "A Qigong master, a well-rounded offense and defense class taking on challenges solo. We should too." A discouraged student said, "It's over with Hong Yu here, no one can beat him." The candidates have quickly chosen their levels and entered. At the same time, in the principal's office, a group of principals and important figures were sitting in front of monitoring screens to evaluate the candidates' performances. The principal of high school number 1 laughed and said, "Ha ha, that kid Hong Yu, he's the top student from my school. That top scholar spot is definitely ours. I think Mr. Chin's daughter is pretty good too. Making it to the top 3 isn't out of reach for her." Unlike the smug principal of high school number 1, Lu Fan's school principal sighed quietly. What a shame if Lu Fan had awakened a different hidden class, maybe. Qin Shanhai suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "You two, I'm quite confident about that top scholar spot." Someone curiously asked, "Oh, Mr. Qin, are you hinting at someone?" Qin Shanhai replied, "Lu Fan from high school number 3. The principal of high school number 3 exclaimed in surprise, "Lu Fan?" Because of Qin Shanhai's words, everyone turned their attention to Lu Fan's monitoring screen. Then the principal of a high school number 1 laughed and said, "Everyone's teleported and he's the only one left. Is he planning to skip the exam? Haha, Mr. Qin, please don't joke. What can you expect from a Dragon Master? Hong Yu from our school has already reached floor 4 and is in first place." Suddenly, the principal of high school number 3's expression changed as he shouted, "It's not that he wants to skip. That kid is waiting for the final difficulty gate." The others were startled. That kid wants to choose Nightmare level. It's a level you enter but might not leave. Is he overconfident? Is that Dragon Master crazy? He's going to get himself killed. Stop him quick. So someone used the big screen in the secret realm to warn Lu Fan, "Young man, no one's ever come back intact from choosing Nightmare level." Before the person could finish, Lu Fan smiled and teleported into the Nightmare level. Seeing that the principal of high school number 3 stood up and said, "The last time someone chose Nightmare level was 8 months ago." That person was torn apart and eaten by monsters in a horrific way. The principal of high school number 1 also dropped his smile and glanced at the principal of high school number 3, criticizing, "This is nonsense. If your school didn't explain the exam rules, how would that Dragon Master kid know?" Then he looked at Qin Shanhai and said, "Mr. Qin, you still need to be more careful with your judgments. This foolish choice can't compare to our Hong Yu." Someone agreed. "Exactly, it's better to focus on that Qigong Master Genius's performance." Qin Shanhai calmly smiled and said, "You two, isn't it a bit early to conclude? Why not wait and see first before deciding?" The principal of high school number 3 asked doubtfully, "Mr. Qin, why are you so confident in him? Teleport Lu Fan to this place." A red vortex appeared, teleporting Lu Fan to this place. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Lu Fan noticed he was surrounded by monsters lurking in the black mist. Lu Fan quickly drew his weapon and thought, "On the first floor of the Nightmare Tower there are at least 10 of them." Once the monsters emerged from the black fog, Lu Fan realized what they were level 10 Black Faction wolves. They bite to deal damage along with a bleeding effect. Night Howl increases all attributes of allied units and resets cooldowns. At that moment, the Black Faction wolves opened their mouths full of sharp fangs and lunged at Lu Fan. "Well, time to get started." Thinking that Lu Fan smiled and dashed toward the Black Faction wolves using his Dragon Fang strike skill. A few seconds later, the system announced, "Nightmare Trial Realm Floor 1, cleared points added 990. In the observation room, the principal of high school number 1 jumped to his feet in disbelief, shouting, "With just one strike! How can that kid Lu Fan be this abnormally strong?" The man next to him speculated, "His attributes are clearly way higher than his level." The principal of high school number 3 was shocked and trembling as he voiced his earlier guess. "Lu Fan, has he found the legendary giant dragon?" The leaderboard: first Hong Yu, very hard level, 3,000 points. Second, Lu Fan, nightmare level, 990 points. Third, Qin Shu, very hard level, 900 points. The little princess didn't even care about that and boldly asked, "Yeah, I'm here to find someone." Number 3, Dao Xiaoman, extreme difficulty, level 900 points. While the people in the monitoring room were still stunned by Luke Fam's performance behind them, the door was pushed open by a man who said, "I apologize for the interruption. I'm a special envoy from Long Capital." "Where is the Dragon Master named Luke Fam?" Tan Shanhai looked toward the door and immediately recognized the man as Qian Xiong, a fighter class level 57 swordsman. Inside the nightmare level secret realm, after Luke Fam finished dealing with the monsters, he didn't rush to the second floor but stayed to search for the location provided by the advanced map he had pieced together before entering the secret realm. It didn't take long. Lu Fan smiled and said softly, "Finally found it. System notification. You've reached the location on the treasure map." Before entering, he had pieced together an advanced map. It didn't take long. Lu Fan smiled and said, "Finally found it." The system announced, "Reached the location on the treasure map." Before entering, he had pieced together an advanced map. Who knew it would be on the first floor of the secret realm? Thinking that Lu Fan reached out and took a book. The system announced, "Obtained a growth acceleration skill book." Growth acceleration skill book increases the XP gained by pets and yourself when defeating monsters. Lu Fan didn't hesitate and used it immediately. The system announced, "Acquired the growth acceleration skill." Lu Fan happily thought, This XP boost is perfect for Xiaoye. Ever since leaving Tang Village, Xiaoye's leveling speed has slowed down a bit. This is like a warm fire in the winter. In the observation room, Qian Xiong looked at Lu Fan on the monitor and requested of the principal of High School Number 3, Principal Bai Lu Fan is your student. Please stop his exam and teleport him here. Principal Bai refused. Special envoy, whatever the issue, it should wait until he finishes his exam. As his principal, I can't handle it for him. Qian Xiong adjusted his glasses and said, You can represent him, but you can't take his punishment for him. Principal Bai asked suspiciously, Punishment? The others were also unclear about what Lu Fan had done. At that moment, Qin Shanhai stepped forward, grabbed Qian Xiong's arm, and said, Old Qian, as an old friend, can I have a word? Qian Xiong didn't give him any face and shook off Qin Shanhai's hand, warning, Mr. Qin, please stop interfering with my duties. I don't know why you're protecting him. But I'm warning you, don't get involved in this. Both the Kim family and the upper levels of Dragon Capital won't let it slide. If you understand, please leave. Then Qian Xiong requested again, Principal Bai, hand him over. Before Principal Bai could respond, Qin Shanhai lit a cigarette and said, Old Qian, the upper levels of Dragon Capital and the Kim family, even the Tai Chi Kingdom, it's all complicated. But once Lu Fan's secret is out the upper levels and the Kim family won't pursue it anymore. Today no one can take Lu Fan away. Qian Xiong frowned and pointed at Qin Shanhai, demanding, What secret? You're speaking against a special envoy. Do you know what that means? Qin Shanhai suddenly grabbed Qian Xiong's arm, his face determined as he said, If that's the case, then so be it. Provoked, Qian Xiong got angry and threatened, Your actions will definitely be reported to the upper levels. Seeing the tension between the two, Principal Bai stepped in to mediate. Special Envoy, Mr. Qin, please both of you calm down. Qian Xiong calmed down a bit, pulled his hand back, glanced at Qin Shanhai and asked, What's so special about him that you'd go this far? Qin Shanhai looked at Lu Fan's monitor and said, Don't you wonder what secret Lu Fan has that could turn the upper levels and the Kim family around? Qian Xiong also looked at Lu Fan's monitor and suddenly he realized Lu Fan had chosen the Nightmare level. In the Nightmare level secret realm, Lu Fan was standing in front of the gate to the second floor. He originally planned to see how far he could go with his own strength, but it seemed too early. Summoning Xiaoye to farm XP would be better. Thinking that, Lu Fan extended his hand and began summoning Xiaoye. Outside the secret realm, Qian Xiong was baffled that Lu Fan chose Nightmare level and turned to ask, Dare to pick Nightmare level? What on earth does that guy have up his sleeve? Before the principal of High School Number 1 could finish, everyone was startled and turned to Lu Fan's monitor. When they saw Lu Fan summoning Xiaoye, everyone was left speechless. Qian Xiong pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. That's a giant dragon. Qin Shanhai saw Xiaoye appear and destroy the gate to the second floor with one strike, then said with a bitter smile, Even though I've seen it once, it's still shocking. Then, after watching Xiaoye easily clear the monsters on the second floor with one move, Qin Shanhai added, As you all can see the secret I was talking about. Later, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Fan and Xiaoye reached the 13th floor in a short time and cleared it with ease. His score is now first place, far ahead of second. Leaderboard: first, Lu Fan Nightmare, level 58, 500 points. Second, Hong Yu, Very Hard, level 27, 550 points. Third, Qin Shu, Very Hard, level 12, 570 points. Third, Xiao Tao, Very Hard, level 12, 570 points. After observing for a while, Principal Bai seriously analyzed. Not just the giant dragon, that kid Lu Fan's attributes are all over 100 for sure. Even without summoning the giant dragon, he could secure first in Jianghai. Qin Shanhai smiled at Qian Xiong and asked, Old Qian, do you still want to take him to the upper levels now? Qian Xiong replied, Today I understand why you'd stand up to the Kim family for him. Qin Shanhai said, In that case, I'll send a video of Lu Fan's exam to the teacher. From now on, neither Lu Fan nor the Kim family will bother you, Special Envoy. Qian Xiong exclaimed in surprise. Teacher, do you mean? Qin Shanhai looked at Qian Xiong with a smile and said, Chen Bei Ho Du Jing. In the Nightmare level secret realm, Lu Fan had reached the 20th floor. Facing him now were the monsters of this floor, level 15 Dark Priests, with skills like Dark Curse to reduce 50% of the target's attributes and increase their own by 25%. Fusion of Darkness, pulling both themselves and the opponent into darkness. during that time immune to all attacks and controls. Dark Maidens control and command Dark Knights and Paladins. Control Dark Maidens. With the effect of the equipment I just got, Xiao Ye's level will level up soon. Thinking that Lu Fan ordered Xiao Ye to use the Lava Flame skill. Upon hearing Lu Fan's command, Xiao Ye immediately opened its mouth and spewed flames, engulfing the entire space in front, making the monsters collapse in the sea of fire. The system announced, Floor 20 cleared. Xiao Ye leveled up. Lu Fan reached level 16. Lu Fan said excitedly, "Let's go, Xiao Ye, we're taking down this tower together." Leaderboard: first Lu Fan Nightmare level 90,000 points. Second Hong Yu Very Hard level 31,050 points. Third Qin Shu Very Hard level 16,900 points. Third Xiao Tao Very Hard level 16,900 points. An hour later, Hong Yu finally completed the 50th floor of the Very Hard level after much effort. I didn't expect this exam to be this terrifying. Monsters like this should be at level 70. Anyway, everyone's struggling like this. The only one who could compete for first is Qin Shu. She's in a team, so her points will be split in half. This year's top scholar of the Southern Province is definitely me. Thinking that Hong Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud, then looked up and said, "Principal, are you watching my performance?" The heads of the 10 universities better send me admission letters quick. The judges glanced at Hong Yu and continued watching Lu Fan's fight. Floor 50 previous top scholars stopped at this level at most. This is the turning point. Lu Fan, don't get cocky. Your tower climbing speed will slow down. In the trial tower, Lu Fan excitedly opened the system menu to check the new skills Xiao Ye got after leveling up. Acquired the form switch skill various forms. Baby dragon form all attributes, and mana consumption reduced by 50%. Dragoness form unlocked through Blood Pact. Giant dragon form strength reduced by 50%, spirit increased by 100% adds. 10,000 burns and lava burst skills. Apocalypse form spirit reduced by 50%, strength increased by 10 gains. New skills, Great Earth Destruction and Dragon Roar. There are 4 form transformations, Giant Dragon and Apocalypse. While Lu Fan was deep in thought, rocks from the mountain started falling and the beast began to emerge. Level 20 Purple Star Mountain Giant Mountain Arm sweeps all targets in front with a stone arm, dealing massive damage. Mountain Shatter jumps high and crashes down, causing 5 shock waves with 10% to 35% damage. Purple Star Rock reduces magic damage by 50%, resists all piercing attacks. Principal Bai saw this and worried. A Tier 3 boss in Nightmare level, how can they beat it? I told you this is the turning point. From now on, Lu Fan's tower climbing speed will definitely slow down. The principal of High School Number 1 sighed and said, then looked at the candidates' scores, feeling jealous. With Lu Fan's performance, first in Zhanghai is guaranteed. The Southern Province is almost in the bag. Why isn't a talent like him from my school Number 1? In the trial tower, the mountain giant rampaged with its mountain arm skill. Its massive fist headed straight for Lu Fan. Lu Fan wasn't afraid at all. He stood his ground, calmly studying the boss's info. Reduces by 50%. Anyway, we've climbed halfway. The difficulty has to ramp up. Thinking that Lu Fan smiled excitedly. In that case, Xiao Ye, let's try the Apocalypse form. Xiao Ye blocked the mountain giant's attack on Lu Fan with one hand, then roared and soared into the sky, beginning to transform into Apocalypse form. Though spirit is reduced by 50%, strength is doubled and it gains 2 new skills. Great Earth Destruction and Dragon Roar. The observers on the screen were shocked. What the? It has a combat form too. These forms are full of surprises. As Lu Fan watched Xiao Ye transform, he suddenly sensed danger from behind and jumped aside, successfully dodging the mountain giant's punch. Lu Fan retaliated by using Dragon's Encouragement on himself and his dragon pet, increasing all attributes and attacks by 30%. Then he ordered Xiao Ye to use Giant Jaw attack, charging in to bite the opponent, dealing damage and causing a bleeding effect. The mountain giant, a level 20 boss, collapsed just like that. The principal of High School Number 1 exclaimed in shock. Principal Bai was also sweating, thinking, to break through that boss's defense in one hit, that attack must have been over 2,000 damage. Back in the tower, just as Lu Fan thought the mountain giant was defeated, its hand reached out again. Lu Fan jumped aside to dodge, then used dragon blood armor to transform into a dragon form and threw a powerful punch at the mountain giant's face, creating a massive explosion. At that moment, Qin Shanhai looked at Qian Xiong's completely baffled face and said, "Old fool, with Lu Fan's current strength, you should be glad I stopped you." Qian Xiong remained silent. Back with Lu Fan after the dust settled, the mountain giant tried to fight back but was hit by Xiao Ye's combo of Dragon Roar Apocalypse, dealing massive damage and weakening effects to all targets in range, and Great Earth Destruction, causing a shockwave that dealt huge damage and had a chance to send enemies into the abyss, finally defeating the boss. Floor 50 cleared. Xiao Ye leveled up to 12 and Lu Fan to 17. Choosing Nightmare was spot on. The difficulty isn't a barrier anymore. Just sweep through each floor and the XP will pile up, Lu Fan thought and continued his tower conquest. In the observation room, Qin Shanhai put out his cigarette, smugly saying to the principal of school number 1, "Looks like 50 floors of Nightmare didn't trouble Lu Fan at all. The giant dragon is beyond our understanding." Principal Bai asked Chen Xiong vaguely, "Special Envoy, you're from Dragon Capital and know a lot. Can you see how the giant dragon's power increased in that form?" Xian Xiong pondered and replied, "I've seen some big shots in Dragon Capital in action before. If I use that as a measure after transforming, its attributes are at least over 2,500. The principal of school number 1 exclaimed, "Just as I thought. It's probably even more than that," Principal Bai thought, calming down. The principal of school number 1 said, "Anyway, we've passed floor 50. Why not use X+1? Then we'll know." X+1, Qin Shanhai asked, confused. Principal Bai explained, "Yes, the X+1 mode was created by the first scholar who made the trial tower. After floor 50, it increases the number of monsters. Everyone will definitely face the tower's boss. This makes the trial more like real secret realms where life can be at stake anytime. But in Nightmare level, whether it's X or 1, they're all replaced with Nightmare bosses. In X+1 Nightmare mode, it's not just one boss. Their attributes are increased." Qin Shanhai lit a cigarette, took a puff, and nodded toward the screen smugly. "That's what you're saying, but look at Lu Fan. To Lu Fan, X+1 is nothing." In the trial tower, Lu Fan felt that after floor 50, the tower's difficulty had completely changed. But even so, with Xiao Ye's apocalypse form, he didn't need to think much. So Lu Fan and Xiao Ye just swept through the floors. Soon, in just 10 minutes, they reached the 70th floor. Levels shot up, making the veterans marvel. In just 10 more minutes, Lu Fan's at floor 70. Honestly, this trial tower design is the hardest yet. With this setup, I was wondering if anyone could reach floor 80, but now it seems... The principal of high school number 1 was speechless as he saw Lu Fan reach floor 83. Over the years, so many geniuses have pushed themselves to the limit, over-leveled, and ended up drained and dead in the tower. Qin Shanhai nodded in agreement. Anyway, they've climbed 78 to 10 floors. They're about to reach the final reward of the exam. Who could easily give up? The principal pointed at the overview board excitedly. Like Lu Fan, that kid might be the first to complete 100 floors of the trial tower. The principal of high school number 1, whom we'll call Baldy out of jealousy, replied, "Just wait. Though those bosses are weaker than their original secret realm versions, don't forget how high the difficulty of floor 99 is." Before he finished, someone interrupted. "Look, Lu Fan's at floor 99. All eyes turned to Lu Fan again. Lu Fan stepped into a ruined palace where 4 headless, armored knights stood in 2 rows around the throne. At that moment, the candles on the walls lit up. A strange green light emanated from the armor, and they began to move, chanting, "Apocalypse. Level 55 Headless Knights, Apocalypse Pierce. When the knight hits a target, it adds a piercing effect, causing an additional 400% damage. This causes the opponent to take an additional 400% damage. Apocalypse Counter. When a knight is injured, their sword activates a counterattack. Apocalypse Thunder. The knight's dual swords are coated with lightning effects, increasing attack speed and adding lightning damage. Apocalypse Slash. When the target's HP drops below 15%, the knight locks on and eliminates the target immediately. Apocalypse Oath. The 4 knights share HP and defense with effects increased by 400%. Headless Knights from the Fallen Kingdom. A very famous secret realm. All secret realms are based on real historical events like Tang Village. The Fallen Kingdom resulted from a Lich army invasion. Like Tang Village, Lu Fan thought while facing the 4 knights, Intruder Slash. A knight shouted, then used Apocalypse Slash to lock on Lu Fan and swung down. Lu Fan dodged quickly but was still pushed back by the aftershock. Shared HP, in that case concentrating attacks might be the best option. Since I don't have control skills, I have to take out all 4 at once. Thinking of a strategy, Lu Fan acted immediately. He jumped high for his first counterattack. A knight used Apocalypse Pierce to respond, but Lu Fan agilely dodged and struck back powerfully. What surprised Lu Fan was that his strike couldn't pierce the knight's armor. As he focused on thinking of a counter, another knight suddenly appeared behind him and swung a sword. Lu Fan quickly turned and blocked the knight's attack. As the knight activated counter, Lu Fan shouted, "Now Xiao Ye!" Xiao Yi appeared like a god and blew away the entire castle and the 4 knights. Thinking it was over, the knights revived and charged at Lu Fan like moths to a flame. Lu Fan jumped into the air to dodge. "Can't waste more time. I need to reach floor 100 as soon as possible." Thinking that, Lu Fan ordered Xiao Ye to use lava flame, incinerating the knights in an instant. Lu Fan reached level 20. The Black Dragon reached level 15, gaining a new skill, Great Catastrophe. Xiao Ye got another new skill as expected. "Now just one more floor to go," Lu Fan said excitedly as the gate to the next floor opened. "The gate to the final floor of the trial tower has opened." Qin Shanhai saw Baldy standing nearby and laughed. "Looks like we'll witness history today. Floor 100. Could it be?" Principal Bai looked at the screen in fear. That place basically doesn't want candidates to pass. Lu Fan continued his conquest of the trial tower. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he and Xiao Ye were enveloped in a dark aura. Seeing the sword in his hand start to dissolve, Lu Fan warily looked ahead. Is this floor 100? The complete Fallen Kingdom secret realm. Over 500 undead soldiers. Apocalypse Emperor, level 60. Nightmare difficulty boss. Lu Fan immediately prepared for battle. First, checking Xiao Ye's new skill, Great Catastrophe, creates 3 stages of damage, making the Black Dragon's path explode for massive damage and burning effects. Finally, it charges the target for huge damage and another explosion. Xiao Yi's been in Apocalypse form. Time to test the Destruction form and new skills. Thinking that, Lu Fan said to Xiao Ye, "This is the final floor. Let's go get that reward together!" Xiao Ye roared in agreement. Lu Fan summoned a sword and pointed it at the boss, shouting, "Xiao Ye switched to Giant Dragon Destruction form." At that moment, Xiao Ye's entire body erupted in flames. Its strength and spirit stats soared to unbelievable numbers. Witnessing this, the judges were stunned. A third form. These flames. Lu Fan still has hidden cards. Protect the king. All troops advance. At the Headless Knight's words, the undead army shouted and charged forward. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye didn't back down and rushed to meet them. As they clashed head-on, Lu Fan signaled Xiao Ye to use Great Catastrophe, continuously spewing fire at the undead army, decimating their numbers. The scene was so terrifying that the judges were horrified. Is this really something a student can master? The undead army is almost wiped out. Lu Fan took the opportunity while Xiao Ye was handling the undead army to rush toward the boss. Arrogant one before the king kneel. With that, the Headless Knights all leaped toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan slid aside to dodge and yelled, "Xiao Ye, come here!" Xiao Ye used Great Catastrophe's 3rd stage, exploding and burning the path, as it charged, successfully vaporizing the 4 Headless Knights. The viewers on the screen sighed. The 4 knights wiped out instantly. From this, you can see that even the hardest floor of the trial can't gauge Lu Fan's full strength, 90,000 points. In 35 years, no one's broken 100,000. Just one more step. Lu Fan might actually get the exam reward. Plus, this year's exam is the hardest. The rewards will definitely be generous, at least 3 rare items. In the trial tower, the undead army was completely wiped out by Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. Lu Fan held his sword and slowly approached the boss. "We've cleared the minions. Show yourself, you puny final boss." "Foolish brute," the Apocalypse Emperor angrily said and charged straight at Lu Fan. Lu Fan used Dragon's Cauldron plus Dragon Blood armor to block the Apocalypse Emperor's blade and ordered Xiao Ye to use 10,000 burns to create a fire vortex, damaging the boss. The Apocalypse Emperor retreated temporarily to dodge. Then he noticed his hand was bleeding continuously and he couldn't use his strength. It turns out Lu Fan not only did physical damage but also used grudge skills. The ring can target any foe to harvest grudge. When grudge value reaches a certain level, attacks on the target add bleeding, stun, and poison effects to deal with the despicable boss. As the Apocalypse Emperor prepared for a second attack, he was intercepted again by Xiao Ye, but with the second stage of 10,000 burns, with much greater destructive power than the first stage. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan swiftly thrust a fatal blow into the Apocalypse Emperor's chest, finally defeating the boss. Xiao Ye leveled up to 17, Lu Fan to 22. The entire undead army was eradicated. In the observation room, the judges witnessed this and were horrified. 1,000 points. The floor 100 barrier that no one has overcome in 35 years, and Lu Fan cleared it so quickly. Exam's done, let's head home. What do you miss eating? Lu Fan said cheerfully to Xiao Ye. The system kept announcing cleared floor 100. Congratulations to candidate Lu Fan for successfully completing the nightmare-level trial of the Southern Province. Rewards, rare. Ice Dragon King's Fury skill book requires Dragon Master or Dragon Language Mage, level 20. Using it will teach the Ice Dragon King's Fury magic skill. Ice Dragon King's Fury erupts cold air in the target's range, causing damage with slowdown and freeze effects. Duration, damage amount, and range of effects vary with casting time. Rare Spirit Wind Ring level requirement 20 agility plus 77 stamina plus 35 spirit plus 32. Wearer receives Spirit Wind's blessing, increasing agility by 35%. Legendary Flame Bone Cloak stamina plus 20 spirit plus 79 strength plus 56 agility plus 54. Flame Bone Cloak with fire and ice elements reduces 30% damage, 50% storm increases 30% fire and ice damage for self and pet. I thought I'd have to wait until level 30 for the second job change to get control skills. Now I can combo with Xiao Ye's skills. Agility Ring too bad, Xiao Ye doesn't get the bonus, but it's super useful for me. Legendary Cloak. With Xiao Ye's giant dragon destruction form, it reduces ice damage and boosts fire damage. Awesome! After collecting the 10 rewards, Lu Fan recalled Xiao Ye and strode out of the secret realm. As soon as he exited, Lu Fan was warmly welcomed by the judges, especially Principal Bai, who rushed over excitedly. How are you so amazing? You're the top scholar and the pride of our school. From now on, your photo will be hung forever on our school's wall of fame. The principal of High School Number 1 teased, You're quite something, aren't you? The wall of fame is for heroes who sacrificed fighting invading beasts. Are you jinxing the kid? He's got a bright future ahead. Lu Fan is the one who broke the exam record. His future is unimaginable. Xin Shanhai stepped in. No matter what this exam, let Lu Fan shine. Lu Fan, even though I was prepared, you still amazed me greatly. Uncle Chin, I've met the conditions so that Tai Chi Princess won't come crying anymore, right? Xin Shanhai smiled. Of course I'll honor the agreement. You'll get what you deserve, too. Lu Fan asked, confused. What do you mean? Don't worry about that. What you need to do now is think about which school to choose. The two principals chimed in. Exactly the 10 universities will fight over you. Business tycoons in the southern province will try to network with you. You have to watch out for them. Where's the dragon? Summon it so we can see. Are you nuts? That would wreck the school? Congratulations, Lu Fan. With this score, no one's touching your record for at least 5 years. Chen Sheng watched everyone chatting excitedly and quietly slipped away. In the undeveloped area at the border of North Dragon Country, Level 60 zone, Chen Bei Ho Du Jing was drinking and watching Lu Fan's exam when his subordinate reported, Found the evidence yet? It's all here. We can confirm Qin Shanhai's suspicion. Your student is right. From talking with Special Envoy Qian Xiong, Qin Shanhai deduced that Nguyen Trongfong, a high-ranking leader in Dragon Capital, is colluding with the Kim family of Tai Chi Country. The Princess Kim Chao studying abroad and bringing a Dragon Master was arranged by Nguyen. Du Jing slammed the wine bottle on the table in anger. It's really him, Nguyen Trongfong. On the surface, the Kim family and Nguyen maintain relations between the two countries, but Nguyen secretly gives the Kim family many privileges and they return the favors. No wonder he sent a special envoy to arrest the Dragon Master. The wine bottle shattered. Nguyen Trongfong, that backstabbing traitor, dares to let the Tai Chi Princess run wild in Dragon Country. Order Nguyen Trongfong to know that I'm stripping him of all positions and powers. From now on, there's no place for him in Dragon Capital's leadership. Go immediately. If he has any objections, tell him to come talk to me. As for the Kim family, if they keep contacting Nguyen Trongfong, treat it as disunity and go check on them. Yes, and one more thing, keep an eye on which school the Dragon Master chooses, then contact the principal to provide the best resources for him. Du Jing ordered, thinking Dragon Country having a legendary young man like this is thrilling. A few minutes later, Princess Kim Cho got the news that Nguyen Trongfong had been dismissed by the Northern Marquis and flew into a rage, making her subordinates try to soothe her. Princess, please calm down. We have another piece of good news. What good news could you possibly have? Without him, how are we supposed to catch that Dragon Master? Princess, there's no need to waste any more precious time on him. The results list for the trial is about to be announced. We found that among the participants besides Luke Pham from Shanghai City, there's another Dragon Master from Thanchou City. Kim Cho was surprised at first, then smirked maliciously. Now that's good news. I hope this one knows what's good for him. Congratulations to contestant Hong Vu for completing the Nightmare-level Southern Province trial on floor 72 with 89,250 points. Hong Vu stepped out of the secret realm excitedly daydreaming about becoming this year's top scholar and being warmly welcomed by the judges, including his own principal. As soon as he saw this principal, Hong Vu went up to greet him. "Oh, Hong Vu, you're done with the exam?" Hong Vu humbly replied, "Yes, but I only got 89,000 points, not sure if that'll make me top scholar." "Ha ha, that's fine. That's a great score. You can get into any school you want. Grades are important, but you have to know your limits. You're pretty beat up, go get treated right away." The principal's calm reaction and subtle words left Hong Vu confused, wondering, is he saying my exam was okay, but that's about it? What does that mean? A score that high and he doesn't even care. He must mean I shouldn't get cocky, so he's reminding me to stay grounded. Thinking that, Hong Vu perked up again and quickly said, "I get it, thank you for your guidance, sir." 3 days later on results day. As soon as Luke Pham stepped out of his house, a crowd of businessmen and school reps pushed and shoved to give him gifts and network. While Luke Pham was still overwhelmed, Tan Son Hai came over with a smile. "Today's the results day, so everyone's knows you're number one, huh? It's too noisy out here, let's go inside first." Han Ka awkwardly suggested Luke Pham check his score online, and they found his points weren't published. As he wondered about it, Tan Son Hai handed over the reward. "Here's 50 million in cash, the prize from Shanghai City for the Southern Province top scholar. Go ahead and take it. On top of that, there's a reward from Principal Bach for you." Tan Son Hai opened the item chest, and right away the info on the items appeared, a rare skill book. Roar of the Blue Dragon King requires Dragon Master or Dragon Language Mage level 20. After using it, you'll learn the Blue Dragon King's Roar magic skill. The Blue Dragon King's Roar shoots out a lightning bolt forward, dealing heavy damage with a paralyzing effect. After attacking, it adds 20 layers of lightning attribute. Each attack removes 1 layer and has a 20% chance to paralyze the target. A legendary lightning potion. A consumable item permanently increases the power of lightning skills by 20% and lightning attribute resistance. Dragon language spellbook, and there's even a lightning potion to boost this skill. After ice magic now, I have lightning magic too, so I won't have to rely on Little Knight for all the magic damage. Rare green wind armor. Level 20 required, adds 70 strength, 46 stamina. Green wind flutter reduces 30% of incoming physical damage. Legendary swift. Spirit boots. Level 20 required, adds 68 strength, 54 stamina. Swift Spirit Drug allows instant teleport to any position within 50 meters with 30 seconds cooldown and reduced damage. Among the contestants who just finished, no one has gear like this. If I equip all of it, my stats might be close to when Little Knight just hatched. Principal Bach picked these out carefully, especially these Swift Spirit Boots with a 30-second teleport. Tan Son Hai explained, "That's a second job advancement skill for mages, so I'll take it." Luke Pham accepted the items, and just then, Tan Thu rushed in with news. "Luke Pham's sister Han reps from 10 universities have come to Shanghai, and my dad invited them over, so I'm here to take you for interviews." "That fast, the results just came out." Tan Son Hai explained, "For a talent like you, they have to move quick. They came right after watching your trial video. Your video and scores have been kept confidential by the teachers. Only the 10 universities and top long capital officials can see them." "You're too special. We don't want another princess like Kim Cho causing trouble." "About Kim Cho, we've handled it, and he wants to meet you badly." Luke Pham excitedly replied, "That's great, I want to meet him and say thanks too." Tan Son Hai smiled and patted Luke Pham on the shoulder. "Not yet, he's still on a mission. No rush, you'll meet eventually." At that moment, Tan Thu handed Luke Pham a card. "Hope you'll take these. I came last time to thank you, but we ran into Kim Cho. This crystal card won't do. We only talked about 100,000, but this card is for 10 million. Tan Son Hai chimed in, saying it's the Tan family's gesture of thanks for saving Tan Thu's team in Idong Village. Just take it. Seeing Luke Pham still being polite, Tan Son Hai laughed and said there's even a villa from the province for the top scholar tonight. If you won't take this card, what'll you do with the villa? Don't tease him, Dad. Tan Thu stood up for her crush and quickly pulled him along to meet the reps waiting at her house. Meanwhile, Thoi Hoang Tai took Princess Kim Cho to the outskirts forest of Than Cho City in Dragon Country to meet the Dragon Master. They're targeting him. What's his level? Level 19. His armored dragon is level 14. Kim Cho looked at Tran Thien Tree and his armored dragon with great interest. Dragon Masters are really something else, fighting a level 30 boss already. The massive boss charged at Tran Thien Tree. Tran Thien Tree ordered his little armored dragon to swing its tail hard, dealing damage in the swing's range. He used Dragon Lance Strike himself, channeling dragon energy for a powerful blow, stabbing the boss fatally and sending it to its doom. Thanks to that, Tran Thien Tree leveled up to 20, and Little Armored reached level 15. Great, just great, my dragon egg wasn't wasted on you. Kim Cho clapped in praise. Tran Thien Tree bowed and said, not disappointing, the princess is good. If you were like that loser, I'd be disappointed. With that, Kim Cho turned to Thoi Hoang Tai with an unhappy face. From now on, your lance is his, no problem with that. Thoi Hoang Tai, though unwilling, replied, your subordinate obeys, princess. Tran Thien Tree gratefully said, thank you, princess. With the armored dragon and the dragon lance plus your enhancement spells, I'll definitely beat the Southern Province top scholar. Kim Cho thought smugly Tran Thien Tree ranked second with 210,000 points, and Luke Pham score isn't published, probably around 300,000, so Tran Thien Tree still has a shot. You have to remember that name until you destroy him and steal his black dragon. It'll make you the strongest dragon master in Thai Te Kingdom's history. You'll be my servant, second to none, but above all others, so don't disappoint me with Luke Pham, Tran Thien Tree said with determination. Don't worry, princess. It's my honor, I'll be your knight forever. Kim Cho said approvingly, you're smarter than Luke Pham. I gave him a chance to rise high and he didn't appreciate it. With that, she ordered Thoi Hoang Tai, go to Shanghai and find out which school Luke Pham enrolled in for me. If you can't even do that, get lost. Yes. Thinking of Luke Pham, Kim Cho said bitterly, he'll regret this forever soon enough. In the Tan family living room, before meeting the school reps, Tan Thu asked Luke Pham, have you decided which school to apply to? Well, my dad wants to know. He said I should apply to the same school as you so we can help each other later. That'd be great. I heard teams at school are important and we've already worked together. If we go to Secret Realms, you'd be my first pick, but I haven't decided on a school yet. I'll tell you later. Tan Thu replied shyly, wondering in her heart, I wonder how many points Luke Pham got. If I can't keep up, the gap between us will just get bigger. Thinking that, Tan Thu said to Luke Pham, I'll try to get into the same school as you. Okay. Luke Pham smiled and replied, then pushed the door open to meet the reps. Hello, teachers. I'm Luke Pham. Before he could finish, a guy interrupted. Luke Pham, right? We've all watched your trial video. It's awesome. The first dragon master with a real dragon in history. I wonder if the Southern Province top scholar has a school in mind yet, a female teacher asked. The guy looked unhappy and said, no need to ask about preferences. Jiangnan Academy will give you full benefits, a 10 million dragon currency scholarship per year, and free access to all secret realm potions and resources. The female teacher shot back, hey everyone, here is from Top Dragon Country Academies. Is that all you're offering to compete for the top scholar? Hello, ma'am. Besides what Jiangnan can provide, Beijing Academy will add 20 million per year and 20 exclusive secret realms. The guy shot back, if Beijing can offer it, so can we. We can provide that too. And we can even give Fate secret realms. The female teacher wasn't backing down. We can negotiate that. If it's not enough, we'll sweeten the deal. Luke Pham watched them argue and felt a bit awkward, thinking, this interview is wild, and now I have no idea which school to pick. At that moment, the rep from Long Capital Academy, Ko Han, spoke up. This year's national trial participants are selected by Long Capital Luke Pham. We can give you a spot. The guy was shocked, for real. He's strong, but he's just advanced jobs. How's he ready for the national trial? Past participants went through strict selection. Other countries are prepared, and now you're giving a key spot to a newbie. Is the national trial a joke to you? Ko Han ignored them and continued. The national trial is a super-secret realm, built by 23 countries every 3 years. Each country sends a competitor under 25 to maintain the realm's stability. Competitors have to be newbies. National-level powerhouses can't join. It's a global event with amazing prizes. The female teacher and the guy who were just arguing now teamed up against Ko Han. Even if you offer, make it for next time. This year's trial is only half a year away. That's too reckless. Ko Han insisted. Passing the national trial qualifies you as a national-level expert. From #1 in this province to #1 in Dragon Country Long Capital can give you that chance. The national trial not only offers great rewards, but also puts you among the elites. As Luke Pham thought about it, the system notified, Luke Pham, congratulations, your treasure map for today has been sent. This is my second god-level treasure map after a long time. The first one gave me the Black Dragon, so this one must be good. Luke Pham saw the map pointed to Long Capital Academy, so he didn't hesitate to accept Ko-han's invitation, but with a condition, I want an admission for Han Ka. Her job is charm chef, a very rare hidden class. Ko-han thought it over and said, okay, but whether it's approved, we'll have to hold a meeting back. So 4 days later, Luke Pham and Han Ka packed up to head to Long Capital Academy. Who knew we'd leave this place one day? We've lived here so long, it's kinda hard to say goodbye. Now we have a villa and savings, we can live anywhere. Don't feel bad about it. Luke Pham comforted Han Ka. It's a bit nostalgic. I still remember when we first moved here, you were this small time flies. Just then, Tan Thu and Dao Tu Mun drove up in a sports car to pick up Luke Pham and Han Ka for the private plane to Long Capital Academy. Did Dao sign up for Long Capital too? Luke Pham asked with a smile. Dao Tu Mun honestly replied, my scores are the same as Tu Thu's, and since she's going to Long Capital because of you, She hadn't finished when Tan Thu covered her mouth. You kids are too much. I never thought Tu Pham would... Back when I got my job, I dreamed of going to college like everyone else. I really wanted a do-over, especially when Tu Pham was so young and he remembered all this. Han Ka's eyes welled up with tears. Luke Pham hugged her and said, you've worked so hard for me, and I always remembered how disappointed and unsatisfied you were with your support job, so I'll make good on my promise for a better life for both of us. This is just the beginning. With that, the four set off for Long Capital. A few hours later, as they admired the lively scenes around Long Capital Academy, they ran into the spoiled Princess Kim Cho, arriving for enrollment. As soon as she got out of the car, she complained, so this is the Dragon Country capital, not much to it. The little princess saw that and didn't care at all. Instead, she raised her voice and asked, yes, this princess is here to find someone. Luke Pham? Thoi Huan Tai exclaimed in surprise. So the Dragon Master in Shanghai is him, huh? That saves us the trouble of looking, he. Tran Tien Tree was about to rush in for a bloody solo with Luke Pham when Kim Chow stopped him. Right now, we don't have Nguyen Trong Fong support. If we fight here, we'll get deported. On Luke Pham's side, Kim Chow's appearance made them worried. What are we going to do now? I remember Dad said she originally came to Long Kingdom to study abroad. Could it be that she's at Long Du Academy, Xiao Pham? Just then, Ko-han showed up with a smile. You two arrived at the same time, come on in. Seeing Luke Pham's confused look, Ko-han said, you two don't know each other. You're the number 1 and 2 from Southern Province, both Dragon Masters. So we call you the Southern Province Twins. Tran Tien Tree is the Southern Province number 2 and a Dragon Master. Luke Pham stared at Tran Tien Tree suspiciously. Tran Tien Tree looked at Luke Pham with hostility. Heard so much about you finally meeting you. Luke Pham, Miss Ko. I guess you can say I know these two now. Everyone's tired from the trip. Can you show us to our rooms? Hearing that, Ko-han replied, sure, I'll take you to your accommodations. If anything's not right, you can switch. By the way, I'll tell you about the freshman orientation tomorrow that you have to attend. Kim Cho strutted off with her 2 subordinates. Ko-han led the group to the villa area and introduced, this is the freshman villa for top students. There are 30 villas total. Every year, teachers review the trial videos to rank new students. The top 30 get to live in the villas. Among the top students, Luke Pham is number 1, so Villa number 1 is yours. The Southern Province number 2. And Tran Tien Tree, the Southern Province number 2, ranks 18th overall, so his is Villa number 18. Looks like he's taken Kim Cho's deal. Tran Tien Tree seems to have taken Kim Cho's deal. A guy who sold out for that, and they're calling him my Southern Province twin. What a joke. Tan Thu asked Ko-han curiously, my scores and Dao's probably aren't top 30, right? So we'll have to register for the dorms. That's right, Tan Thu Dao Tiu Man Han Ka. I'll take you 3 to the dorms later. But the villas are way better in every way. Can we live with Luke Pham? Han Ka's suggestion left the 2 girls stunned and gaping. Ko-han thought about it and said, there's no rule against it. As long as the person living there doesn't mind. Tu Pham won't mind, right? Don't you want your aunts cooking? Tu Pham won't mind, right? Han Ka happily linked arms with Tan Tu and Tu Dao. He won't mind at all. So we'll all live together. It'll build some bond and team spirit. It'll make teaming up for secret realms easier later. On that while Tu Dao felt awkward, Luke Pham said, you guys can stay with my aunt. The dorms are pretty far from here. If I need you later, it won't be a hassle to come over. Tu Dao shrugged. Fine if Tu Thu's in, so am I. It'll make teaming up for secret realms easier later. Anyway, the conditions here are much better. Yeah, okay, Tan Thu agreed shyly. Awesome, so Tu Thu can try my cooking too. While Tan Thu was being pulled along by Han Ka, Tu Dao whispered to Luke Pham, living together is fine, but don't get any ideas about Tu Thu. I'll be watching you. Just then, Luke Pham's system notified, you're near the map location. Huh? Is the treasure in the villa behind me? Luke Pham asked Kohan, Miss Ko, who's is villa number 2. I only handle Southern Province, so I don't know the others well, but I think it's just one girl. Luke Pham told Han Ka, Tan Tu, and Teo Dao to go to the villa first. He used checking on the neighbor as an excuse to scout villa number 2. Han Ka heard that and gave Luke Pham a cake. In her mind, she thought happily, hearing it's a girl and he wants to meet her right away. Tu Pham's all grown up now, Tu Dao thought disdainfully. Living with us 3 and still hitting on the neighbor? I totally underestimated you. Ringing the doorbell of villa number 2, Luke Pham felt a bit nervous. Bringing cake. I wonder if the neighbor likes it. Hopefully she'll invite me in. We're all new here, so I have to get the treasure before she notices. After a moment, a girl opened the door. But I think it's just one girl. Luke Pham smiled and introduced himself. Hi, I'm Luke Pham from villa number 1. I'm from Shanghai City in Southern Province. This is a meet and greet gift. We're neighbors now, so let's help each other out. An intricate pumpkin cake. Food item. Effect. First use permanently increases 3 agility stats. After checking the gift for anything odd, the girl took it and coolly replied, Northern Cloud Province, Sword Shadow. He thought her voice is cute, but she's hard to talk to. So Luke Pham made up an excuse. Sword Shadow, can I come in for a bit? I'm a little thirsty and want some tea. With that lame excuse, she nodded anyway. As soon as the door opened, Luke Pham dashed inside at lightning speed. Then, following the system's lead, he went to the bedroom. Finally, he found the treasure in the hidden room in the bathroom, a place Sword Shadow hadn't been. It's definitely the second dragon egg. Luke Pham quickly hid the treasure. Then ran out, I don't want any tea anymore. I'm heading out. Nice meeting you. See you at orientation tomorrow. With that, Luke Pham bolted. Is he a peeping Tom? That night in Villa number 1, the dragon egg finally hatched. Jade Dragon contract level 1 legendary. Strength, 122 agility, 153 spirit, 659 stamina, 216. Fountain of Life. Use the fountain on friendly targets for continuous health recovery. Jade Light. Grants 3 layers of Jade Blessing to the target, removing negative effects and increasing all stats by 30%. Each layer blocks 1 damage instance. Can devour gear. Natural assimilation can devour gear, turning its skill properties into its own. Jade Dragon Bloodline. Doubles all skill effects on dragons and bloodline-connected individuals. Immune to all negative effects, increases self-healing by 5,000%. Bloodline Pact adds 10% of the dragon pet's stats to the Dragon Master. Turns out the Jade Dragon isn't a combat type. With over 600 spirit, it's clearly a support type. Doubling that means all my and Little Knight's effects are doubled. In the trial, with the 30% Dragon Cheer Book, Little Knight's spirit went over 7,000. If I add the doubled Jade Light now, that's a 60% stat boost. So stats would be nearly 12,000. The Jade Dragon can devour gear effects too. If it levels up or devours more gear, I can't even imagine how strong it'll get. But right now, I have to think carefully what to name you. Luke Pham looked away from the screen and saw the Jade Dragon play fighting with Little Knight. Jade Dragon up. After thinking, he said, I'll call you Little Jade. Ha ha, Little Jade's perfect. You'll be Little Knight's little sister. Little Jade chirped happily. Little Knight seemed to protest. So the 2 little ones glared at each other, making Luke Pham yell, Quiet! Everyone wake up now. The next day was freshman orientation. Since support and combat jobs don't enroll together, Han Ka had to separate from Luke Pham, Tan Tu, and Teo Dao. Tan Tu and Teo Dao. Luke Pham, hey, how was your room last night? About that. Luke Pham was about to answer when the guys around went crazy over Tan Tu and Teo Dao's looks. They're gorgeous campus queens for sure. Going to secret realms with beauties like that, even if I die, it's worth it. And if I could date one, dream on, man, don't you see that guy's with them? But there are 2 of them. They can't both be his girls. Tan Tu blushed at the gossip and hurried into the hall. I asked Miss Ko, and she said hidden jobs sit in the front row. Tanthu said apologetically to Tu Dao as she went to the front with Luke Pham. So, I can't sit with you, Tu. I can sit in the back. As Luke Pham walked, he saw Hong Vu and thought, that guy looks familiar. Oh, right, he's that loud chi master from the trial. Seeing Hong Vu staring back, Luke Pham smiled friendly and walked past to the front. You think you're the top scholar? Check the list and see how far you are from Luke Pham. Remembering the principal's words and look, Hong Vu gritted his teeth. Luke Pham, I finally found you. You jerk. You made me lose face in front of the principal. When Luke Pham got to the front, he saw Sword Shadow was already there, so he greeted her. Tanthu asked in surprise, You two know each other? Yeah, sort of. She's Sword Shadow, our neighbor in Villa number 2. Oh, so that means she's the second highest scorer, right? She's beautiful and talented. Tanthu sighed. A while later, Vice Principal Zhao Shengming, level 78 combat job, Lightning Mage, started his opening speech. I'm the Vice Principal of Long Capital Academy, a professor at the Magic Academy Zhao Shengming. First, on behalf of Long Capital Academy, welcome all you new students. I'm not one for formalities, so next you'll get your ID cards from the instructors and hear me go over some academy rules. The ID cards being handed out are proof you're at Long Capital Academy. They hold your accumulated points. These points are like currency here for opening academy secret realms or buying weapons and ammo. And your starting points are from your trial scores. A young guy raised his hand. Vice Principal, sir. With different trial difficulties per province, provinces with easier ones get more points. That doesn't seem fair. We thought of that, so points are calculated by dividing your score by a difficulty factor based on provincial trials. Higher difficulty means a smaller factor. For example, this year, Southern Province had the hardest trial, so their factor is the lowest at 0.96. The harder the trial, the smaller the factor. Luke Pham looked at his points 13,539 and thought, so this is my capital at Long Capital Academy. But these points are temporary. They're based on the new student assessment in a month. The top 30 will qualify for the Azure Cloud class. Azure Cloud class members get special perks like access to locked secret realms or trading for skills and gear, or the right to move into the Azure Cloud villas. I just heard about that, me too. So we have a chance to move to the villas. Hearing the guys behind whisper, Luke Pham thought, that means with my number 1 spot, I'm in Azure Cloud class. But if I lose that, I'll have to move out of the villa. Number 1 got it. All of you want in Azure Cloud class, but I have to warn you it's not safe once you're in. Because any student can challenge Azure Cloud members, and only if they win do they keep their spot. If they lose, the challenger takes the spot, and Azure Cloud members can't refuse challenges. With that, Zhao Shengming showed the current Azure Cloud class list. There are 30 members, the top 30 scorers, with number 1 being Southern Province top scholar, Dragon Master Luke Pham. Hearing that, Luke Pham stood up and waved to everyone. What, he's number 1, that guy from earlier? His job is Dragon Master and he's number 1. He must have a dragon. Shh, keep it down, he can hear you. If he really has one, we're done for. Even an Earth Dragon would be terrifying. No wonder he got Southern Province top scholar. I just searched no video or scores for Luke Pham. Maybe his family pulled strings to get him in. Is he some rich kid with no skills but connections? Yeah, right. Only Tronthine Tree's info as Southern Province number 2. His dragon is insane. Look, his dragon is top-notch. Tronthine Tree whispered to Princess Kim Cho. When are you going to deal with him? We don't know his real strength yet. Take it slow, scout him out first. Tanthu heard the vice principal and worried Luke Pham introducing you like that is basically encouraging challenges. Luke Pham laughed it off. I didn't know about this rule. Orientation ended, and as Luke Pham headed to the secret realm hall, Hong Vu called him out for a challenge. You're challenging me. Yeah, the vice principal said. So, all top 30 in Azure Cloud class have to accept challenges. Luke Pham, if you really earned top scholar, why back down from me? Hong Vu smirked, thinking I couldn't see his video or scores. He probably summoned a bunch of sub-dragons to pass. So I'll just target him directly and win. Summoned a bunch of sub-dragons. If that's how he did it, I'll focus on him. Luke Pham heard Hong Vu and laughed, afraid. Then I'll take your challenge. I remember Dad said she came to Long Kingdom to study abroad. Could it be at Long Capital Academy, Xiaofan? In that case, I'll accept your challenge. All right, then. I'll bet 200 points. Just 200 points. Oh, well, 200 points is probably a big number for him, he thought. The friendly match between Luke Pham and Hong Vu instantly became the center of attention for everyone. At that moment, Kim Cho reminded Tronthine Tree that this was a great opportunity to probe his strength. You have to pay close attention to every move Luke Pham makes. At the same time, somewhere not far away, will Luke Pham win? In response to Tu Dao's doubt, Tantu just smiled and said, "You haven't seen Luke Pham fight before, have you? You'll find out soon enough." On the impromptu fighting stage, which was the schoolyard, Hong Vu took an attacking stance, smiled confidently, and said, "I'll count down 3, 2, 1. Begin." With that, Hong Vu channeled his inner energy and used the skill Qi Accumulation Dash. This strike condenses energy, doubling the damage when hitting a weak spot. Hitting the target adds 1 more energy to attack Luke Pham, but the result was just hitting Luke Pham's afterimage, leaving him stunned. That's the second job advancement skill for Mage's Instant Teleport. How does Luke Pham have that? Turns out Luke Pham used the fairy boots to teleport in an instant, making Hong Vu miss. I heard key masters can both attack and defend, handling close and long-range combat. Is that all you've got? Luke Pham's taunt made Hong Vu furious, so he used his ultimate move, Human Essence Rise 3. This skill shoots out energy waves, increasing damage by 5% and hitting weak spots. Each time it hits the target. Every energy wave released adds 1 more energy to attack Luke Pham. "Ha ha, you're done for, right?" Hong Vu laughed and said, "Just keep blocking him from summoning the dragon. Once he slips up, I'll—" While Hong Vu was secretly smug, he saw Luke Pham dodging all the energy waves and even preparing to counterattack. So he quickly used the skill Solid as a rock. This skill consumes all energy to create a solid defense layer, and each point of energy consumed increases the defense by 5%. To break it, your strength has to reach 280 points, or you can't crack my Solid as a rock. Hong Vu was so sure of it, only to face a bitter end, as Luke Pham shattered the defense and kicked him straight in the stomach, knocking him out. The onlookers were shocked by this scene. A flying kick, and he didn't even need a skill for it. Luke Pham is a Dragon Master. Is the Qingyun class that strong? Luke Pham is a Dragon Master, but he beat the Qi Master without summoning a dragon. Is that it? I thought we'd get to see a dragon. A young guy looked at Hong Vu with concern. He's bleeding. Is he okay? Luke Pham looked disappointed as he said to his opponent, "You're not cutting it. I didn't even use my full strength and you're already down. How much of his moves did you catch? How confident are you in beating him?" In response to Kim Cho's question, Tran Thien Tree thought for a moment and replied, "Luke Pham hasn't summoned his dragon yet. Based on his personal abilities, I'd say I have about 30% chance, but with the princess's pen, it's 70%. Hearing that, Kim Cho felt a bit relieved. That's pretty high. The match ended, and Luke Pham directly pulled out his ID card to collect the bet. Fair is fair. Plus, you're the one who started it, so I'll take 200 points. Longdu Academy ID Luke Pham. Hong Vu looked at the displayed number in shock, 13,739, multiplied by the difficulty coefficient of Southern Province, which is 96, so his exam score is 1.3 million. Nearly 1.3 million points. And Tran Thien Tree, who's second only, has 210,000 points. Only then did he realize how naive he was to think he could beat Luke Pham. The battle over Tan Thu and Tu Dao headed back to the villa to pick up Han Ka. Luke Pham stayed in the main hall of Longdu Academy's secret realm to study the secret realms. A moment later, as soon as they arrived, Han Ka rushed over and asked, "Han, someone's already challenging you. Are you okay, Tu Pham?" Luke Pham smiled and replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." "Auntie, relax." Remembering the scene earlier, Tu Dao couldn't help but marvel. Luke Pham kicked Hong Vu away so easily. "Haha, I told you he's really strong. The first time I met Luke Pham, he was even stronger than your uncle. Just his basic skills are this powerful. Imagine how much stronger his dragon must be. I can't even imagine it. Dragons are already beyond our wildest dreams anyway. Everyone's here now? Quick, check this out. I just looked up the secret realms the school offers. This one gives the most experience points. It's perfect for us to level up." Luke Pham held up the tablet and said, he felt a bit annoyed, thinking if it weren't for Hong Vu's challenge, Xiao Fei would have leveled up by now. Venomous Spider Den Terrifying Secret Realm level. Minimum 5 members, entry fee 45 points. Han Ka read the secret realm info and hesitated. "Even though you guys called me to make up the numbers, this is a level 45 secret realm, not child's play. If something goes wrong, we could lose our lives." Luke Pham smiled and said, "Don't worry, Auntie. I'm confident I can get everyone through safely." Tu Dao noticed a problem. Even with you and Sister Han, we only have 4 people. This dungeon needs at least 5. Luke Pham hadn't thought of that yet. While wondering who to invite, Tanthu nodded towards Sword Shadow sitting nearby. Luke Pham, look, the girl from Villa number 2 is here too. Her total score is 2nd, so a level 45 dungeon should be no problem for her. Why don't you go invite her? Luke Pham felt a bit awkward, but followed Tanthu's suggestion and went to ask Sword Shadow. He hadn't even said anything. He just greeted her and got a judgmental look from Sword Shadow. Oh no, that expression clearly means she misunderstood me. But my actions when looking for the dragon egg were kind of weird too. Talking to Sword Shadow is tough. She probably only answers yes or no. Dang it, he thought. Luke Pham tried to smile as friendly as possible and said, I see you're looking at dungeons too. Me too, so do you want to join our team? After a moment of silence, Sword Shadow made a disgusted face and said, pervert. Everyone heard it and started judging Luke Pham. Too, fam, what did you do to her? It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. It was just from that first greeting. Luke Pham quickly explained and showed Sword Shadow the secret realm info on his tablet. Our first meeting was a bit strange, but I'm really a normal guy. I swear I guarantee it. I see you're looking for a dungeon too. I don't know anyone else, and we're short 1 person for the venomous spider den, so teaming up makes sense, right? As soon as she heard venomous spider den, Sword Shadow agreed to Luke Pham's invitation. Luke Pham's team was thrilled. Then he offered to pay the entry fee himself. Luke Pham sighed in relief, then offered to pay the entry fee himself, but Sword Shadow bluntly replied, no need. She took out her ID card, paid the fee herself, and stepped into the secret realm. Sword Shadow Venomous Spider Den Secret Realm. Points deducted 45 balance, remaining 8,744. Luke Pham saw Sword Shadow's info and thought, she has over 8,000 points. I don't know the difficulty coefficient for Northern Cloud, but even with the highest at 96 from Southern Province, her points are over 800,000. She's really strong. The team members entered the secret realm one by one. As soon as they entered, Han Ka couldn't help but cover her nose. Oh my gosh, the air here smells awful. Luke Pham looked at the path ahead and said, it seems that's our destination. The group followed the path deeper into the forest. On the way, Teodao curiously asked, Luke Pham, why did you pick this secret realm? It's level 45 and terrifyingly hard. I checked it all out in the secret realm hall. Nothing else is higher level or gives more experience points. Teodao got a bit confused. Oh, that's not what I meant. Wait, if we're here to level up, we definitely have to share this. Han Ka smiled happily and pulled out a big bag of cookies. Travel cookies, top quality food. After eating for 3 hours, it increases experience points gained by 20%. Awesome, with these cookies, we'll level up fast. I got the recipe from the Lifestyle Teacher's Blueprint. A lot of people can't make it, but my job gives a high success buff, so I nailed it on the first try. Han Ka bragged proudly, then went over to offer Sword Shadow some of her homemade cookies. Was that pumpkin pie last time yours? Are you talking about the pumpkin one I made? Yeah, if you like it, I'll make more for you. Sister Han cooks amazing meals. We live close, so feel free to drop by any time. Tanthu smiled and said, Sword Shadow was a bit surprised at first, then her usually cold face broke into a smile. Right then, Luke Pham heard rustling in the nearby bushes and quickly warned his team, Everyone watch out! Monsters have spotted us! The monster revealed itself since it was exposed, Black Cloth Monster level 40. Experience points 9, 120, material Poisonous Fang worth 1,740 dragon coins. Poisonous Fang. The target bitten gets a layer of poison. Each layer of poison reduces 10% of the target's maximum health, leading to ongoing death. It continuously wraps around the target, immobilizing them and draining 10% of their health every 5 seconds. As soon as she saw the monster, Teodao charged forward. Tanthu saw and panicked, trying to stop her. Dao, hold on. But Teodao kept going and attacked the monster. Her sword strike was like a mosquito bite on steel, just making the monster angry. The monsters here are all level 40 and up. They're not easy to take down. I can make some food to boost resistance, but I need to gather ingredients first. No need to complicate things. Luke Pham cut in. Everyone just fight. I'll handle the issues. With that power gathered in Luke Pham's hand, Xiaofei was summoned out. Xiaofei's slender form left his teammates confused, especially Teodao. Anyone who hasn't seen Luke Pham's dragon before Is this the giant dragon? Stop climbing on my head, you're too playful, Xiao Fei, Luke Pham affectionately said to his dragon pet. Not Xiao Ye does Luke Pham have two dragons. Tu Pham, where did this dragon come from? I've never seen it before. The monster didn't give them time to chat. While Tu Dao was off guard, it lunged at Luke Pham. Seeing that Luke Pham ordered Xiao Fei to release Jade Light, creating 3 layers of Jade Blessing for the target, removing harmful effects, and increasing all attributes by 30%. Each layer of Blessing can block 1 damage instance. Thanks to that, Tu Dao escaped, but the force of the bite still knocked her back. Dao, let me heal you. Tantu rushed to Tu Dao. Only then did Tu Dao realize the damage was blocked. Yeah, Luke Pham explained. With Xiao Fei here, everyone can fight without worrying about poison or injuries. Shofi removes effects, blocks damage, and boosts attributes. This is even better than a second job advancement priest, Tu Dao agreed. Dragons are amazing. Even a small one like this can block damage and boost all my attributes. Suddenly, the monster charged at Tantu and Tu Dao. Luke Pham was about to rush in when a beam of light from behind pierced the monster's head, killing it instantly. While everyone was still in shock, Sword Shadow sheathed her sword and warned, "Stop wasting time, we're in their sights." Sword Shadow Hidden Combat Class Level 21 Sword Controller. 1 Epic Bloodbreaker Sword Level 21 Weapon Subclass Sword Controller. Strength +3, 947, Agility +126, Armor Penetration ignores 30% of the target's defense when dealing damage. Light Spirit increases sword control speed by 40%. So that's how sword controllers attack. Number 2 is really strong. As Luke Pham admired Sword Shadow, he noticed her serious expression as she controlled her sword to fly in a direction. Luke Pham followed the sword's path and saw a silver-armored spider about to attack Han Ka, so he rushed over and pulled her aside. From before, Sword Shadow's sword only deflected the monster's attack without hurting it. The system then displayed Silver-Armored Spider level 45 experience points, 15,750 material silver armor worth 4, 115 dragon coins. Nano Poison. The target bitten gets a layer of poison, each layer reducing 10% of the target's maximum health. Pincer Pierce swings its front limbs to pierce 2 targets. If it misses, it activates again. Silver armor is immune to armor penetration effects. The silver-armored spider screeched and turned to attack Sword Shadow with Pincer Pierce, but failed repeatedly because she moved too fast. "Watch out, Sword Shadow!" Luke Pham shouted and rushed in to stab the monster, taking it down. Focus on it, it's not the only one. Plus, there are not just spiders, there are black net hunters too. Sword Shadow used 2 weapons at once, the Heavy Breaker Sword and the Frost Sword, to deal with the horde. Heavy Breaker Sword. Epic Level 21 Weapon Subclass Sword Controller. Mountain Crush deals 10% physical damage and spreads 21% damage to surrounding enemies. Frost Sword Refined Level 14 Weapon Subclass Sword Controller. Bone Freeze deals ice damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 30%. Black Net Hunter Level 45 experience points. 39, 110 material Spider Eye. Worth 7, 519 dragon coins. Acid Poison. The target bitten gets a layer of poison, each layer reducing 10% of the target's maximum health. Spider Web Bind wraps the caught target in a web leading to death after 60 seconds. While fighting alongside Sword Shadow, Luke Pham curiously asked, "All your weapons are subclass types. They're unique, huh?" Sword controllers can craft their own weapons, and each one levels up with me starting from level 1. But this isn't the time for bragging, Sword Shadow said while dodging the silver-armored spider's attack and using Bone Freeze to deal ice damage and slow the target by 30%. This class is similar to Dragon Master. One levels up dragons, the other levels up weapons. As Luke Pham thought, he noticed a silver-armored spider trying to ambush Sword Shadow, so he ordered Xiao Fei to activate Jade Light and rushed in to block the monster's strike. After being saved, Sword Shadow used Mountain Crush to defeat the monster. Boost 30% attributes. Thanks, Luke, Pham smiled back. He thought Bloodbreaker Sword is flexible for armor penetration, Frost Sword for magic's control, and this one for defense and damage boost. The 3 swords together make Sword Controller a versatile class. Just then, Han Ka's scream made Luke Pham and Sword Shadow pay attention. "Dao protect sister," Han Tantu said to Tu Dao. Meanwhile, Tu Dao and Han Ka were surrounded by spiders. "There are still a lot of silver-armored spiders. I'll handle them. You go find the Black Net Hunter." Luke Pham assigned tasks to Sword Shadow and rushed with Xiao Fei to help Tantu's group. "Everyone be careful. The spider web binds. If you're caught, you could die." Sword Shadow got distracted watching Luke Pham and was ambushed, losing the 3 layers of armor from Xiao Fei. She also got injured. Seeing Sword Shadow still insisting on going after the Black Net Hunter alone, Luke Pham stopped her. "Hold on, Sword Shadow, you're hurt. Don't go in alone. Xiao Fei heal before." Luke Pham finished. Tanthu urged, "Luke Pham, go with Sword Shadow. With Jade Light here, we're good. Yeah, I'll leave Auntie to you too." With that, Luke Pham and Xiao Fei chased after Sword Shadow. "There it is. I'll help you." He ordered Xiao Fei to release Jade Light, creating illusory armor and blessings for Sword Shadow. "I can handle it myself." As Sword Shadow spoke, she saw the Black Net Hunter attacking with its web. Just as Sword Shadow thought she couldn't escape Luke, Pham dashed forward, transforming his arm into a dragon claw with dragon claw tearing the web and injuring the monster. Sword Shadow was stunned by the sight. "We're only 1 rank apart, but his personal attack power is as strong as my full Mountain Crush. Let's go for it." Following Luke Pham's words, the two teamed up. While Luke Pham used Dragon Fang Strike to channel dragon energy for a powerful front weapon strike, and the effects of Spirit Wind to give the wearer a 35% agility boost from Spirit Wind Blessing. Sword Shadow used Mountain Crush and Bloodbreaker Sword together for physical attacks, armor penetration, and increased sword control speed. Finally, they successfully took down the monster. Jade Dragon leveled up to 3. Great Xiao Fei's already level 3. By the end of this, she'll hit level 5 for sure. Watching Luke Pham happily pet his dragon sword Shadow felt a strange sensation. Even with such a big strength gap, she felt secure. "I never thought I'd be seen as the weak one and get help like this." Luke Pham was about to say something when Tanthu's group arrived. "Luke Pham's sword Shadow, we've cleared the silver-armored spiders. Tu Pham Y just leveled up." Luke Pham didn't rush over, but said to Sword Shadow, "No, you're strong. Even if you are, we won't let our teammate fight alone." "Tu Pham, why didn't you use Jade Light on me?" "I don't need it." "Luke Pham, hurry, can your dragon heal?" Xiao Fei immediately used Fountain of Life to restore the team. "Whoa, I feel full of energy. I could fight another round, ha ha." "Luke Pham, your head's turning green. Xiao Fei, don't heal her anymore." Watching Luke Pham and his friends joke around, Sword Shadow smiled. Turns out having teammates isn't so bad. A few hours later, Tu Dao looked at the map on the tablet and said, "The map ends here. Have we reached the end? But there's still a huge area ahead." "Yeah, that's right, Luke Pham." Luke Pham silently looked down into the ravine. Tanthu followed his gaze and exclaimed in surprise, "This is it! That must be the boss's lair." Then the system displayed Piercing Cry Spider Queen level 45 monster. 1 net wipeout. Spits out a sticky web that binds all targets in range, leading to death after 60 seconds. Continuous bind. Spits poison, creating a pool of poison that continuously builds up on targets. In range, each layer reducing 5% health. Absorb regeneration, eats its follower spiders, restoring 5% health per 1 eaten. Group Frenzy makes all follower spiders focus on 1 target, increasing all their attributes by 15% for 60 seconds. Web Destroyer increases its own speed within the web's range. Luke Pham assessed Absorb Regeneration and Group Frenzy both affect the other spiders, so we have to clear the small ones first. At the same time, seeing Han Ka about to look down, Tanthu kindly advised, "Sister Han, I think you shouldn't look at the scene below." Tu Dao agreed, "If you're not a combat class, you might not handle it." "If I can't handle it, I have to learn. You kids are always protecting me. If I can't even look, I'll just be in the way during fights," Han Ka said firmly. But as soon as she looked down at the swarming spider army, she couldn't hold it and ran to the tree to throw up. Sister Hugh Luke Pham saw and laughed. "That's what they call harsh reality, ha-ha. Whether approaching or defeating the boss, we need to wipe out the small monsters first," Sword Shadow suggested. Tu Dao checked the tablet and said, "A previous team left this strategy, have a long-range class pull the small monsters. Then follow up after clearing. It takes at least 4 days to clear." Han Ka heard and worried. "That long? The food I brought is only enough for 1 day. If we run out, will you eat grilled spiders?" Tanthu made a face. "No, I don't want to eat spiders. We don't have to follow their way," Luke Pham said as he summoned Xiao Ye, then ordered Xiao Ye to activate Giant Dragon Destruction State and use Great Disaster 1. Giant Dragon Destruction causes explosions in its flight path, dealing massive area damage and burning to cook the small spiders below. Tu Dao saw Xiao Yi for the first time and was shocked. "Fire Dragon? So this is the giant dragon you meant?" Even Sword Shadow felt the immense pressure from Xiao Ye. While everyone was still shocked by Xiao Ye's power, Luke Pham continued, Xiao Fei, let's support Xiao Ye. Xiao Fei roared and used 3 skills at once: Jade Dragon Bloodline, Jade Light, and Dragon's Encouragement to boost Xiao Ye, making him even more unstoppable. Luke Pham left protecting Auntie to Tantu and Tiao Dao. Then he and Sword Shadow went down to handle the Spider Queen. Xiao Yi came to my side and immediately obeyed, using Great Disaster 2 to dive into the target's area, causing huge damage, followed by Great Disaster 3, diving into the target's area again, causing explosions and burning the surroundings once more, leaving Sword Shadow in awe. 3 levels of damage are terrifying. Being near a giant dragon like this feels like I could get scorched by the heat waves. The small spiders tried to escape Xiao Ye's flames and started climbing up. Luke Pham saw and yelled, Tanthu, are you guys okay? Tanthu, while handling the climbing spiders with Tiao Dao, replied, Go beat the boss, we're fine. Only then did Luke Pham relax and approach the boss with Sword Shadow. The boss wasn't going to wait. It spat poison at Luke Pham and Sword Shadow. Xiao Fei activated Jade Light. While Luke Pham was protecting Sword Shadow, the boss spat a web at him. Luckily, Luke Pham reacted in time, slashing the web but still getting injured. Taking advantage, Luke Pham ordered Xiao Fei to swallow his blood, then had Xiao Ye activate All Burning One. Giant Dragon Destruction flaps its wings, releasing 4 fire vortices that deal massive damage to affected targets. Are there more skills? This destructive power could wipe out a city, even a country. He's practically clearing the spiders alone. With the help in wiping out so many small spiders, Xiao Fei successfully leveled up Jade Dragon to 5. Acquired skill Jade Blessing. Jade Blessing adds 3 layers of Jade Dragon energy to the target, boosting damage for the next 3 attacks. Just as Luke Pham wanted Xiao Fei to try the new skill, he noticed Xiao Fei's body glowing, and she transformed into a new form just like Xiao Ye did. Xiao Fei got a new form and even stronger power. The boss charged, using its front limbs to attack Luke Pham and Sword Shadow. Right after getting the buff from Xiao Fei's Jade Blessing, Sword Shadow used all 3 swords to counterattack. As a result, all 3 swords pierced the boss, surprising Sword Shadow. Originally, Bloodbreaker Sword couldn't pierce silver-armored spiders, but now it goes right through. Jade Blessing not only boosts my strength, but also adds dragon attributes. Great job, Xiao Fei, level 5, and you already have a new skill and form. Luke Pham affectionately petted Xiao Fei's head. He thought, from Sword Shadow's attack, I can see Xiao Fei's dragon energy was added too. If I use it on Xiao Ye... Right then the boss attacked Luke Pham with full poison, dodging while ordering Xiao Fei to use Jade Blessing on Xiao Ye. After getting the buff, Xiao Ye created a bunch of fire tornadoes heading straight for the boss. While the boss struggled with the burning flames, Luke Pham, Sword Shadow, and Xiao Fei charged in to coordinate, defeating the boss. As a result, Luke Pham reached level 23, Xiao Ye level 18, and Xiao Fei level 7. Sword Shadow couldn't help but ask Luke Pham, in the recent exam, what was your score? Oh, around 1.3 million, I think. Sword Shadow was surprised. With strength like that, it shouldn't be just 1.3 million. Well, that's the nightmare level cap anyway. Luke Pham smiled. Then he called out, Tanthu Tiao Dao, bring Auntie down. Sword Shadow pondered, score-wise, I'm half of Luke Pham, but strength-wise, the gap is huge and seems unbeatable. In the end, with Han Ka's food buffs, the team completed the secret realm in one go. Everyone not only leveled up, but also got materials and rewards. As for Sword Shadow, maybe she really needed a team, or perhaps we gave her a feeling she's never had before. So for the first time, number 2, Sword Shadow agreed to join the team. To celebrate, they decided to have a small party at Luke Pham's villa. Han Ka cooked a ton of delicious dishes for the kids. The atmosphere was full of joy and laughter. In the following days, Luke Pham got used to Longdu Academy. Daily classes on combat theory and free time in secret realms for leveling. In over half a month, 2 days before the new student exam, Luke Pham's team had grown a lot stronger. Specifically, Xiao Ye at level 19, Xiao Fei at 14, Luke Pham at 25, Tiao Dao at 22, Tantu at 22, Han Ka at 18, and Sword Shadow and her swords at 24. That's it. Let's unbox Tiao Dao. Coming right up, Tiao Dao excitedly ran to open the treasure chest. Then she screamed in excitement, "Finally it dropped!" After nearly a month, we finally collected the full Poison Spider set for sword fighters. Poison Spider set rare requires level 20 warrior sword fighter class. Set effect 2 pieces, attacks have a chance to shoot black webs, trapping the opponent for 60 seconds. 4 pieces controlled targets get poisoned, burning 5% HP every 5 seconds. Tanthu was thrilled. Awesome, you'll definitely rank higher in this exam. How about we call it a day? It's still early, I'll prepare dinner, Hanka suggested. Tanthu agreed. Yeah, no need to stay longer. Tomorrow's the exam, so let's go rest and prepare. As soon as Luke Pham stepped out of the secret realm, he saw Guhan waiting. Luke, come with me quick. Vice Principal Zhao has something important to discuss. What important thing, especially before the new student exam? Guhan just smiled. You'll find out when you get there. On the way to the vice principal's office, Luke Pham overheard 2 students talking. Today, a Qingyun class expert got a new rating, 73 red. I know that already. Seeing Luke Pham confused, Guhan smiled. Are you curious about what they said? Luke Pham awkwardly replied, I've been in class or secret realms. I don't get it. It's all because of your bet with Hong Vu. Now everyone realizes they can earn points by challenging and betting. We call it the new rating system. New students are fighting occasionally. Winners get more points, losers can't even buy cafeteria food. So what does 73 red mean? It's based on your fight with Hong Vu. Hong Vu's strength is 1 unit. You're 100 red and he's 1 red. Guhan and Hong Vu are cleaning the school floors far away. Now he's doing janitorial work, at least earning some points to get by. At least. A moment later, Guhan led Luke Pham to the vice principal's door and left quickly. As soon as he saw Luke Pham, Zhao Shengming got straight to the point. About the national trial the Academy mentioned before it's confirmed to open soon. Originally, the national trial was set for Jinyu City in Taichi Nation after 5 months, but the hosts shortened it to 2 months. Taichi Nation announced their representative as Kim Cheng-han. He's expected to reach level 60 in a month and achieve 3rd advancement. Luke Pham guessed. So, Taichi Nation wants to hold the national trial right after he advances to 3rd. Exactly. Most representatives from other nations are at 2nd advancement when it starts, so Kim Cheng-han has the edge. Triu Tungming slammed his hand on the table in dissatisfaction. Luke Pham silently agreed. The gap between 3rd and 2nd transfer isn't just in levels, but also in the special attributes of each job transfer. The Kim family is full of tricks. At that moment, Triu Tungmin continued. The Academy's previous promises have led to this unfairness, and I'm truly disappointed. In 2 months, you'll at most reach level 32, facing a group over level 50, which could put your life in danger. In previous national trials, Dragon Country always won, so they're still the main target. Now, with shortened prep time, Luke Pham, do you still want to join the national trial? Contrary to Zhao Shengming's expectation, Luke Pham wasn't scared. He even confidently said, Vice Principal Zhao, this is my chance to join Dragon Nation's top 5. Of course I want in. Not just join, but win. Zhao Shengming stared at Luke Pham, trying to gauge how serious he was. After a while, he laughed. If you're set on it, I'll ensure you get the resources. Do your best in the new student exam. The next day was the new student exam. Zhao Shengming stood on stage announcing the rules. I won't say much, just follow the rules. The rules for the exam are 2-person teams battling on stage. As soon as he said that, the students buzzed, why teams? Done, haha, I told you, come team with me, I'll carry. Both are supports. What a mess. Tanthu sighed in relief. Great, the limit is up to 5 people. Anyway, not combat classes, so it's perfect. 2 teams on stage, Zhao Shengming continued. I know many of you don't get teams yet, but it's not too late. The preliminaries start this afternoon. Top 100 teams will be announced tomorrow night. Teams wanting to register can sign up with Miss Gu. The speech ended and students started forming teams. I'm number 7 dual sword fighter. I've had my eye on you since the new student assembly. For this exam, will you team with me? We definitely... A young guy tried to act cool, but before he finished, Sword Shadow cut in. No. Then she went to join Luke Pham's group. Luke Pham suggested, so I'll team with Tanthu and Sword Shadow with Tu Dao. Later it cuts to the next day at the preliminary exam arena. Tran Tien Tri and Kim Cho became an unbeatable pair, winning 28 matches in a row. Our team is already top 7. Depending on the next match, could we face number 1? Kim Cho laughed. Not long now, my brother Kim Cheng-han is coming to visit. Then I'll recommend you to him. But you have to get to number 1 first. Only then can I promote you. Don't worry, Princess. I'll follow your lead. Just then, the referee announced, next match starting. Opponents team number 18, Tran Tien Tri and Kim Cho versus team number 1, Luke Pham and Sword Shadow. The announcement caused the audience to explode. Done, Dragon War 2 number 1 Dragon Master and number 2 teaming up. Even Tran Thien Tree and Kim Cho were shocked by this overpowered team-up. Flashback to earlier when Luke Pham suggested me and Tan Thu and Sword Shadow with 2 Dao so everyone gets a good rank. But Tan Thu refused. No need, Luke Pham. You and Sword Shadow team up and take first place. That way you both keep number 1 and 2. 2 Dao added, I don't want to hold you two back. I don't want to hold you two back. Seeing Luke Pham hesitate, Tan Thu continued, don't worry about me. 2 Dao and I will do our best. Back to now, Tan Thu cheered from the audience. Luke Pham go for first. Luke Pham cracked his knuckles and smirked. Sword Shadow want to take first. Why not? Sword Shadow replied without hesitation. Of course. Flashback a few minutes earlier in the waiting room, Luke Pham pieced together several treasure maps. Anyway, the treasure maps you get at Longdu Academy are all low quality and far away. Better to combine them all. Unexpectedly, it created a high-grade treasure map Flying Dragon Cemetery area levels 45 to 60. I've never heard of this place. I'll check it out another time. Just then, the speaker announced, Team number 18, Tran Thien Tree and Kim Cho versus Team number 1, Luke Pham and Sword Shadow. Luke Pham heard and smiled at Sword Shadow. It's our turn. It's an evaluation test. We can't slack off. Back to now, the audience is still buzzing about the next match. Look number 1. Luke Pham teamed with the beauty number 2. Just hand them the trophy. What's left to compete? Not so fast. Tran Thien Tree won 28 in a row. Plus, past champions were never the top rankers. Sword Shadow, meeting Tran Thien Tree for the first time, worriedly asked, Luke Pham, I heard the opponent is also a dragon master. Are you confident you can win? Luke Pham smiled. How about we bet? Bet if I can beat them with just my own strength. Sword Shadow was surprised. Without me and without summoning dragons, that makes sense, right? Back in the poisonous spider forest, I noticed their jobs are very similar. If I win, will you tell me all about the Swordmaster's traits? The match begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Tran Thien Tree and his dragon charged forward to attack. Finally, the day we face each other has come. You won't boss me around anymore. From now on, there can only be one dragon master, and that's me. Tran Thien Tree thrust his spear quickly, but it only hit Luke Pham's afterimage. While Tran Thien Tree was confused, Ho Quin Hung heard Luke Pham say to his teammate, It's too late to back out now, Sword Shadow. With that, Luke Pham kicked out and then used Dragon Scale along with Dragon Blood armor, transforming his arm into a dragon claw, punching Tran Thien Tree's little dragon under the jaw, stunning it and making it stagger back. Tran Thien Tree saw. Kimeng suddenly cross her arms and just watch Luke Pham fight, so he frowned in anger and shouted, Your teammate isn't fighting or recalling the dragon. What the heck are you up to? Luke Pham smirked and replied, It's just a little bet, nothing serious. Fighting two weaklings doesn't require going all out. At that moment, Kim Cho suddenly burst out laughing. Luke Pham, finally I have my chance today. You low-life, arrogant, and daring to insult me. As she said that, her eyes filled with killing intent. Today I'll make you pay double for everything you've done so far. Armored Earth Dragon attack. At Tran Thien Tree's command, the Earth Dragon roared and charged fiercely toward Luke Pham. Your Earth Dragon's missing a tooth on one side. It looks all uneven. Let me fix that for you. With that, Luke Pham drew his weapon and used Dragon Fang Strike channeling dragon energy to unleash a powerful blow with his weapon, slashing into the Earth Dragon, not only injuring it, but also shattering the surrounding rocks where it stood. The students witnessing this were shocked. Whoa, did you see that just now? He forced that dragon race to stop using just his own strength. But that's an Earth Dragon. Still, it's a dragon. Doesn't he know how huge the power gap is between humans and dragons? Just how strong is Luke Pham? This is insane. Even Tran Thien Tree, who was in the fight, was stunned by this scene. Why are you just standing there? Deal with him now. Tran Thien Tree snapped out of it at Kim Cho's words and replied, As you command. Then, he ordered the Earth Dragon to use Sweep, swinging its massive tail to deal damage in a fan-shaped area. At the same time, he used Dragon Spear Strike himself, channeling dragon energy for a powerful blow to join the Earth Dragon in attacking Luke Pham. Both are Dragon Masters, so he won't have any teleport skills. Hit by two skills at once, there's no way he can escape. That's what Tran Thien Tree thought. But for someone like Luke Pham with spirit boots, it's no big deal. After speeding up, Luke Pham casually sat on a rock, smirking, When will you and your dragon actually make me take this seriously? Kimeng watched Luke Pham and thought to herself, This Earth Dragon's ferocity is way higher than beasts of the same level. Yet Luke Pham can suppress it and still fight the Dragon Master at the same time. Get back, you worthless thing. Luke Pham not only refused to recall his dragon, but also wouldn't let his teammate fight. And yet you're still getting trashed like this. In front of all these people, how can I introduce you to my brother? Getting thrashed like this, and you still want to go to the Tai Chi Kingdom and be the strongest Dragon Master. Dream on, Kim Cho yelled in anger and started casting a spell. Thanks to you now, this princess has to step in and save face myself. Luke Pham watched this and frowned, thinking, is this the skill that turned her servant into a monster last time? Sure enough, Kim Cho is using it. As the Earth Dragon's body grew larger, Luke Pham confirmed, sure enough, Kim Cho is using that weird growth skill again. After the skill, the armored dragon's abnormal state caused a stir among the people in the stands. What's up with that armored dragon? It looks like a demon from hell. That's Tran Thien Tree's teammate. Its power has skyrocketed. I think it's an exchange student, but that skill looks pretty shady. Why hasn't Luke Pham summoned his dragon yet? I can't wait to see a dragon battle. On the battlefield, Kiam-an immediately summoned 2 weapons floating on either side, epic breaking army sword level 24. Requires Swordmaster class, deals 240% physical damage on impact, and spreads 24% of damage to surrounding targets. Epic Bloodbreaker. Sword level 24. Requires Swordmaster. Class armor-piercing attacks. Ignore 32% of the opponent's defense and sword control speed increases by 42%. As Kim-un was about to charge, Luke Pham raised his hand to stop her. Kim-un, I can handle these 2 on my own. Don't forget our earlier deal. Kim-un hesitated and said, but I've faced this skill before. The pain twists the form horribly. With that, Luke Pham stepped forward to face the armored dragon. Kim Cho ordered, Tran Thien Tree, smash him for me. Tran Thien Tree replied, as you command. Then he ordered the armored dragon to charge at Luke Pham. Meanwhile, Luke Pham stood still. Behind the armored dragon, Kim Cho gritted her teeth, glaring hatefully at Luke Pham. Speak up. I'll take your black dragon so you become worthless again. If you don't want to get crushed, summon the black dragon. Your attributes aren't high enough to handle the armored dragon right. Kim Cho's words suddenly stopped because she saw Luke Pham make a move. He raised one arm toward the armored dragon and softly shouted, Dragon language magic Wrath of the Ice Dragon King. Wrath of the Ice Dragon King activated. Cold energy deals damage to targets in a certain area along with slow and freeze effects. Duration and effectiveness vary based on skill charge time and follow-up. A massive illusion of the Ice Dragon King appeared behind Luke Pham. It opened its mouth and roared, sending waves of cold energy spreading around. The armored dragon closest to Luke Pham was immediately frozen in place. Kim Cho and Tran Thien Tree farther away weren't frozen, but with each breath white mist came from their mouths due to the cold. Even the audience in the stands was affected by the cold and shouted, I'm suddenly freezing! The temperature has dropped so low. Is that Luke Pham's dragon pet? It looks way more impressive than Tran Thien Tree's. Wait, no, that's just an illusion, not real. It seems like a magic skill. Whoa, he knows both physical and magic attacks. The noise from the stands didn't distract Luke Pham at all. After the magic spell, Luke Pham raised his sword, his eyes sharp as he looked at Kim Cho. That dark magic really boosted the armored dragon's attributes a lot higher than mine. But who said higher attributes mean you can crush me? And you want to take my black dragon not worthy. With that, Luke Pham dashed quickly in front of Kim Cho and slashed with his sword, giving her no time to react. Watch out, princess! Tran Thien Tree shouted, rushing to block Luke Pham's slash for Kim Cho, then loudly ordered, Armored Dragon attack! The armored dragon obeyed and opened its mouth to spew fire at Luke Pham. Luke Pham vanished on the spot, dodging the armored dragon's fire breath. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind it. You're quite the loyal servant. If that's the case... Luke Pham muttered, then extended his hand toward the armored dragon and recited dragon language magic, Roar of the Blue Dragon King. Roar of the Blue Dragon King releases a thunder shockwave forward, dealing massive damage and paralysis effects. Subsequent attacks add 20 layers of lightning attributes, with each attack reducing 1 layer. There's a 20% chance to paralyze the opponent. The audience saw another massive illusion appear behind Luke Pham. The difference was this time it was the Blue Dragon King. Then they saw a bolt of lightning strike the armored dragon, making it scream in agony. This is terrifying. Luke Pham just unleashed another magic spell. Yeah, and it's not just any magic. This is rare dragon language magic. He started with physical against the armored dragon, then switched to magic. And he didn't even summon his dragon pet, so Tranthine Tree's winning streak is about to end. Unlike the excited chatter in the stands on the battlefield, Tranthine Tree looked shocked and fearful, thinking, how is this possible? We're both dragon masters, why the huge difference? At that moment, Luke Pham returned to his original position facing Tranthine Tree and Kim Cho and slowly asked, from the start of the fight, I've been wondering one thing. Why haven't you used any skills besides Dragon Spear Strike? Kim Cho hid behind Tranthine Tree in fear and yelled, what are you doing, Tranthine Tree? Get the armored dragon back in the fight. Luke Pham ignored Kim Cho. He stroked his sword, coating it with lightning while staring at Tranthine Tree and continued, Dragon Spear Strike and Dragon Fang Strike are similar, but that's because our weapons are different. They're essentially the same skill. But why haven't you ever used Dragon Claw or Dragon Bone Storm? Tranthine Tree was startled and muttered, Dragon Claw, Dragon Bone Storm. Is that his original skill? Kim Cho saw Tranthine Tree just standing there and angrily shouted, you worthless fool, you're just like Thai Huan. You swore you'd avenge me, so hurry up. Luke Pham saw the expression on Tranthine Tree's face and smiled. Looks like the armored dragon's contract can't unlock all your skills for you. It's not that you won't use them, you don't have them. Give up, you have no chance of winning. We're different kinds of dragon masters. Tranthine Tree lowered his head and said softly, enough. Luke Pham frowned and advised, I have no deep grudge with you. You don't need to sell your dignity, be her slave, or fight me. At that, Tranthine Tree suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot glaring at Luke Pham and yelling, enough! You're not only blocking my path to being the strongest dragon master, but you're also arrogant enough to lecture me about dignity. Then he turned to Kim Cho. Princess, your knight will keep his promise. Please grant it to me, and I'll risk everything to show this servant what happens when you offend the princess. Hearing that, Kim Cho was surprised, but quickly smiled slyly. All right, you said it yourself. This is your last chance. Tranthine Tree cried out in pain, as you command. Luke Pham asked, puzzled, why are you so loyal to someone like Kim Cho? You clearly know her true nature. What do you know? Without the princess, I'd be nothing my whole life. To become a top expert to repay the princess, I'd do anything. As he spoke, Tranthine Tree's body changed, becoming taller and more muscular. 2 extra arms grew from his back. Once the transformation was complete, Kim Cho happily ordered, now deal with Luke Pham. Tranthine Tree hears the order and immediately charges at Luke Pham, grasping his weapon tightly with both arms, raises it and shouts loudly, Dai Long Tung Kick! Luke Pham sees that and doesn't continue to persuade him. His eyes turned sharp as he raised his weapon, now crackling with lightning to head level the tip of the sword pointing straight at Tranthine Tree. Rather than saying you're hateful, I find you more pitiful. Lightning strike. After saying that, Luke Pham, with the help of Linfong Tringu, quickly dashes towards Tranthine Tree. Linfong Tringu, the wearer, will receive the blessing of the spirit wind, increasing agility attribute by 35%. Dragon Fang Strike! Luke Pham shouts loudly, stabbing repeatedly towards Tranthine Tree. When Luke Pham stops behind him, Tranthine Tree is shaken by electricity all over his body, his eyes white. Forgive me, your highness, he murmured. Tranthine Tree lost consciousness and collapsed under the terrified gaze of Kim Cho. Seeing Luke Pham walking toward her and raising his hand, Kim Cho panicked and dropped to the ground. What do you want to do? Kim Cho sees Luke Pham coming towards her and raising his hand, she sits down on the ground in horror. What do you want to do? Are 7 swords going to attack you? Don't get too cocky. My brother is the new leader of the Tai Chi Kingdom. If you lay a hand on me, my brother will make you pay back tenfold. Luke Pham ignored Kim Cho's threat and slapped her hard across the face. Fine, consider this as me owing your brother. I wonder if he has what it takes to collect. With that, Luke Pham turned and walked away. Luke Pham's slap shocked the audience. What's wrong with that Luke Pham guy? He's already won, and now he's humiliating his opponent. Yeah, even a cute girl like her, and he hits her. What gives her the right to act all high and mighty with Tranthine Tree? Exactly an exchange student acting like this is her home turf. Just then, Zhao Shengming's voice came over the speakers. Everyone quiet down. I declare the match over. The winning team is Luke Pham and Kiam An. Then he turned seriously to Gu Han. Have Luke Pham come to my office immediately. You continue preparing for the next matches. As Zhao Shengming left, Guhan replied, "All right." A moment later, Luke Pham arrived at Zhao Shengming's office. Zhao Shengming spoke first. "I thought your anger was because of the last national trial with the Kim family. But through Mr. Chin, I've learned about your history with Kim Cho. Settling personal grudges on the arena is hard to avoid complaints from those behind the scenes." Luke Pham spoke up. "So I understand Kim Cho is using him," Luke Pham said. Zhao Shengming handed Luke Pham a tablet. "Anyway, let's not dwell on that. Look at this. That's the real reason I called you here. Your performance earlier was seen by the principal and me the whole time. You could skip the new student evaluation match." Luke Pham asked in surprise. "Skip it? Is it because you two aren't satisfied with my performance just now? Just now of mine?" Zhao Shengming laughed and explained, "Actually, it's the opposite. When you released those 2 dragon language spells, the principal and I felt confident about sending you to the national trial. This is from the high-level secret realms that Longdu Academy found for you through the Hunter Guild. Pick one of those secret realms." As he examined it, Luke Pham thought, in his mind, he thought, secret realm hunters are probably like material hunters. They're guilds that control resources. These secret realm hunters discover and explore entrances to various secret realms for high rewards. Zhao Shengming smiled and continued, "Secret realm hunters use high bidding systems. So whichever you choose, the school will bid through their guilds for you." Luke Pham hesitated. "But the starting prices here are way too high." Zhao Shengming adjusted his glasses. "Longdu Academy has never skimped on national trials. We'll bid and get whatever resources we promised you." Hearing that, Luke Pham stopped overthinking and started seriously selecting. A moment later, Luke Pham's eyes lit up. "This is—" Zhao Shengming asked curiously. "Oh, found something you like." Luke Pham smiled and turned the screen toward Zhao Shengming. "Vice Principal Zhao, I'll definitely choose this one." Zhao Shengming looked and saw Flying Dragon Tomb, Secret Realm level, Nightmare difficulty. Participant limit 2 or more. Starting price 1.375 billion, 600 dragon currency. The next day, the new student semifinals. The first semifinal match today is Team 1 Luke Pham and Kiam An versus Team 3 Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. As Gu Han announced, Zhao Shengming suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Then he cleared his throat and spoke into the mic. "I have an announcement. Team Luke Pham and Kiam An has withdrawn from the competition. Everything will be rearranged." As soon as the announcement was made, the stands erupted in noise. What, Luke Pham withdrew? I came here today just to see him. Did something happen yesterday? Who knows? This is impossible. Tao Xiaomong sat in the crowd looking annoyed. Listening to this is so irritating. Xinshu next to her advised, "Just ignore them. Luke Pham and Kim Ang have probably entered the secret realm already." Meanwhile, Luke Pham and Kim An had arrived at the forest outside the Flying Dragon Tomb secret realm. "Because of teaming up with me, you couldn't continue the competition." Kim An shrugged it off. "The school said we can both keep our Qingyun spots, and we get an extra 10,000 credit points. So no need to apologize." After walking a bit, Kim An added, "Still getting to a rare secret realm like this? Thanks to you. So all the rewards in the secret realm are yours. Experience is enough for me." Luke Pham laughed. "I get it, you don't like owing favors." As soon as he finished, Luke Pham looked up at the tree and shouted, "Who's there?" Kim An jumped at the shout and looked up. Then laughter came from a branch above. A second later, a person with red hair jumped down, smiling at them. Luke Pham introduced himself. Don't worry. I'm from the Secret Realm Hunter Guild. Just call me Black Rat." Luke Pham pointed to the badge on his chest. "We're from Longdu Academy. Are you guiding us to the Flying Dragon Tomb entrance?" Black Rat approached, carefully checked Luke Pham's badge, then turned and led the way while chatting, "If you bid on it, follow me. Once I get you to the portal, my job's done. Let me tell you, Longdu Academy is loaded." "What level are you two coming to a place this expensive?" Luke Pham replied, "I'm level 25, she's level 24. "She's level 24. Black Rat exclaimed in shock. "Only level 25? Are you two crazy? This is a nightmare secret realm for level 55 and up." Then he stopped and pulled out his phone. "Let me contact Longdu Academy to check for any mix-up. Sending you in there is suicide." Luke Pham said, "Black Rat, don't waste your time on that." Before Luke Pham could explain, a sudden attack hit the large tree next to them, making it fall toward them. Luke Pham reacted quickly, grabbing Kim An's hand and running. Black Rat hurried after them. Once they were clear of the falling tree, Luke Pham turned back, magic gathering in his hand as he shouted toward the air, "Roar of the Blue Dragon King!" Right after a scream echoed, a monster plummeted straight from the sky to the ground. The impact made Black Rat, who was running, turn around in shock, his mouth wide open. What kind of skill is that? Are you really only level 25? That's a level 50 blue-winged dragon eagle. Luke Pham, still with lightning in his hand, smiled. Black Rat levels aren't an issue for us. Please just lead us to the entrance. All right, let's keep going. Saying that, Black Rat scratched his head and continued leading. After following Black Rat through a few hidden paths covered by bushes, Luke Pham and Kiem An suddenly saw a large red vortex. Black Rat said, "We're here. This is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Tomb." Luke Pham curiously examined the large vortex. "So the portal to the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree is here?" At that, Black Rat waved and turned to leave. "That wraps up my task. See you around." Luke Pham called after him, "Wait, Black Rat." Then he extended his hand with a smile. "Since fate brought us together, let's be friends. Secret realm hunters travel a lot, so I might need you to scout some locations for me." Black Rat asked in surprise, "Locations?" Kiem An wasn't interested in their conversation, so she entered the secret realm first. Luke Pham smiled and continued, "Of course, with payment." Black Rat quickly asked, "Wait, you mean you want to buy location info from me? Not secret realms, just regular spots. The Hunter Guild doesn't sell personal secret realm info, but locations should be fine, right?" Black Rat stroked his chin, thinking, then extended his hand. 10,000 per location. 10,000 dragon currency, that's a friendly price? If not. Before Black Rat could finish, Luke Pham shook his hand. Deal. Black Rat was stunned by Luke Pham's decisiveness. It wasn't until Luke Pham entered the secret realm that Black Rat reacted, muttering, "People from Longdu Academy, are they all this rich?" In the secret realm, as soon as Luke Pham stepped out of the portal, Kiem An urged, "You talk a lot. Let's get moving." Luke Pham walked while observing. Is this the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree that Black Rat mentioned? In his mind, he thought the God-tier map location is at the top of the sacred tree. Suddenly, Kiem An felt something off and asked, "Luke Pham, do you hear that? Is it an earthquake?" Luke Pham focused and checked. When he saw a flock of monsters flying toward them, his face changed. "No, it's a swarm of flying dragon corpses. Flying Dragon, level 50 experience points, 37,120. Material points, Dragon Tooth 2, 772 dragon currency. Swarm bite bites the target, causing physical damage. When biting, it calls nearby kin to join in. Rotten breath releases breath that covers a fan-shaped area. Targets in the area get a decay effect, reducing attack power by 50%. Without Luke Pham needing to say more, Kiem An summoned the Breaking Army Heavy Sword and used impact, destroying a flying dragon corpse. The nearby ones also took some spread damage. As for Luke Pham, he decided to summon Little Night. Little Night appeared and immediately opened its mouth, spewing fire at the swarm of flying dragon corpses. Lava flame continuously spews fire forward, dealing damage and healing itself. While Kiem An was focusing on controlling the Breaking Army Heavy Sword, she suddenly noticed a flying dragon corpse had circled behind her, opening its mouth to release rotten breath. Kiem An jumped to dodge. In midair, she summoned the Bloodbreaker sword and used Armor Pierce, stabbing through the head of the ambushing flying dragon corpse. As she was about to land, Kiem An realized she was outside the tree canopy and starting to freefall. "Breaking Army Heavy Sword, come here." "Come here," Kiem An ordered loudly. Kiem An ordered loudly, hoping to use the flying sword to catch herself. But before the Breaking Army Heavy Sword could reach her, another flying dragon corpse lunged at her. Kiem An gritted her teeth and thought, "This is bad, too late." A sword master without a sword. Kiem An could only watch, helpless in the situation. In that critical moment, Luke Pham noticed and dove down, weapon in hand, using Dragon Fang Strike enhanced with Blood Pact. He slashed the flying dragon corpse away and reached out to Kiem An, shouting, "Kiem An, grab my hand!" Kiem An quickly reached up and grabbed Luke Pham's hand. Then Luke Pham twisted his body, jamming his weapon into the tree to slow their fall. Once they stopped, both breathed a sigh of relief. Luke Pham looked down at Kiem An and joked, "Watch out, what we're heading to isn't down there." Kiem An laughed, "You saved me again." After that, the two started climbing up. But after a short distance, a strange noise sounded. Kiem An alertly asked, "Are those dragons coming again?" "Not down here. No, down below." As he spoke, Luke Pham looked down and saw a massive skeletal dragon head opening its mouth toward them. "Watch out!" Luke Pham shouted decisively, hugging Kiem An and pressing against the tree to dodge. In an instant, Luke Pham felt the skeletal dragon head brush past his back, continuing upward. Seeing that, Luke Pham shouted upward, "Little Knight, get to the upper level." Little Knight had just finished off the swarm of flying dragon corpses when it heard Luke Pham's call. As it turned, it saw a massive skull opening wide, quickly filling its view. A second later, everything around Little Knight went dark. It was inside the monster's mouth. Kiem An, just released by Luke Pham back to the original level, saw Little Knight get swallowed and worriedly cried, "That's the Bone Dragon Berserker." Little Knight. Bone Dragon Berserker, level 55, Nightmare Leader difficulty. Bone Armor Support. The Bone Dragon. Berserker's bones regenerate and attach to form bone armor, increasing defense. Bone Spike Assault launches bone spikes in the target area, causing area damage. Bone Storm controls bones to sweep the target area. The lower the health, the higher the damage. Luke Pham set Kiem An down and said, "Little Knight will be fine. I'll handle it, you keep going up." Kiem An blankly said, "Huh." But when she saw Luke Pham running toward the Bone Dragon Berserker, she reacted and called, "Wait, Luke Pham!" The Bone Dragon Berserker is a very dangerous sub-dragon. Luke Pham didn't stop. He kept running toward the Bone Dragon Berserker and shouted, "Little Knight, switch to destroyer form." A second later, flames leaked from the Bone Dragon Berserker's mouth. Then with a massive explosion, Little Knight in dragon form roared out. It escaped the Bone Dragon Berserker's mouth, flying in the air with the Bone Dragon Berserker missing one horn. Its lower jaw shattered. Kiem An muttered, "Little Knight has another form." No wonder Luke Pham was so sure it would be okay. At that moment, Luke Pham summoned Little Jade and ordered, "Little Jade, release Jade Blessing." Obeying, Little Jade chirped and cast the spell on Luke Pham. 3 green jade icons appeared above his head. Jade Blessing adds 3 layers of dragon energy. Jade gives the target increased damage for the next 3 attacks. Then Luke Pham jumped up and shouted, "Coordinate with me, Little Knight!" Little Knight understood, flew over to catch Luke Pham and positioned above the Bone Dragon Berserker, roaring. The terrifying roar dealt massive damage to all targets in the area with a weakening effect. Finally, with the boost from Blood Pact and Jade, Luke Pham used 1 Dragon Fang strike to decapitate the Bone Dragon Berserker. However, the Bone Dragon Berserker wasn't dead yet. The eye sockets in its skull and the energy core in its chest glowed brightly. In an instant, except for the skull, its entire body shattered into pieces and started spinning around the skull and energy core at high speed, forming a storm that enveloped Luke Pham. Bone Storm controls bones to sweep the target area. The lower the health, the higher the damage. Still not dead. If that's the case... Luke Pham muttered, about to act, when he suddenly saw a red light pierce through the remaining horn of the Bone Dragon Berserker, interrupting its skill. Luke Pham looked in that direction in surprise. "Why did you come down?" Kiem An, standing on a flying sword, landed next to Luke Pham. "I'm fulfilling our earlier agreement. You defeated Tranthene Tree alone, so as per our deal, I'll tell you about the Swordmaster's traits." Luke Pham smiled. "All right, let's get ready to attack." Kiem An responded with action. She rode a weapon and flew toward the Bone Dragon Berserker. Every 5 levels, a Swordmaster gets a new weapon, and this is my trump card. Scythe of Karmic Flame, Scythe of Karmic Flame. Epic weapon, 20 subclasses for Swordmaster. Karmic Burst attack attributes can switch between fire and dark. Each life taken permanently increases attack power by 0.1%, currently at 8.9% increase. As she explained, Kiem An controlled the Scythe of Karmic Flame to lunge at the Bone Dragon. Berserker clenched her fist and shouted, "Karmic Burst!" Watching Kiem An fight from below, Luke Pham smiled and thought, so Swordmasters don't unlock skills. They use the special abilities of the weapons they get. Then he shouted, "Little Jade, it's our turn!" Little Jade flew to Little Knight and used Jade Blessing. Little Knight tore through the ground. Hearing Luke Pham's order, Little Knight roared and clawed down at the Bone Dragon Berserker, turning it into experience. System notice. Jade Dragon leveled up to 15, gained new skill. Form switch. Luke Pham leveled up to 26. Watching Little Jade and Little Knight tangle, Luke Pham and Kiem An sighed. "Even though I used my trump card, the Scythe of Karmic Flame, all the damage came from Little Knight. I should apologize to Luke Pham properly. The power of a giant dragon is truly immeasurable." Kiem An thought quietly, feeling a bit down. "I thought even without me, you and Little Knight with Little Jade would defeat the boss quickly anyway." Luke Pham laughed. It's fine, thanks for helping me escape the bone storm. Today I learned a lot, not just about sword masters, but little Jade reached level 15 too, Kimon asked curiously. Is level 15 special? Does it upgrade abilities like my weapons? Hearing that, Luke Pham curiously opened little Jade's profile. Jade Dragon. Contract. Legendary level 15. Strength, 656. Agility, 718. Spirit, 3, 459. Stamina, 959. Source of life, Jade Light. Natural assimilation. Jade Dragon. Bloodline. Blood Pact connects bloodline adds 10% of Dragon Pet's attributes to Dragon Master Form switch. Jade Dragon enters maturity, can switch between 4 forms. Baby Dragon form reduces all attributes and energy consumption by 50%. Dragoness form, born from Blood Pact. Eternal Guardian form transforms into the eternal protective form of the Tree of Life. Gains new skill. Life, Pulse, Eternal Protection. Soul. Light form. Discards the body. Turns into Soul Light. Attaching to an ally gains new skills. Soul Protection. Soul Attack. You can think of it that way. At level 15, little Jade can switch forms like Little Knight. I'm glad, since little Jade grows slowly, I thought it would take forever to see its giant dragon form, but now it has 4 forms to switch like Little Knight. I really want to try little Jade's new form. As he spoke, Luke Pham stroked little Jade's head. Let's explore the flying dragon sacred tree. Kim An had just spoken when she noticed fireballs flying toward them. Incoming attack spells. Everyone watch out! Kim An and Luke Pham shouted together. The two with their 2 dragons quickly ran behind a tree to dodge. Luke Pham peeked out from behind the tree and observed. Seeing a flock of flying dragons in the air, he frowned. Seems like the fight with the Bone Dragon Berserker made too much noise attracting other monsters. Little Jade switched to Soul Light form and attached to Little Knight. Little Knight, protect us. Kim An, let's head to the sacred tree. After planning, the 2 and their dragons emerged from behind the tree and began their move. Little Knight immediately switched to Destroyer form. Don't get too cocky. My brother is the new leader of Tai Chi country. Luke Pham exposed part of his face from behind the tree, secretly observing. Seeing a flock of flying dragons in the air, he frowned and guessed, the battle with the Bone Dragon Berserker must have made too much noise attracting other monsters here. Little Fei switched to Light Soul form and attached to Little Knight. Little Knight, cover us. Sword Shadow, let's head to the Flying Dragon Divine Tree. After planning the strategy, the 2 people and 2 dragons ran out from behind the tree and started the action. Little Knight immediately switched to World Destroyer form. Then Little Fei switched to Light Soul form and attached to Little Knight. Jade Dragon switches to Light Soul form, unlocking new skill, Soul Protection, unlocking new skill, Soul Rush. Double all skill effects. Jade Dragon Bloodline doubles all skill effects for dragons and bloodline-connected individuals. Soul Protection increases all attributes of the target the Light Soul attaches to from 100% to 200%. Each time damaged, absorb all damage received, generating 1 to 2 layers of barrier. Release Barrier Rush when 10 layers are accumulated damage equal to total absorbed damage in 10 instances. Total absorbed damage is 12. Little Knight roared upward, its aura now much stronger than before. All stats greatly increased: strength from 4,374 to 26, 244 agility from 3,567 to 10, 701 spirit from 3,991 to 5,986, endurance from 4,094 to 12,288. Sword Shadow marveled, attaching Little Fei to Little Knight really boosts it a lot. Luke Pham explained, yeah, Little Fei's traits work better on the dragon race. Glancing at the 2 dragon pets, he thought, World Destroyer plus Soul Protection and Little Fei's bloodline trait have boosted Little Knight's strength to 26,000. I need to get to the Divine Tree quickly and use the dragon encouragement on Little Knight to push it over 30,000. At that moment, the first magic attack from the monster flock arrived, aimed at Little Knight. Luke Pham immediately commanded, don't counterattack Little Knight, just keep moving forward. Let Little Fei absorb the damage. So Little Knight maintained its flying speed. and the magic attacks near it hit, like against a wall, creating ripples and quickly being absorbed. Simultaneously, a small green circle appeared above Little Faye's head, indicating the barrier layers, and the number was gradually increasing with each absorbed magic attack. After absorbing the magic attack, the number reached 16. Fam ordered Little Faye release the barrier rush. Upon the order, Little Faye immediately released all barrier layers, attacking the monster flock. Barrier Rush released absorbed damage from previous 10 times 12, creating large-scale counter damage. Watching the monsters falling, Sword Shadow asked in surprise, "Is this Little Faye's skill?" Luke Pham replied, "Yes, Soul Protection not only helps Little Faye avoid damage, but also accumulates it for counterattack, and the effect is doubled because it's a dragon race." Hearing that, Sword Shadow felt a bit down, thinking, "I thought leveling up dragons would upgrade abilities like my weapon, but this is clearly unlocking new skills. Even if I use my trump card, the Scythe of Karma Fire, I'd still lose." Luke Pham suddenly felt a strong wind coming, forcing Sword Shadow and Luke Pham to stop. "The leader is right ahead. We're almost there." As Luke Pham finished, a huge monster appeared, blocking their path. Sword Shadow exclaimed in shock, "That's a Steelbone Flying Dragon!" Steelbone Flying Dragon. Level 60, Nightmare Leader difficulty. Fierce Storm Steelbone. Flying Dragon flaps its wings, creating a storm with extremely fast movement speed, causing damage and reducing the target's speed. Steelbone Charge. Steelbone Flying Dragon rams into the target, and if the target's endurance is less than 10,000 points, it will be crushed. Steelbone Armor reduces 50% of all incoming damage and significantly increases defense. At that moment, the Steelbone Flying Dragon roared, using Steelbone Charge, lunging towards Little Knight. Sword Shadow, worried, quickly said, "It's also a sub-dragon like the Bone Dragon Berserker Luke Pham. We have to help Little Knight. Release all accumulated dragon energy layers when attacking a target with a maximum charge of 30 to 60 layers. While Tufi was charging dragon energy, Luke Pham used the Dragon's Encouragement skill on Tu Da. This boosted all its stats by 30%. Then he continued, commanding Tu Da, "You're up next, buddy." So Tu Da charged straight at the Ironbone Flying Dragon. The three dragons quickly collided near Feta. Since Tu Da's current endurance stat is 13,911, which far exceeds 10,000, the Ironbone Flying Dragon's Rigid Bone Assault had no effect on the enemy. After a combined strike from Tu Da's attack with over 34,117 power points, and Tufi's Soul Rush with 8 layers of dragon energy, one shoulder of the Iron Bone Flying Dragon was completely severed. The Iron Bone Flying Dragon roared in agony. Then it turned its hateful gaze toward Luke Pham, the commander who caused it such great harm. Kiman gasped, "Oh no, it's charging at us!" She quickly summoned her 2 weapons, her face showing determination. "Even though I'm nothing against a Dragon Master as a teammate, I have to do something." Thinking that Kiman switched her Fire Scythe's attribute to Darkness and used the Evil Karma Storm skill with an additional 9.5% attack power toward the Iron Bone Flying Dragon. However, due to the Steel Bone skill's effect, Kiman's attack did no damage to the Iron Bone Flying Dragon. This made her disappointed as she said, "My attack didn't even scratch it." Luke Pham turned to Kiman, smiled, and said, "It's okay, I appreciate your team spirit." Just then, behind him, the Iron Bone Flying Dragon's mouth opened wide, about to swallow him. Kiman shouted in fear, "Watch out!" Only then did Luke Pham turn around, weapon in hand, and yell, "Tufi, back me up!" Tufi immediately left Teoda and flew to attach to Luke Pham. The whole process took less than a second. Then Luke Pham slashed at the wide-open mouth of the Iron Bone Flying Dragon, finishing off the crippled monster. System notification. The Black Dragon has reached level 20 and gained the new skill Dragon Intimidation. Luke Pham said, "All done, so Teoda is now level 20, too." Kiman had reached level 25. She looked at the 2 dragon pets bickering and said, "Tufi is already level 15 and super strong. So Teoda at level 20 must be able to one-shot an Iron Bone Flying Dragon, right? I can't even imagine it." Luke Pham smiled back. "Teoda doesn't even see those Iron Bone Flying Dragons as a threat. Let's keep moving." Hearing that Kiman suddenly laughed, making Luke Pham ask suspiciously, "What?" It just reminded me of something Dao Tu said. Kiman imitated Dao Tuman's tone. "With a dragon this strong, even if you had a chained-up puppy beside you, you'd still dominate everything." Luke Pham laughed out loud. You're joking around now. That's not like you at all. Kimon explained, It's probably because I've been around you guys for so long. I feel like I'm not the same as before. You're definitely talking more now. That's a good thing. From the first time I met you, I thought your voice was really nice. Hearing Luke Pham say that, Kimon blushed and asked shyly, My voice is nice. Luke Pham laughed and replied, Yeah, of course, and you're really cute too. Hasn't anyone ever told you that before? Kimon's face turned even redder as she said no. I don't talk to many people and I don't have any friends. Luke Pham smiled and said, All right, let's not dwell on the sad stuff. Let's keep going. Okay, she replied softly. Kimon lowered her head and followed Luke Pham. Meanwhile, behind them, Teo Da and Teo Phi were still hissing at each other. Luke Pham yelled annoyed, You two knock it off! At the same time, in the nest at the top of the divine wood, several large cocoons lay still. In the center, a blue egg suddenly started to tremble slightly. Back with Luke Pham's group, they were walking and chatting. Kimon happily shared, After beating the iron-bone flying dragon, I reached level 25. Luke Pham asked curiously, So you unlocked a new weapon? Kimon summoned her new weapon and introduced, Yeah, it's called Manhwa. It's an agility-based weapon and the skills are pretty good. Too bad it's only level 1 right now, so it doesn't have much power. Manhwa perfect quality level 1 weapon dependent on sword master class. Heavenly Sword Rain splits into thousands of flowers each with 10% of the original's attack power. After dealing area damage, it reforms to its original state. Luke Pham laughed. It's like that now. But once it hits level 25, it'll be amazing for sure. Hearing that, Kimon thought to herself, Even if all my swords reach level 25, would their total damage match just one hit from Teo Da? Teaming up with Luke Pham put so much pressure on me because of the comparisons. She sighed and said, If anyone else said that, I'd believe it. Luke Pham smiled and asked, Why don't you believe me? Once Manhwa levels up, just that one sword alone would make you unbeatable in Long Capital Academy. Kimon decided not to think about it anymore. She pointed at the 2 baby dragons ahead and laughed, All right, let's hurry up. Teo Da's already way ahead. So they continued on their way. But after walking a bit further, they spotted a few corpses. Luke Pham asked suspiciously, Is this the camp of the explorers who came before? Kimon glanced at the bodies and guessed, It looks like they've been dead for a while. Luke Pham and Kimon went over to the corpses to check them out. They were all combat class people who met their end at different times. Is there a monster ambushing here? Thinking that Luke Pham looked serious, drew his weapon to stay alert, scanned around, and warned Kimon this place is probably occupied by monsters. Just then, in the trees above them, a monster was slowly crawling out along the trunk. You mean this is a trap? As she asked, Kimon moved closer to Luke Pham. That move accidentally caused the monster's pounce on her to miss. Hearing the noise, Kimon and Luke Pham quickly turned and saw the monster Bronze Flying Dragon level 60 Nightmare level leader difficulty. Bronze auxiliary armor greatly increases defense for allies, reduces barriers by 100%, boosts attack by 100% and defense. On top of that, another monster flew in from the sky. 3-headed elemental flying dragon level 65, nightmare level leader difficulty. 3-element magic, all 3 heads release fire, ice, and lightning elemental damage simultaneously, creating 300% area damage. Elemental companionship. As long as one head survives, the others can regenerate, even if destroyed, with regeneration time increasing each time. Even if the other heads are destroyed. Luke Pham frowned and muttered, 2 bosses at once. Yeah, Kimon worriedly said. They're teamed up and ambushing this area. At that moment, the 3-headed elemental flying dragon opened its mouths, starting to use 3-element magic. Teo Da saw that and flew up to attack the middle head, successfully interrupting its elemental orb buildup. But it didn't do any damage to it, Kimon said. After getting the bronze auxiliary armor from the bronze flying dragon, its defense is sky high. Teo Da's damage is nothing to it. We have to take out of the bronze flying dragon first. Luke Pham drew his weapon and laughed. Stay calm, I have a plan. You just get your Manhwa sword ready and wait for it to level up. Before Kimon could understand, Luke Pham charged at the bronze flying dragon and ordered, Teo Phi, switch to Soul Light state and attach to me. Also prepare to release Soul Rush. Teo Da, get ready to switch to World Destroyer form. Count on you over there. Tiufi immediately attached to Luke Pham. He reached the bronze flying dragon just in time, swung his sword, but couldn't break its defense. Meanwhile, the other two heads of the three-headed elemental flying dragon had finished charging their magic. They attacked Tiuda right away, but Tiuda dodged. Luke Pham glanced at the icon above Tiufi, saw it had only charged 4 layers of dragon energy, and shouted to Tiuda, "Tiuda, use your new skill, Dragon Intimidation." Dragon Intimidation continuously releases pressure around, causing fear, immobilization, and dizziness to all enemies in a large area. Tiuda flew up and roared. Below, the three-headed elemental flying dragon was hit with negative effects and couldn't move for a moment. Kim uncovered her ears in pain and yelled, "Tiuda's intimidation is insanely strong for a control skill." My head. "Hang in there, Kim-an, it's almost over," he encouraged. And Luke Fi had charged 12 layers of dragon energy, so he ordered, "Use Soul Rush on the bronze flying dragon. As for me, I'll follow up with Dragon Fang's strike to take down the boss." Then Luke Pham quickly shouted to Tiuda, "The bronze auxiliary armor is done. Tiuda, attack." Tiuda dove down pinned the three-headed elemental flying dragon and smashed the middle head with its claw. The powerful smash shook the ground. Luke Pham quickly caught Kim-an as she stumbled and said, "Watch out, Tiuda's getting too carried away." Then, seeing Tiufi fly over to join in, he added, "Great teamwork just now, but you have to listen, okay? Don't copy Tiuda and go wild like that." Tiufi stood on one of the dragon's heads, happily waving at Luke Pham, nodding its little head. Now Luke Pham had time to check his and his dragon's levels. After that battle, he reached level 28, Tiuda level 22, and Tiufi level 17. Quiet until now, Kim-an saw her Manhwa sword reach level 6, and herself level 27, but she felt uneasy. I didn't help at all again. Being with Luke Pham makes my North Cloud Genius title feel useless. Luke Pham patted Kim-an's shoulder and said, "That three-headed dragon needs all heads taken out at once to finish it. Let Tiuda play a bit longer and we'll check out the camp." The whole camp, Kim-an replied, "Okay." As they walked ahead, Luke Pham frowned at the system panel, deep in thought. That evening, Kim-an brought a plate of food from the tent and offered it to Luke Pham. "Here, this is the meal Sister Han prepared. Let's eat a bit first." But Kim-an didn't see Luke Pham anywhere. "Don't worry, Sword Shadow." After reassuring Sword Shadow, Luke Pham calmly commanded, "Little Faye, prepare to activate Soul Rush." Soul Rush in Light. Soul State continuously guide dragon energy to charge, receiving 1 to 2 layers of dragon energy per charge. This made her feel lost, thinking, "It seems Luke Pham has realized I'm just a burden." Meanwhile, Luke Pham, following the Divine System Map, went alone to the top of the Divine Wood. This Divine Level Treasure Map. This Divine Treasure Map is my main purpose for coming to the Flying Dragon Tomb. As Luke Pham approached the nest, the large cocoon suddenly cracked, and from inside a huge dragon emerged, roaring at him. Soul of the Flying Dragon King. Level 70, Nightmare Level Leader Difficulty. Dragon Elemental Breath sprays its breath on the target, causing fire, ice, lightning, and wind damage. Any soul attack. The Flying Dragon King, freed from its body, charges forward, dealing piercing damage to the target. Dragon Language. Unseal unlocks. Dragon Language Magic, replacing Dragon Elemental Breath with Forbidden Dragon Language Magic. Replaced with Dragon Language Magic. The soul attack of the Elemental Flying Dragon is replaced with Dragon Language Magic, right as it falls. Flying dragons are the closest to true dragons among sub-dragons. The Flying Dragon King reduces all damage taken by 50%. The final boss of the cooperative Nightmare level instance, level 70. A bit surprised, Luke Pham summoned Tiuda and Tiufi, then laughed. "The level gap is huge, so we can't take this lightly. We have to treat it seriously." The commotion here also caught Kim-an's attention below. She looked up in shock, then sadly lowered her head. "He keeps saving me like this. Luke Pham must be tired of me." So he went on alone. I can't hold him back anymore. The North Cloud Genius should face the gap with the Dragon Master head-on. Do I still have those thoughts of helping teammates? When it hits level 25, it'll be amazing for sure. As Kim-an doubted herself, she remembered Luke Pham's words. "It's like that now, but once it hits level 25, it'll be amazing for sure. Your desire to help teammates, I've got it." She clenched her fist, showing determination. "No problem, thanks for helping me out of the White Bone Storm. I've gained a lot today, too." Thanks to that smile and those words, Kim-an regained her confidence. She clenched her fist, showing determination, and whispered, Even if I'm not as strong as Luke Pham, I can still back him up like that. Right now, I can. Just then, Luke Pham blocked a boss attack and slid back. Level 70 is tough. More dangerous than the World Destroyer Emperor before. I've tried a lot. Tiuda, prepare magma flame, he said and used Dragon's encouragement on Tiuda. Following the order, Tiuda opened its mouth to gather fire elements and flew toward the boss, breathing fire. Hit by the flames, the boss roared in pain, throwing its head back. But once magma flame ended, the boss didn't go after Tiuda for revenge. Instead, it used soul assault to charge at Luke Pham from behind, trying to ambush him. Luke Pham quickly backed away and shouted, "Tu-Fi, switch to Eternal Faker form." Tu-Fi switched forms fast and flew in front of Luke Pham to block. Jade Dragon. Eternal Faker form unlocked new skill Life Pulse. Also unlocked Eternal Protection. As Luke Pham was about to command the next step, a rain of swords fell from above, targeting the boss, interrupting its skill and pinning it down. Recognizing the swords, Luke Pham exclaimed in surprise, "That's Manhwa!" To confirm, Kiem An appeared nearby, controlling the Manhwa sword with Heavenly Sword Rain, and said, "I'll support you from behind. Don't worry, I'll put my safety first." Luke Pham smiled and replied, "I know." Then Luke Pham ordered, "Tu-Fi, release Life Pulse." Life Pulse bursts with Jade Light and Jade Blessing for all friendly targets in the area, multiplying effect layers by 2 to 4. Jade Blessing adds 3 to 12 layers of Dragon Energy. It also doubles the layers. Jade for targets. Increases damage for 3 to 12 subsequent attacks. Jade Light creates 3 to 12 layers of Jade Blessing for the target, removing all negative effects and boosting all attributes by 30% to 60%. Each blessing layer blocks 1 to 2 damages. Just doubled the layers. Jade gives the target increased damage for 3 to 12 next attacks. Life Pulse gave me both Jade buffs at once, doubled the layers, and with Bloodline Link, it doubles the effects again. Muttering that, Luke Pham quickly ordered Tiuda tear it apart. Tiuda charged and attacked the boss repeatedly. At the same time, Luke Pham used Dragon Language Magic Roar of the Blue Dragon King to attack along with it. Suddenly, a tall column of fire rose from the sea of flames, something emerging, shining brightly above. Kiman asked suspiciously. "What's that?" Luke Pham said seriously. "It's Dragon Language Unseal. The boss is preparing Dragon Language magic." When the light faded, the boss reappeared and used Dragon Language Magic Day of Ruin Falls like a meteor diving toward Luke Pham and his group. Day of Ruin Falls. After unlocking the magic when it flies to the highest point, the dragon sacrifices its blood, causing massive damage upon falling. Damage equals 120,000% of sacrificed blood. The dragon sacrificed 100% of its blood for Day of Ruin Falls. Luke Pham realized the boss was going for mutual destruction, so he shouted, "Tu-Fi!" A second later, a huge explosion erupted, smoke and fire engulfing the top of the divine wood. Once everything calmed down through the dust, a faint green light was visible. As the dust settled, a green protective barrier appeared, and inside were Luke Pham and his group. Eternal Protection creates a shield to protect all targets under it. The shield's damage absorption depends on the Eternal Faker's health and self-regeneration. Jade Dragon Bloodline doubles all skill effects on dragons and bloodline-linked individuals. Immune to all negative effects increases self-regeneration by 5,000%. As for the boss, after that suicide attack, it became experience for Luke Pham and his group. Kimang reached level 98, Manhwa Sword level 10. Tiuda level 93, Luke Pham level 29, Tu-Fi level 18. At that moment, Luke Pham asked with concern, "Kim An, are you okay?" Kim An smiled and replied, "Good thing Tu-Fi saved us. I thought we were done for just now." Luke Pham agreed, petting Tu-Fi's head. "Yeah, Tu-Fi's eternal protection saved us all, and thanks to its super high self-regeneration." Tiuda felt upset that Luke Pham only praised Tu-Fi and not it, so it huffed. Luke Pham quickly added, "Of course, Tiuda's super high damage is what won us the fight." A moment later, Kiamon sighed. "I always thought battles at levels 23-10 were just child's play, but I just faced death myself." Luke Pham nodded. "Yeah, this is my first time fighting a level 70 boss. I didn't expect it to almost take us down together. It's really eye-opening." Then Luke Pham scratched his head and stammered, "Kimon, I didn't mean to leave you behind. I was going after something but ran into the boss." Kimon laughed and said, "It's fine, you're not the type to ditch a teammate, because I remember what you said to me. Actually, I'm looking for something, but I ended up encountering a boss." Sword Shadow laughed in response. "It's fine, you're not the type to abandon teammates like that, because I remember what you said to me. Now I'll return that to you. You're strong, but I won't let you fight alone ever again. Successfully passing the soldier-level instance together, Luke Pham and his group's reward was a treasure chest. Epic pet equipment. If the user has dragon language magic, they get dragon language unseal. After use, gain 1 replacement of advanced dragon language magic. Epic pet equipment. If the user has dragon language, they get an unseal. After use, gain 1 advanced dragon language magic replacement. Epic dragon saddle pet equipment requires level 30, requires dragon or sub-dragon race. High flight. After use, you can ride this pet for travel. In this state, all attributes of the rider and pet resonate. Normal attacks come with dragon energy causing ranged damage. Epic dragon calling flute. Consumable item. After use, summons the soul of the twin flying dragon king with the flying dragon king's level matching the user's for a total of 3 uses. Luke Pham had just put away the 3 items when he heard Kim on call, "Luke Pham done with the rewards. Come check on Tufi, what's wrong with it?" Tufi ran to Luke Pham while asking and saw Tufi casting Life Source Spring on its own. Life Source Spring applies. Life Source Spring to all friendly targets, continuously restoring health. Watching the brilliant green lights enter the divine wood, Kim-an asked in surprise, "Is it trying to heal this giant tree?" Luke Pham guessed Life Source Spring, only for friendly targets. Is this flying dragon divine wood a living friend? At that moment, vines grew on the divine wood. The vines quickly extended toward Luke Pham. They intertwined, rising to his knee level, and formed a bud. When the bud opened, Luke Pham saw a seed inside as if it wanted him to take it. Luke Pham took it and examined the flying dragon seed. Quest item. Since being taken by the abyss. Demonic Dragon's Claws, the flying dragon divine wood is losing its divine power. Now a hero has appeared to save the withering divine wood. If that person can defeat the abyss demonic dragon and dip this seed in its blood as proof, they will surely be favored by the dragon origin spirit, the master of the flying dragon divine wood. Kim-an curiously asked, "Did you trigger a hidden quest?" Luke Pham replied, "Seems like Tufi can communicate with the divine tree. This is a quest item." He thought to himself. According to the quest item description, I have to defeat the abyss demonic dragon. That Dragon King's level is way beyond Nightmare and could be 3 digits. This is a quest with no time limit, so I can wait until I'm level 60 for second job change or level 90 for 4th. Set that aside for now. Luke Pham turned and praised Tufi, "Good job. Without you, we wouldn't know about this hidden quest to heal the divine wood." Tufi chirped happily. "Oh, wait a minute," Luke Pham said, pulling out the dragon calling flute. "By the way, Tufi, can you eat this?" In response, 3 pairs of confused eyes stared at him. Luke Pham knew they misunderstood and quickly explained, "Not eating it randomly or anything. Tufi has a skill called Natural Assimilation, which lets it gain skill traits by devouring. If it can only devour equipment, that's fine. This consumable item, probably not." Before Luke Pham finished, Tufi flew over, sniffed it, and decisively sucked it into its mouth. Then, with a delighted expression, Tufi started chewing. Natural assimilation can devour equipment and turn its traits into its own. Luke Pham exclaimed in surprise, "It's eating it for real!" Kim-an was just as shocked and asked, "Wait, there's really a skill like that? You're not joking with low-level items, are you?" Luke Pham didn't answer right away. He waited patiently for Tufi to digest, then checked its status, and quickly saw the change Jade Dragon contract. Natural assimilation level 6, Dragon Calling Bone. After use, summons the soul of the twin flying dragon king. The flying dragon king's level matches the user's. Luke Pham cheered, "Awesome!" Now Tufi can summon 2 flying dragon kings. The effect turned into a skill no usage limits. Tufi tried the new skill. A few seconds later, 2 flying dragon kings appeared behind it at the same level as Tufi with all the previous boss's skills. Seeing that, Kim-an yelled, "The boss just turned into a summon!" Luke Pham laughed. "Yeah, it shrunk a lot. So Tufi has its own pet now." Kim-an thought enviously, "A dragon's pet, huh?" Kim-an thought enviously, "A dragon's pet, huh?" Luke Pham is getting more unbelievable by the day. Then Kim-an suggested, "Conquering high-level instances like this is exhausting. Let's head back. Sister Han is probably worried. You go ahead, I'll follow soon." Luke Pham said, then opened the system map and muttered, "I have one more important thing to do." That night at Long Capital Academy in Villa Number 1, while Tu Da and Tufi curiously eyed the blue egg, Luke Pham said seriously, We've lived together for so long. Now it's time to set some ground rules. Tuda, you bully Tufi every day. Don't you want siblings to give you a break? Tufi, you let Tuda bully you every day. Don't you want to turn things around and fight back someday? Well, here's your chance. You two listening, I know you're excited, but calm down. This is the new family member about to hatch. Anyway, you all have to get along. Unidentified level star dragon egg. Then Luke Pham excitedly sat down, placed his hands on the star dragon egg, and used dragon taming. Dragon taming can tame dragon creatures. Time passed, but the star dragon egg showed no reaction. Weird dragon taming always worked before. Luke Pham scratched his head in confusion and checked the system Black Dragon Contract Legendary Level 23. Jade Dragon Contract Legendary Level 18. Contract slot unlocked. Unlock condition Level 2 Dragon Master. I only have 2 dragon slots now. I need to reach level 30 for second job change to unlock the third. Muttering that, Luke Pham looked at his level 29 and felt a bit disappointed. Guess I have to level up in the poison forest again. Oh, well, off to bed. No new member today. Tiu Da and Tiu Fi didn't respond, just kept observing the star dragon egg and chirping to each other. Tiu Fi asked, "What is that?" Tiu Da replied, "No idea." Luke Pham yelled angrily, "Bedtime." The next morning, Tan Thu and Dao Tu Mun went together to Villa Number 1. As soon as they arrived, Tan Thu knocked and called, "Luke Pham, you're back. Wake up." A moment later, the door opened. Luke Pham, looking sleepy, asked, "What's up?" Tan Thu handed her tablet to Luke Pham and said, "Check this post, it's all over the school." Taking the tablet, Luke Pham looked at Tan Thu and asked, "Seriously, you woke me up early just for gossip. This is about you withdrawing from the freshman evaluation match yesterday. Someone posted it on the school forum, and it's the hottest topic overnight." Hearing Tan Thu, Luke Pham turned his eyes to the tablet. Top 1 responses on number 1's withdrawal. It's just because he's scared to lose. Fong Vun Group entered the 2-on-2 freshman finals undisputedly. Hua Ting posted during Luke Pham and Trun Tien Tree's match. Luke Pham withdrew from the evaluation because he feared facing Jang Fong Vun and Hua Tin. Account A commented originally posted anonymously, but it was revealed to be from them. Account B commented, "Last time they said Luke Pham was injured by Tran Thien Tree and withdrew. Anyway, Tran Thien Tree won so many in a row, so he can't be weak." Account C commented, "According to the original schedule, Luke Pham and Kiem An were to fight Jang Fong Vun and Hua Tin. He probably withdrew out of fear." Account D commented, "Unless those two fight each other, I won't accept the school's decision. Although Luke Pham is number 1 in the school's eyes, Jang Fong Vun is the real number 1 from the evaluation." Account E commented, "So it was fear. Keeping number 1 for Luke Pham would be a joke. Anyone who saw Jang Fong Vun's match yesterday knows Luke Pham doesn't deserve it." After reading, Luke Pham asked suspiciously, "Fong Vun Group?" Tan Thu explained. Originally, Fong Vun Group was formed by the 4 from numbers 3 to 6, but now it's grown to nearly 30 people, a strong group led by Jang Fong Vun and Hua Tin. Luke Pham yawned, not caring, and asked, "I'm the school's internal number 1. Is this Jang Fong Vun the publicly recognized number 1? Dao Tu Mun answered. This morning, Jang Fong Vun replied to prove to his Fong Vun Group supporters that he's the number 1. After tomorrow's finals, he'll come to clear out Villa number 1. Tan Thu added, "Getting number 1 means you can join the national trial selection. Jang Fong Vun is definitely aiming for that." Hearing that, Luke Pham muttered, "So that's it?" "So that's it. He wants both the fame and the national trial spot. But he doesn't know I've already got all that stuff." Seeing Luke Pham still unresponsive, Tan Thu said that Jang Fong Vun is so arrogant, talking smack about you while you're not around. Dao Tu Mun, annoyed, glanced at Luke Pham, boring, not even bothering to respond. "How would we know who he is if he wants to come tomorrow? Let him. I need to tell Kiem An." At that, Luke Pham laughed. "If Fong Vun Group wants to target me, I'll give them the chance." Dao Tu Mun didn't get it. "What do you mean?" Luke Pham held up the tablet. "I'll borrow this for a bit." To reply to Fong Vun Group, "I accept the challenge at Long Capital Academy Arena VIP room." Hua Ting, the Forbidden Mage class holder, was browsing info when she suddenly jumped up and yelled, "Jiang bro!" Luke Pham replied. In the arena, Jang Fong Vun, the Shadow Warrior class holder, was fighting blindfolded when he paused briefly. Then facing the two attackers, Jang Fong Vun decisively used a skill to create clones and charged, making them panic. "Wait, Jang bro, why so serious all of a sudden? We're just sparring." We're just sparring. Jang Fong-Vun ignored them and let his clones quickly finish the two. Jang Fong-Vun removed his blindfold and turned to Hua Tin. What did Luke Pham say? Hua Ting handed him the tablet. He posted on the forum. Check it yourself. Jang Fong-Vun took it, read, and laughed. Luke Pham is pretty cocky, daring to challenge the whole Fong-Vun group alone. After that, Jang Fong-Vun tossed the tablet back to Hua Tin. Reply to him. Tell him to come to the arena after tomorrow's finals. Hua Ting asked in surprise. Jang bro, are we really fighting Luke Pham? Jang Fong-Vun replied, of course. Call everyone in Fong-Vun group too. He wants to challenge the whole group. If he wants it, we'll give it to him. I have to show him that between the school's internal #1 and the real earned #1, who's the true top. The next day, Tan Thu checked Luke Pham's post. Luke Pham replied to Fong-Vun group, I accept the challenge. If you want to prove you're #1, face me fair and square instead of slandering me online. Oh, and I'm talking to you, the Fong-Vun group trash. Bring as many as you have. Let's have a real fight after the freshman evaluation. In the comments below, the keyboard warriors were buzzing. Oh, Luke Pham fired back. Fight it out, Fong-Vun group replied. Just rumors. Is Luke Pham injured? What was the reply tomorrow's showdown at the arena after the finals to see who's #1? How the whole Fong-Vun group is in? This is gonna be fun. Seeing the comments, Tan Thu exclaimed, Jiang Fong-Vun accepted. Dao Tumun asked, I heard Jang Fong-Vun has a semi-final today. Wanna watch? Luke Pham replied, honestly, I have no interest in Jang Fong-Vun's strength. Let's go to the instance hall for leveling instead. Han Ka brought out the food and hearing that advised, Tu Pham, don't say that. Pride comes before the fall. Knowing your opponent is never a bad thing. Dao Tumun agreed, yeah, show your face a bit. You might have more supporters than Fong-Vun group. Tan Thu worried, but Luke Pham is famous on the school forum now. If you're spotted watching Jang Fong-Vun, it might cause talk. Han Ka laughed, then we'll disguise a little. Luke Pham was speechless. A while later, in a spot in the stands, Dao Tumun turned to Tan Thu. Is the next match Jang Fong-Vun? Tan Thu answered, yeah, probably. So many people here for Fong-Vun group. In the front row, Han Ka turned to Luke Pham, who was in a jacket with the hood up, a baseball cap, big sunglasses, and a mask, and smiled. How's it Auntie's disguise is good? No one will recognize you. Luke Pham stayed silent. The semifinals of this year's freshman evaluation are about to start. Luke Pham stayed silent. The semifinals of this year's freshman evaluation are about to start. Please have the two teams enter the field. As the announcement sounded, Luke Pham suddenly stood up from his seat. Han Ka asked suspiciously, Tu Pham, where are you going? The match hasn't started yet. Luke Pham replied, this match is boring. I'll step out for a bit, call me when you're done watching. As he said that, Luke Pham left. In the front row, Zhao Shengming glanced back, watching Luke Pham leave, lost in thought. He recalled his earlier conversation with the principal. At that time, Zhao Shengming went to a door, knocked, and said, Principal, do you know about the recent forum posts? The door was still closed, and the principal's voice came from inside. Is that true, Thang Min? The freshman fights can be handled by Dean Han. You don't need to report to me. Trio Thang Min frowned and said, based on Luke Pham's strength, I recommend the school intervene to stop this match. I'm worried if we let it go on, he won't hold back. After all, after fighting him, Tron Thien Tree is still in the infirmary recovering. The principal said, Vice Principal, you're overthinking. Instead of worrying about that, worry about the long capital envoy checking if Luke Pham qualifies for the national trials in a month. Zhao Shengming was startled. In a month, that's soon. The principal said, the national trials are early, so the envoy comes early too. How is Luke Pham preparing? Zhao Shengming reported, Luke Pham is about to do his second job change now. I've heard about the long capital envoy too. Please, Principal, rest assured. I've heard about the long capital envoy too. Although Qian Xiong is arrogant when it comes to work, he won't make it hard for Luke Pham. The principal said, the vice principal's news is boring. The special envoy isn't Qian Xiong anymore. The current Dragon Capital special envoy is Nguyen Trong Fong. As soon as he heard the name, Triu Thang Min's expression changed. Brother Qin mentioned this name when telling the story about Luke Pham and Kim Chao. In his heart, he worried Nguyen Trong Fong. Brother Qin mentioned this name when telling me about Luke Pham and Kim Chao. It seems the incident between Lu Fan and Jin Zhou got Nguyen Trong Fong fired from his position. So Nguyen Trong Fong must hold a grudge against Lu Fan. Don't get too cocky. My brother is the new leader of the Thai Te Kingdom. The principal continued, He used to hold a very high position, but now he's been demoted repeatedly to become just a special envoy. This is really interesting. Why aren't you saying anything? If this special envoy is in charge of evaluating the contestants for the national trials, I'm afraid Luke Pham will face a lot of trouble. The principal hummed, Luke Pham is a candidate I personally endorsed. You must understand what you need to do right. Zhao Shengming replied, I understand. I'll find more resources to help him reach level 2 advancement quickly to make up for the disadvantage in his level. As for tomorrow's match between Lu Fan and Zhang Fengyun, what do you think? From inside the room came the principal's loud laugh. Of course I have to watch it. Something this exciting, how could I miss it? Back to the present at Longdu, Academy's point accumulation arena. Suddenly, a person flew out of the point accumulation room, causing the people around to start gossiping. How many people have been defeated like this now? The 100-point arena is this intense, it must be a level 2 player farming points by deceiving others. This can't possibly be a level 29 arena. At that moment, the person who had been thrown out got up and shouted a warning. Everyone don't go into this room. No one can beat them. Someone asked, Hey, who's the room owner? Do you know? The person who got thrown out replied, I feel like I know them, but I can't recognize them. At the same time, in the point accumulation room, after kicking the opponent out, Lu Fan grumbled, Why did I even come to watch matches? Farming in the poison spider forest for levels is better. He thought no one else would challenge, but just then Lu Fan saw a figure at the door. Is someone else coming in? Curious, Lu Fan looked closely and saw a girl with white hair walking in. The white-haired girl approached and greeted, Hello, do you have time to fight me? Lu Fan greeted, Hello, senior sister. The white-haired girl laughed and said, I'm way higher level than you and you're being so polite, so I guess I have to go easy on you. Lu Fan replied, No need, senior sister, just go all out. Really? Then I'll start. As she spoke, the white-haired girl raised her hand. In an instant, a large amount of fire elements gathered toward her hand. Lu Fan was a bit startled, watching that this sister doesn't seem simple. That thought had just crossed his mind when Lu Fan was startled again as the white-haired girl vanished from her spot. The next second, the white-haired girl appeared behind Lu Fan holding a trident made of fire elements. I'm not like those amateurs outside. You better go all out too. With that, she thrust the trident toward Lu Fan's back. Lu Fan reacted quickly, drew his weapon, turned around to block the attack, and counterattacked. After a few exchanges, Lu Fan was pushed back. With a serious expression, he looked at the white-haired girl and thought, She's too strong. What's this sister's actual level? The white-haired girl didn't pursue. She stood there covering her mouth as she laughed. Not bad you blocked that. But your counter didn't hit me. Are you afraid of hurting me? If you keep holding back, I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Fan replied seriously. I understand. Then the two charged at each other again. The two were fighting fiercely inside the room, while outside many students gathered at the door, curiously waiting for the result. That beautiful sister just now is really brave. Entering such a weird room. Shh, quiet. It sounds like they're still fighting. I only lasted 2 minutes. That sister must be holding on. Right at that moment, the match announcement ended. Someone immediately reminded Zhang Fengyun's match is over. At the same time, in the new student assessment arena, Zhang Fengyun's team won. Following the announcement, the audience in the stands applauded non-stop, Zhang Fengyun, Zhang Fengyun, Zhang Fengyun, on the arena. Zhang Fengyun smiled as he accepted it. Xu Xing walked beside him and whispered, Brother Zhang, someone from Wind Cloud Pavilion said Lu Fan sneaked into the stands to watch you fight today. Zhang Fengyun snorted, Trying to study me, huh? Looks like he's scared. But in that match, I didn't even show half of my strength. With that, Zhang Fengyun raised a finger high and laughed loudly. Lu Fan, your arrogance won't last much longer. Don't be scared and skip tomorrow's match. Once again, they chanted Zhang Fengyun's name. Hearing that, the audience got excited and chanted Zhang Fengyun's name again. In the stands, Tao Xiaoman said, Seriously, let's go. As she spoke, Tao Xiaoman noticed Lu Fan wasn't there, so she looked around and asked, Huh? Where's Lu Fan? Qin Shu worriedly said, Did Zhang Fengyun spot Lu Fan watching? Han Ka was calling Lu Fan while saying he said he was bored and left earlier. Let me call him. Back to the point accumulation room, Lu Fan was pushed back again. His glasses and hat fell off, stabilizing himself. Lu Fan panted heavily and thought, She's really too strong. Where did this sister come from? Plus, she could have taken me down in a few hits, but it feels like she's guiding me to spot my own mistakes in my moves. Why would she do that? Who is she really? Meanwhile, across from him, the white-haired girl hooked Lu Fan's hat with her trident and laughed. Great defense! In the last 15 minutes, you've gone from awkward to predicting my moves. You're improving fast. But your stamina's pretty weak. Then she stepped closer to him, adding, with a handsome face like yours, why hide it? Don't get too cocky. My brother is the new leader of the Thai Kingdom. As she speaks, the white-haired girl leans her face closer, making Luke Pham embarrassed and causing him to sit back awkwardly. Suddenly, a phone rings. Before I go, can I get your contact information? The white-haired girl smiles and teases, You've just started at school and you're already asking for a girl's contact info. The white-haired girl smiled and teased, Freshman and already asking for girl's contact info. You don't seem as innocent as you look. Lu Fan waved his hands and explained, No, I just want it so I can schedule with you for the training room next time. I want you to keep guiding me. Oh, no need. If you want to see me again, just open a point accumulation room like today. If it's meant to be, I'll come. With that, the white-haired girl waved and left the room, leaving Lu Fan standing there lost in thought. Who is this senior sister, really? She just looks young, so she seems like a senior. In that fight, I was pretty much completely beaten. Her strength can't be that of a student. Is she a teacher? Does Longdu Academy have a teacher like that? Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Lu Fan. Longdu Academy ID. Lu Fan. Balance change, plus 100 points. I got the accumulation points. She didn't take them. Thinking that Lu Fan quickly reacted and rushed out of the room shouting, Sister! As he ran, Lu Fan accidentally bumped into some passers-by who grumbled, Hey, watch where you're going! In such a hurry? Lu Fan didn't care and kept running, searching and calling Senior. At the same time, he thought to himself, Who is this mysterious senior with such incredible strength? She didn't even take the points or tell me her real name. She's gone in just a moment. Is she even from Longdu Academy? Or did I run into a ghost? Just then, Lu Fan heard someone calling him. He turned and saw three people, Hanka Chinshu and Tao Xiaoman. Hanka saw Lu Fan look back and waved, smiling, Little Fan, we're over here. Let's head back, Chinshu curiously asked. Tao Xiaoman complained, Lu Fan, what are you up to? Did you flirt with some girl in just a bit? Lu Fan gave up searching, looking disappointed as he walked toward the three, sighing, couldn't find her. She's a real mysterious senior. The next day, after the new student finals at Longdu Academy, the audience hadn't left and was still waiting. One spectator sighed. The match between Lu Fan and Zhang Fengyun is the real final. The person next to them eagerly said, One against the whole Wind Cloud Pavilion. Let's see if he's actually strong or just crazy. Down in the arena, Zhang Fengyun and the Wind Cloud Pavilion members were all gathered. After waiting a while, without seeing Lu Fan, Zhang Fengyun impatiently said, Why isn't Lu Fan here yet? Why isn't Lu Fan here yet? If he's too scared to come, then we'll go to Villa number 1 and invite him out. We did set the time, Brother Zhang. Maybe we should wait a bit longer. As Xu Xing finished, someone pointed toward the entrance and shouted, Lu Fan's here! Hearing that, Zhang Fengyun perked up and shouted, Everyone get ready! Unlike the serious Wind Cloud Pavilion group, Lu Fan walked onto the arena with a piece of bread in his mouth, saying, Let's get started. I have other stuff to do later. Zhang Fengyun looked at Lu Fan and said, Your entrance is interesting. Lu Fan replied, Not late, right on time. I don't know how many people from Wind Cloud Pavilion you have, but if you're all here, bring it on. Hearing Lu Fan say that, a tall, bald guy angrily pointed at him and yelled, Damn, don't be so cocky. Talking like that to Brother Zhang, you're asking for it. Zhang Fengyun raised his arm to stop the bald guy, then said, annoyed, If you don't take us seriously, then we don't need to talk more. I'm betting 7,000 accumulation points. Yeah, almost forgot about the bet. We still have to bet points. As he spoke, Lu Fan pulled out a card and declared 17,000 points. A display showed Longdu Academy ID Lu Fan accumulation points, 17,642. The Wind Cloud Pavilion group was stunned by Lu Fan's number. Xu Xing worriedly yelled, That's too much, Brother Zhang, we don't have enough points to bet. Zhang Fengyun angrily shouted, Shut up! In his mind, he greedily thought, daring to go that high. If I get those 17,000 points, I can live comfortably at Longdu Academy for at least 3 to 4 years. Thinking that, Zhang Fengyun rallied and clenched his fist, shouting, Wind Cloud Pavilion bet all our accumulation points. You want to play big? We'll play with you. The Xu Xing group immediately followed. All right, listen to Brother Zhang. Can we all add up to 17,000 points? Stop overthinking. We're with Brother Zhang. After the Wind Cloud Pavilion group finished chattering, Lu Fan stretched his shoulders and smiled. Okay, bet's done. Let's start. Zhang Fengyun glanced at Xu Xing and said, daring to boast like that, he must be planning to summon a dragon. Xu Xing, I get it. With that, Xu Xing raised his weapon and started casting magic. Then Zhang Fengyun shouted loudly, Wind Cloud Pavilion brothers, prepare! Hearing that the Wind Cloud Pavilion group drew their weapons ready for orders. At Zhang Fengyun's command to attack, Xu Xing used a binding spell on Lu Fan. Binding spell restrains the specified target, preventing movement and skill use for 5 seconds. The other members also attacked Lu Fan. Zhang Fengyun led the charge toward Lu Fan, shouting, Perfect now, Lu Fan can't summon a dragon. Zhang Fengyun led the charge toward Lu Fan, shouting, Perfect now, Lu Fan can't summon a dragon. Behind him, the other members excitedly yelled, Attack, take him down. Facing the Wind Cloud Pavilion group charging with full force, Lu Fan clicked his tongue. He moved slightly, breaking the chains, then drew his weapon and casually blocked Zhang Fengyun's attack. Zhang Fengyun was shocked and thought he escaped. As Zhang Fengyun was distracted, Lu Fan reached out, grabbed his collar, and casually threw him to the ground like a bag of trash. In the stands, the audience exclaimed, He just threw Zhang Fengyun with his bare hands. On the arena, the Wind Cloud Pavilion group stopped their eyes wide as they stared at Lu Fan and Zhang Fengyun on the ground. Xu Xing worriedly yelled, Brother Jiang! He quickly cast a stiffening spell on Lu Fan and shouted to his teammates, Use ranged attacks now! Stiffening spell. The target's body gradually stiffens, reducing movement speed and attack speed by 75% for 7 seconds. Hearing the shout, the Wind Cloud Pavilion group snapped back and unleashed their magic skills one after another. Quickly, a barrage of magic rained down on Lu Fan's position, causing loud explosions and smoke. When the smoke cleared, Lu Fan was unharmed. Lu Fan was unharmed. With one foot on Zhang Fengyun's head, he smiled. Is this all the #1 new student has? The quality is pretty low. Zhang Fengyun on the ground grabbed Lu Fan's foot with one hand, struggled to turn his head toward Xu Xing, and shouted, Xu Xing, what's wrong with your spell? Xu Xing trembled all over his face in disbelief. How is that possible? I clearly used it on you. Lu Fan looked at the two and smiled. Don't blame him. It's because I have the bit of Dragon Tamer stats, so my attributes are a tad high. Low-level skills just don't affect me. Zhang Fengyun, furious, yelled, You bastard! Then he pulled the cloth from his head over his eyes and used a skill to create multiple clones surrounding Lu Fan. The Wind Cloud Pavilion group saw that and cheered. Brother Zhang used that move. His ultimate skill, Lu Fan's done for. Only Xu Xing lowered his head, staring at his hands in a daze. How much stronger are Lu Fan's attributes than mine? My skills had no effect on him at all. Meanwhile, facing the clones around him, Lu Fan raised his hand and gathered fire elements. He kept his confident smile and said, That move of yours is pretty cool. As the top of the assessment, I'll give you a gift that even Chen Tianji hasn't seen. As if sensing something, Zhang Fengyun panicked. What does he mean? Is he going to summon... Just a few seconds later in the sky, Xiao Ye in its world-ending form appeared in everyone's view. As soon as it was summoned, Xiao Ye released a wave of fire elements that spread around. The clones of Zhang Fengyun right in the path were instantly destroyed by the fire wave. Then the fire wave expanded, making the Wind Cloud Pavilion group terrified as they ran and screamed, Help me! My legs, I can't stand up. It's a real dragon, I can't breathe. Let's run, we're done for. Oh no. In the stands, the audience also exclaimed, Is that Lu Fan's dragon pet? What a terrifying body Wind Cloud Pavilion people are running. We should run too. On the arena, as Xu Xing was running, he saw Zhang Fengyun standing still and yelled, Brother Zhang, retreat! Don't fight anymore! Zhang Fengyun seemed not to hear. He looked up dazed at Xiao Ye in the sky, thinking, It's completely different. It's nothing like Chen Tianji's dragon. This is a legendary dragon. At that moment, Lu Fan said, Friend Zhang, try to stay steady. Now it's my turn to counterattack. As soon as he finished, Xiao Ye opened its mouth and roared using its pressure skill. Immediately, the Wind Cloud Pavilion members who hadn't escaped the arena were hit with negative effects like stun fear and immobilization. Besides that, they felt their heads throbbing as if splitting and couldn't help but scream. It hurts. Help, please, spare us. Brother Zhang, save me. Zhang Fengyun wasn't any better. His head spun, his body staggered about to fall. What the hell is this? How can we win like this? My body won't listen. I have to get out of here, thinking that Zhang Fengyun's vision blurred and he collapsed completely unconscious. Lu Fan held the card in his hand, looked down at Zhang Fengyun and smiled. Now you know who's number one, right? Wind Cloud Pavilion's points are mine now. Longdu Academy ID, Lu Fan balance change plus 12.94 to 1. Then Lu Fan said to Xiaoye, we're done, let's go. Xiaoye, I have important business. Hearing that Xiaoye transformed back into its dragon girl form and flew to Lu Fan's side. A while later, at Longdu Academy's point accumulation area, Lu Fan was on the phone with Qin Shu. Qin Shu asked, if we didn't have classes, we'd have come to cheer you on. How'd it go? Did you get hurt? Lu Fan laughed. Of course not. I even scored a ton of points. I'll share some with everyone tonight. Just then the door opened. We'll talk at home. I'm hanging up now. Hanging up? Lu Fan looked toward the door, waiting for the opponent to enter. When he saw it was the white-haired girl, Lu Fan happily said, Senior, you really came. The white-haired girl smiled. I had some free time today. But from what you said, you were waiting for me. Lu Fan smiled. Yes, of course. Fighting others is boring. Only fighting you gives me something to learn. After all, you're over level 70. So I'm not really a senior, right? Hearing that the white-haired girl was slightly surprised, then she stepped back, looking at the small sign next to the door, 100 points, level 70 in use. Level 70. At the same time in the arena, Zhao Shengming hurriedly ran to check on the Wind Cloud Pavilion group. After a while, he sighed in relief. Looks like that kid knows his limits. No one's seriously injured. Back to the main character, the white-haired girl. Let's call her the Beauty, said unhappily. You little brat, are you trapping me? Lu Fan quickly explained, no, the room can set level limits. If you can enter, that means you're over level 70 and definitely not an upperclassman. So you've changed your tune. What do you think I am? The Beauty asked curiously. Lu Fan rubbed his chin and analyzed. In terms of looks, you're like a senior sister, but in level and strength, probably a teacher. The Beauty laughed. Just call me senior sister. And about looks. The Beauty suddenly leaned close to Lu Fan. This time you didn't hide your handsome face. It looks much better. And don't try probing my info like this again. If you want to see me, don't set the level higher. Otherwise, I won't come. Okay. Lu Fan awkwardly smiled. In his mind, he regretted I was planning to set it to level 80 next time, but that won't work now. I didn't expect you to apply the combat skills I used last time to your fight with Zhang Fengyun so quickly, the Beauty said as she drew her weapon to spar with Lu Fan. So you watched the match too? Lu Fan smiled and replied, then drew his weapon to fight back. You summoned the dragon after just a few hits, causing chaos in the arena. You seem a bit impatient, but you immediately took down Zhang Fengyun after countering. Your reactions are quick. It's the speed I trained you on. What's the difference? Thanks for teaching me. My close combat skills still have a lot of flaws. As they were chatting happily, the Beauty suddenly charged and struck, wounding Lu Fan before he could react. Why did you do that? Lu Fan asked loudly. Even though you've improved a lot, you're not at the level to modestly boast yet, the Beauty said seriously. No, you misunderstood. I'm not being modest. I really want to learn from you. You're strong and kind. Last time you not only taught me, but also gave me 100 points. It's like you're treating me like your little brother. If you could keep guiding me, I'd improve fast. If that's not okay, I can pay for lessons. The Beauty laughed at Lu Fan's words. Like treating a little brother, huh? You're good at building connections. Keep your lesson fees. I heard you have a sister who cooks really well, right? If you want to learn from me, just bring some of her food. Yes, Lu Fan happily replied. In his mind, he added, it's more like a little one, but calling her sister isn't wrong. If you're waiting for me, let's go. I'll see what you've learned. All right, I'll start. With that, Lu Fan charged to attack. The Beauty gracefully blocked Lu Fan's attacks while commenting, oh, you're much faster now. If you can land a hit on me today, I'll give you a new weapon. Yours doesn't match your current level anymore. Something like mine. Yeah, that's true. This dark dragon scale sword has been with me for a long time, but I hate to part with its special effect. What Lu Fan meant was the effect that allows partial dragon transformation, boosting the dark dragon scale sword's power. So besides the weapon, what do you want? I want a level-ignoring demon accessory. The Beauty paused after hearing that and looked down, asking, do you know how rare and valuable that is? With that, she immediately counterattacked, beating Zhou Yi while complaining, why did I even ask you that? Go on. That night, Zhou Yi dragged his battered body home. After hearing about it, Hanka finally relaxed and said while massaging Zhou Yi, you had me so worried and confused. I thought you fought Zhang Fengyun like this. You didn't land a single hit all afternoon while you're all beat up and she's not even sweating. Jian Ying guessed. From what you said, that senior sister is probably not a teacher at Longdu Academy. At least I haven't met any teacher like that. Xinshu, who had been staring at the iPad, suddenly exclaimed, Lu Fan, you're on the school forum again. There's a video from Wind Cloud Pavilion with you and Xiao Ye. As she spoke, she turned the screen for everyone to see. Someone recorded it, I was there and almost left too. What's this, a dragon Lu Fan's dragon through Chentianji 10,000 miles away? There were so many people I couldn't get in. Then I heard a scary roar and a lot of people ran out. They said Lu Fan beat Zhang Fengyun. Now seeing this video, it's real. I said Lu Fan is #1 for a reason, but no one believed me. Once they see the dragon, they'll believe. What a shame, wish I was there. Is anyone teaming up to camp outside Lu Fan's villa? If I can't see the dragon, an autograph would be great. Reading the comments below the post, Han Ka smiled. Oh, so the whole school knows you won and the previous argument is settled. I think things won't be peaceful like before. You'll be the new target thereafter instead of Wind Cloud Pavilion, Jian Ying warned. Lu Fan sighed. I've dealt with that before when the university entrance list was announced. Whatever, we'll just focus on our goals. So what's your current goal? Lu Fan didn't answer. He showed it through action. A moment later in the level 45 Poison Spider Forest secret realm, which was terrifyingly difficult. Your goal is to level up. I thought you'd focus on learning from that senior sister, Jianying said while still handling the monsters. Of course I need to level up. If I get stronger, I can gain the upper hand against her. After defeating the boss, Lu Fan successfully reached level 30, meaning he met the conditions for his second job advancement. So the group left the secret realm and headed to the job advancement hall. But as soon as Lu Fan appeared, the other students, especially the girls, went crazy and surrounded him to express their admiration, leaving Lu Fan no choice but to use his old trick and run off to disguise himself. 10 minutes later, with a mask, glasses, and clothes covering him completely, Lu Fan dared to return to the job advancement hall. Where'd he go? He was just here. He's really #1 disappearing like that. Qinshu saw the new fans pass by and sighed in relief. We're safe. Taoza jealously said, You're so lucky, I wish I had a bunch of hot guys chasing me like that. By the way, there's no record of Dragon Tamers doing a second job advancement, so there's no info for you to reference. While Jian Ying was worried, Qinshu excitedly said, That means Lu Fan is about to make history right. Yeah, this job advancement no one can advise me. No matter the result, it's all up to me. As Lu Fan was deep in thought, Tao Zi patted his shoulder and urged, Lu Fan, we're at the job advancement hall. Lu Fan removed his disguise and before entering the job advancement hall reassured everyone, Don't worry, I have a way to figure out the second stage direction for Dragon Tamer. The job advancement ritual must be done privately. You all wait here for good news. In the job advancement area of Longdu Academy's hall, after the system verified Lu Fan's eligibility through the Academy-issued ID, it announced, Student Lu Fan is ready for second job advancement. Please step onto the advancement platform. Lu Fan followed the instructions and thought, Second job advancement is different from the initial job awakening. There are many branches. Jobs where you choose from known options. As long as someone picks it, it's recorded for future reference. Has the advancement platform started searching for info on Dragon Tamer? Please do not leave the advancement platform during the ritual. Current job Dragon Tamer second stage branch not recorded. As expected, there are no records of Dragon Tamer's second stage branches, but luckily, I can check through the system. The advancement ritual begins. Longdu Academy wishes you a smooth advancement. Just a few seconds later, 3 branches of Dragon Tamer Stage 2 appeared in different colors. Job name Dragon Eye Master 2, key attributes, Spirit Stamina and Recovery. Become stronger after Dragon Pets gain stats. Dragon Eye Master. This job leans toward a master role. I could learn skills like Dragon's Encouragement. With this job, I'd get stronger by using stats on Dragon Pets. And when summoning the dragon, I'd be a full support with strong skills. Lu Fan looked at the purple board. Job name Dragon Spell Master 2. Key attributes, Spirit Agility. Description. Learn more. Dragon language magic and control skills. Can absorb dragon pet skills for use. This job seems to lean toward a mage. My skills would be dragon language magic types. Plus I could use the dragon skills. Job name, Fierce Dragon. Warrior key attributes, Strength Stamina. Description. Learn more close combat skills and damage reduction. Even transform yourself into a dragon and fight as a giant dragon. If Dragon Spell Master is an advanced version of Dragon Language Mage, then Fierce Dragon Warrior is probably an advanced warrior with dragon blood. I'd get skills like Dragon Claw, but with more dragon transformation parts. Even turn myself into a giant dragon. Deal and take more damage. One is a support path like Dragon's Encouragement. One is the magic path of Dragon Language. And one is enhanced close combat with Dragon Transformation. Oh, all the effects are great, but the Dragon Transformation of Fierce Dragon Warrior is really cool. So these are all the branches of Dragon Tamer Stage 2. Right then, another board popped up, second stage branch Dragon Rider 2 job info not recorded. Job name Dragon Rider 2. Key attributes. Agility. Strength. Description. Learn more skills and coordinate with dragon pets. Skills are stronger when fighting alone or combined with dragon pets, not limited to any skill type. Can develop yourself comprehensively, and skills are even stronger with dragon pet coordination. You can tell with your toes which branch Lu Fan will choose. After advancing to Dragon Rider, the contract slots increase from 2 to 3. Basic stats increase significantly and some skills get upgraded. Dragon Tamer can tame dragon creatures. Dragon Claw. Dragon's Encouragement. Boost yourself and the dragon increasing all attributes and attack by 30%. Dragon Claw turns into Dragon Destroyer. Transform your arm into a Dragon Claw for high-speed consecutive attacks up to 6 times. Can attack from a distance and coordinate with the dragon. Dragon Fang Strike turns into Sky-Breaking Dragon Chi. Support for consecutive slashes and can coordinate with the dragon. And Lu Fan is still nowhere to be seen. Outside, while the people who entered the job advancement hall after Lu Fan have all left, Lu Fan is still not out, making everyone worried. Is the ritual taking this long? It feels more anxious the longer we wait. Or something went wrong. Taozi, don't worry. It's a big moment for little Fan, Hanka said, though she was shaking herself. Jianying saw that and comforted, I get how worried you are. Lu Fan is probably exploring new abilities and his choice could change the rules of the era. Yeah, at a time like this, we have to trust Lu Fan. The dark history of Dragon Tamer for 800 years is about to end. You don't seem as innocent as you look, huh? As soon as Qin Shu finished speaking, Luke Pham came out from the job transfer hall. Luke Pham, is the ceremony done, so what job did you get? Everything went smoothly, let's walk and talk. After hearing about Luke Pham's new job, little Tao couldn't help but admire. Dragon Rider sounds awesome. Hanka curiously asked, Little Fan, does this job mean you learn to ride dragons? Of course. One reason I chose it is because I got a dragon riding rock from the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Once Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei reach level 30, I can use it. Lu Fan replied, thinking happily. Not just Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, I've unlocked the 3rd contract now. Dragon Spirit Stone. No, I'll go tame it. Back at Villa Number 1, Lu Fan saw a familiar figure waiting at the door, surprising him. Senior, why are you here? I should have given you my contact info. Waiting for you like this wasted so much of my time. Taoza whistled at the beauty-teasing Lu Fan. So this is the senior sister who beat you up. Why didn't you say she's this beautiful? Taoza, calm down a bit, Lu Fan said awkwardly. Looks like everyone knows about me now. The beauty laughed, then turned to Hanka. If I'm right, you're the demon chef, Hanka, right? Yeah, so you know me, senior of Little Fan? Of course. I'm here to discuss something with you. Can I borrow your little fan for a bit? The beauty's words left Lu Fan and his friends stunned for 5 seconds. Haha, it's just a little city matter. Don't overthink. Hearing that, Hanka happily replied, Oh, if you two have a date, go ahead. Why ask to borrow? Anyway, she's taught you a lot these days. Thanks, Sister Han. Let's go, Little Fan. The beautiful sister said as she pulled Luke Pham away. Sword Shadow had been silent, his eyes scrutinizing the beautiful sister, until the two of them were completely out of sight.